Chapter 635. Ashen Territories. 5. Chapter 635. Ashen Territories. 5. Master. Erebus and Valeria's alarmed voices rang out simultaneously in my consciousness, their panic cutting through my awareness like emergency sirens. At the same time, I felt Luna's presence stir as she tried to manifest beside me. "Arthur, it's Dang." Her voice was cut off mid-warning. No, not just her voice. The entire world itself seemed to be severed from reality. Yet somehow, I continued walking forward, my feet moving of their own accord across ground that was no longer the corrupted wasteland of the Ashen Territories. The twisted crystalline formations vanished, replaced by something far more disturbing. The landscape around me transformed with nauseating fluidity, reality reshaping itself like clay in the hands of an unseen sculptor. Where moments before there had been dark crystals and corrupted vegetation, now I saw gleaming towers of glass and steel reaching toward a clear blue sky. Cars moved along sophisticated roadways with the quiet efficiency of advanced transportation systems. Children laughed and played in carefully maintained parks while adults moved purposefully along pedestrian walkways, their clothing and manner speaking to a prosperous, technologically advanced civilization. "I know what this is," I realized with growing horror as recognition dawned. This is New Crestmont, the city the Arch-Lich destroyed. New Crestmont, home to over 1 million people, a major metropolitan center that had been a hub of magical innovation and technological advancement. Not the largest city in the northern continent, but significant enough that its loss had sent shockwaves across the entire region. I'm experiencing its final moments. The realization hit me like a physical blow as I understood what I was witnessing. This wasn't just a vision or hallucination. I was somehow experiencing the actual memories embedded in this cursed land, reliving the last day of a city that had been erased from existence centuries ago. The scene around me possessed the hyper-real quality of memories viewed through magical means, every detail sharp and vivid despite the impossibility of what I was experiencing. I could smell the clean air of a healthy city, hear the subtle hum of magical infrastructure operating at peak efficiency, feel the vibrant energy of 1 million people going about their daily lives with no idea that doom was approaching. How many of them knew what was coming? I wondered, watching families share meals at outdoor cafes, students hurrying toward educational institutions, workers collaborating on projects that would never be completed. Then the sky began to darken. It started as a subtle dimming, the kind of gradual change that might herald an approaching storm. But this wasn't natural weather. The darkness spread with malevolent purpose, accompanied by a presence that made every living thing in the city instinctively recoil in terror. The Arch-Lich was coming. But first, I witnessed another tragedy, the desperate battle that had occurred before the Lich ever reached the city itself. On the outskirts of New Crestmont, a lone figure stood against the approaching darkness. A knight in the ceremonial plate of the Creighton family's elite guard, wielding a massive greatsword with the easy familiarity of someone who had dedicated their life to martial excellence. He made it in time, I realized as I watched the confrontation unfold. The Creighton knight reached the city before the Arch-Lich could attack. He reached with his order. However, his order was already lying dead around him. The knight fought with everything he possessed. Decades of training, magical enhancement, and the desperate determination of someone who understood that 1 million lives depended on his success. His greatsword blazed with pure light energy as he threw himself against an enemy that transcended mortal comprehension. But it wasn't enough. The Arch-Lich's power was simply too vast, too ancient, too refined through centuries of accumulating strength. What should have been an epic confrontation between light and darkness became a brutal demonstration of the gap between mortal capability and undead transcendence. I watched in helpless fascination as the knight's valor proved futile against overwhelming force. His final moments were spent in defiant resistance, his blade carving through shadow and bone until his strength finally gave out. The Arch-Lich's retaliation was swift and terrible. Dark energy engulfed the knight, and where moments before there had been a noble defender, now there was only emptiness, and a headless corpse that crumpled to the corrupted earth. He died trying to protect them, I thought with sick admiration. Knowing he was outmatched, he still fought to the end. With the knight dead, nothing stood between the Arch-Lich and New Crestmont. The attack on the city itself was swift and merciless. Panic erupted across the metropolitan area as supernatural darkness descended. Emergency sirens wailed from every district while evacuation protocols activated with desperate urgency. But there was nowhere to run. The local guild branch mobilized with admirable speed, their response teams deploying under the leadership of Kieran Voss, an 8-star adventurer whose reputation for tactical brilliance had made him the natural choice to lead the city's supernatural defenses. Under normal circumstances, Voss and his teams would have been more than capable of handling extraordinary threats. His 8-star classification and the guild resources at his disposal should have been sufficient to address most dangers. But the Arch-Lich wasn't most dangers. It was a force of destruction that operated on scales almost no living human could match. I watched Voss lead his forces against an enemy that transcended conventional categories of threat. Brilliant tactical maneuvers, coordinated magical strikes, and desperate heroism all proved utterly inadequate against a being whose power had been accumulating for centuries. The battle was magnificent and futile in equal measure. Voss fought with the skill and determination of someone willing to sacrifice everything for his people. His 8-star magic blazing with intensity that could have devastated armies. But against the Arch-Lich's accumulated might, even his formidable abilities were like candle flames against a hurricane. He never had a chance, I realized as I witnessed Voss's final moments. None of them did. The guild leader died as he had lived, protecting others until his last breath. His final spell creating a barrier that bought precious seconds for civilian evacuation efforts that ultimately proved futile. The Arch-Lich's retaliation was swift and absolute, Voss's form dissolving into nothingness under the weight of necromantic power that defied comprehension. Around me, New Crestmont's death accelerated. Buildings crumbled as their magical foundations were corrupted from within. The sky rained ash and shadow while the streets filled with the desperate screams of people who had no hope of survival. 1 million lives snuffed out in a single night of supernatural horror. This is what Uncle Alastair carries with him, I understood with new clarity. The memory of being unable to prevent this massacre, of arriving too late to save anyone. The vision began to fade as the last echoes of destruction played out around me. The gleaming towers of New Crestmont collapsed into rubble while the darkness claimed everything that had once been vibrant and alive. Within hours, a thriving metropolitan center had been reduced to the corrupted wasteland I knew as the Ashen Territories. 1 million people, gone in a single night. I thought as the memory vision dissolved around me. But as the echoes of the past faded, I found myself facing something unexpected. Where the ruins of New Crestmont had been, a figure now stood waiting, the same knight I had witnessed dying in the Arch-Lich's assault. He held his massive greatsword with the same familiar grip, his stance speaking to martial prowess that death had not diminished. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of centuries-old guilt and self-recrimination. "I failed in my duty," he said, his words echoing strangely in the empty space between realities. "As one of House Creighton's sworn knights, I was charged with the protection of this realm's people. I reached the battle in time with my order, but I was too weak to stop the Arch-Lich and my order was slaughtered. A Creighton family knight captain? I thought, studying the figure's imposing presence. The same one who died trying to prevent the attack? I fought with everything I possessed," the armored figure continued, his massive sword gleaming with residual magical energy. "But my strength was insufficient. The Arch-Lich killed me and proceeded to destroy the city I had sworn to protect. 1 million souls, dead because I was too weak to fulfill my oath." I looked up at the knight's face, preparing to offer some word of understanding or consolation for his obvious torment, and realized he had no head. Where his neck should have supported a human head, there was only empty space above ornate armor that bore the scars of his final battle. Yet somehow, impossibly, he continued to speak, his voice emerging from the void where his head should have been. Dullahan. Chapter 636. Dullahan 1. Chapter 636. Dullahan 1. Dullahan. One of the most powerful classes of undead in existence, standing alongside Arch-Liches and bone dragons in the pantheon of creatures that could reshape battlefields through sheer presence alone. "You're right about his power level," Luna's voice echoed in my mind with grim urgency. "Low immortal rank. The gap between you is significant. Low immortal rank. The chasm between my mid-ascendant rank and his level was vast enough to make this confrontation border on suicidal. An immortal rank entity possessed capabilities that transcended normal magical categories entirely. And this is a Dullahan born from failed duty," I thought grimly. "The worst kind, driven by eternal guilt and supernatural compulsion to fulfill oaths that can never be completed. I might be completely fucked if I were facing this alone. Fortunately, I wasn't entirely without backup. Unfortunately, your companions are all currently engaged with their own threats," Luna informed me, dousing cold water on my hopes for immediate reinforcement. "You're effectively on your own for the moment. I seriously don't want to go into a coma again," I thought, remembering the agony of magical overload during the Divine Beast ceremony. "I can't believe that's what you're worried about instead of dying," Luna replied, her mental voice carrying obvious appall at my priorities. "Die? That seemed unlikely. I had methods that could potentially kill an immortal rank opponent. Unfortunately, they would also kill me in the process. I trusted Rachel's healing capabilities enough to attempt such desperate measures if necessary, but I'd prefer to find a solution that left me functional. The problem is winning without dying or ending up near death," I analyzed quickly as the Dullahan began moving toward me. The sound of his armored boots against the corrupted ground sent shivers down my spine with each deliberate step. Each footfall carried the weight of supernatural authority and centuries of accumulated guilt-driven power. Why do I always end up facing opponents with higher mana rank? I wondered with dark humor. But there was no time for further reflection. The Dullahan's intent was clear, and hesitation would only give him additional advantage in a fight where I was already severely outmatched. Instantly, I activated everything I possessed. There was no point in holding back against an immortal rank opponent. Half measures would only guarantee failure. Divine miracles blazed to life around me. Wings of seraphim unfurled from my back in brilliant displays of pure light energy, while aureate blood surged through my veins, turning my life essence into liquid gold that enhanced every aspect of my physical capabilities. Erebus and Valeria responded to my call, their consciousnesses merging with mine as the Lich's analytical precision combined with the bone symbiote's raw enhancement capabilities. My magical pathways flooded with power that pushed my limits to their absolute maximum. Lucent harmony synchronized my dual affinities into perfect balance, while soul resonance amplified my spiritual presence to match the supernatural weight pressing down on me. Seraphim's embrace and soul vision boosted my senses to a whole another level, and mythic body transformed my physical form into something approaching legendary resilience. I unsheathed Evolvus with fluid precision, coating the ancient-grade blade with astral energy pumped out by my beating sword heart. The weapon hummed with accumulated power as multiple enhancement effects layered across its edge. No need for conversation with someone who abandoned their humanity, I thought grimly as I settled into combat stance. The Dullahan apparently shared my sentiment. The distance between us collapsed in a single step as he moved with the supernatural speed of an immortal rank entity, his massive greatsword rising above his headless form before descending with the force of a falling mountain. I brought Evolvus up to intercept his attack, feeling the impact reverberate through my enhanced frame like a thunderclap. The sheer power behind his strike forced my blade back despite my magical enhancements, though his greatsword struck the ground as well, the physics of wielding such a massive weapon creating openings even for immortal rank opponents. He hits harder because of the weapon weight and his superior mana rank, I analyzed rapidly. And he's faster for the same reason. But we engaged in a rapid exchange of strikes, my blade work flowing into the intricate patterns of spectral sword art. Illusory strikes accompanied each real attack, forcing the Dullahan to guard against multiple potential impacts while I sought openings in his defense. I'm still the better pure swordsman, I thought with grim satisfaction as my technique gradually began to tell. However, raw power eventually overcame technical superiority. The Dullahan's next strike shattered my chain of attacks through brute force, his greatsword smashing through my guard and forcing Evolvus down with enough impact to drive me to one knee. But the opening I'd been waiting for finally appeared. As his sword continued its downward momentum, my free hand darted forward, fingers pressing against his armored chest. The gap between our positions was minimal, perfect for close-quarters techniques. Fifth movement of Grade 5 Art CQC, 1-inch punch. I closed my fist while driving it forward, my knuckles connecting with his breastplate just as his greatsword completed its downward arc. The accumulated force of multiple magical enhancements, compressed into a single devastating impact, lifted his armored form completely off the ground. His feet left the earth as he was launched backward, the ornate armor cracking audibly from the concentrated blow. I used the moment to create distance, already transitioning into my next technique. Time for the real test, I thought, settling into the precise stance required for my most powerful sword technique. First movement of my Grade 6 art, God Flash. Absolute. The pure light-based technique blazed to life around Evolvus as I launched myself forward with explosive speed. My blade became a streak of pure light aimed at the Dullahan's core, carrying enough concentrated force to potentially end the fight in a single strike. But immortal rank opponents didn't fall to single techniques, no matter how powerful. His greatsword became a blur of motion, creating multiple simultaneous strike vectors that intercepted my attack from impossible angles. The collision of our techniques sent shockwaves through the surrounding area, corrupted ground cracking under the pressure of clashing energies. My God Flash. Absolute connected, the concentrated pure light tearing through his armor and destroying significant portions of his torso. For a moment, I thought the fight might be over. Then his body began regenerating. Immortal rank regeneration. I cursed as I watched armor and flesh alike reforming with supernatural speed. Physical damage isn't enough at his level, and he has a Grade 5 art to boot. The Dullahan straightened, his form fully restored within seconds of taking what should have been a crippling blow. When he spoke, his voice carried new respect for my capabilities. Impressive technique for one so young, he acknowledged, but insufficient for the task ahead. Dark energy erupted around him as he activated his ultimate capability. Domain expansion. Field of Broken Oaths. The world around us transformed as his domain took hold, reality reshaping itself into a nightmarish landscape of failed duties and abandoned promises. Spectral figures of those he'd failed to protect moved through the corrupted space, their presence adding weight to every action within the domain's influence. I can't fight an immortal ranker's domain with my own power, I realized immediately. But I'm not limited to my own capabilities. Erebus, I called to my lich companion. Your turn. Domain expansion. Necropolis of forgotten wisdom. Erebus intoned, his consciousness merging with mine as his own supernatural authority manifested. The competing domains clashed like opposing storms, reality fracturing along the boundaries where different laws attempted to assert dominance. Neither could fully overcome the other, creating a chaotic space where multiple sets of magical rules operated simultaneously. Now we're on more equal footing, I thought with grim satisfaction. Time to see what other surprises this fight holds. I raised my hand, beginning the complex gestures required for high-level magical combat. 7-Circle Magic, Nightingale Method. Chapter 637. Dullahan, 2. Chapter 637. Dullahan, 2. I began calculating the complex formulations required for 7-Circle spellcasting, channeling the Nightingale method through my mana pathways. Mathematical equations flowed through my consciousness at speeds that would have overwhelmed normal minds, each calculation building upon the previous in cascading sequences of magical theory. The Nightingale method. My personal framework for 7-Circle magic that surpassed all existing frameworks, at least for someone with my particular combination of abilities and background. I suppose this was the reason I was brought to this world. I mused even as mana gathered around me. This was the crystallized proof of my mind aspect talent manifesting in this reality. The genius-level intellect that Isolde had mentioned as the primary reason for my soul's transplantation. A genius with grade 6 sword talent. A genius who had mastered every martial art from another world and successfully integrated them into this reality's combat systems. A genius whose spellcasting prodigy capabilities allowed for innovations that transcended conventional magical theory. And I had been given Luna to provide access to every single element in existence, making me perhaps the most magically versatile individual in the world. My 7-Circle spell erupted outward in waves of crystalline destruction, ice and void magic woven together in ways that should have been impossible according to conventional theory. Each layer built upon the previous as temperature dropped toward absolute zero, the spell designed to freeze not just matter but magical energy itself. But the Dullahan's domain absorbed much of the impact, his natural immortal rank authority providing resistance against techniques that would have devastated normal opponents. Direct magical assault isn't enough, I realized as the spell's effects were partially negated. I need to combine approaches. Without missing a beat, I transitioned into Tempest Dance, Evolvus singing as it carved through the air with increasing velocity. The blade seemed to come alive in my hands, responding to the accumulated momentum with eager anticipation. The technique was deceptive in its simplicity. Each strike built momentum for the next, creating an escalating spiral of power that grew stronger with every successful connection. My blade became a blur of motion as I wove between the Dullahan's defensive strikes, each of my attacks faster and more powerful than the one before. The Dullahan recognized the threat immediately, his own sword technique adapting to counter my building momentum. His massive greatsword moved with surprising grace for such an unwieldy weapon, each parry precisely calculated to disrupt my rhythm. But Tempest Dance was designed for exactly this kind of prolonged engagement. The longer the fight continued, the more devastating my attacks became. I shifted into the second movement of the art, my sword work reaching a rhythm that seemed to bend reality around the striking patterns. The air itself began to vibrate with accumulated kinetic energy, creating visible distortions that trailed behind Evolvus's edge. By the fourth successful strike in the sequence, my blade was moving with enough force to crack his reformed armor. By the seventh, I was carving gouges through his supernatural flesh. The ancient metal of his protection began to show stress fractures as the momentum built to crushing levels. But even as my attacks reached devastating intensity, his immortal rank regeneration continued restoring damage faster than I could inflict it. Time for something more decisive, I thought grimly, beginning to channel my most powerful sword technique. I activated the second movement of my grade 6 art, Hollow Eclipse. 2 layers of astral energy formed around Evolvus's edge, shimmering with barely contained power. But rather than simply layering them for additional force, I created a perfect vacuum between the energy sheaths. Into that vacuum, I carefully placed droplets of concentrated deep dark energy, not as raw power, but as emotional resonance. Starvation. The endless hunger of the void that devoured everything it touched. The technique didn't just cut through physical matter, it consumed the very concept of existence along its path. Impossible, the Dullahan said, his voice carrying surprise for the first time as Hollow Eclipse carved through his defenses. The void-touched blade passed through his armor as if it were mist. The strike connected, and for a moment a portion of his chest simply ceased to exist. Not destroyed or damaged, erased as if it had never been there at all. The wound was a perfect sphere of nothingness that made my eyes water to look at directly. But even this devastating blow wasn't enough. His regeneration adapted with terrifying speed, reality reasserting itself as his immortal rank nature proved capable of restoration even from conceptual erasure. The void gradually filled with newly formed flesh and bone, his supernatural constitution overcoming my most powerful technique. Erebus, I called through our mental link. Show them what your enhanced domain can do. My lich companion's presence blazed with the capabilities he'd gained when I reached ascendant rank. The necropolis of forgotten wisdom erupted around us, reality shifting as Erebus accessed the deepest memories embedded in his skull. Memories that belonged to the arch-lich himself. Phantoms of the past began materializing within the domain space. Not mere illusions, but actual echoes of the arch-lich's greatest battles, his most devastating techniques, his accumulated centuries of magical knowledge. The air filled with spectral figures wielding impossible magic, their forms flickering between past and present as Erebus drew upon inherited memories to fuel his domain's power. That's why he's special, I realized as I felt Erebus's capabilities working at full capacity. His domain doesn't just grant him knowledge, it lets him manifest the Archlich's actual experiences as tactical support. Ancient spells began firing from the phantom figures, techniques that had been lost for centuries now deployed in support of my desperate battle. But even with Erebus's enhanced domain pushing back against the Dullahan's authority, I was still losing ground. The fundamental gap between ascendant and immortal ranks was simply too vast to overcome through technique alone. Then the Dullahan's domain truly activated. The field of broken oaths expanded with crushing intensity, and suddenly I was drowning in the weight of every promise I had ever failed to keep. Every person I had disappointed, every commitment I had abandoned, every moment when I hadn't been strong enough to protect what mattered most. All of it crashed down on me simultaneously. Images flashed through my mind. Emma's face when she'd realized I was pulling away during our final months together. Luna's pain when I'd failed to understand the contradictions in her nature that had nearly killed me. The domain wasn't just showing me these failures. It was making me feel them with crushing intensity, each broken promise adding weight to my limbs, each disappointment sapping the strength from my magical techniques. My sword felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds as guilt and self-recrimination flooded my consciousness. This is what broke oaths feel like, I realized with growing horror. Every failure, every disappointment, turned into physical and magical weakness. I calculated another 7-circle spell through the Nightingale method, but the complex formulations kept dissolving as memories of inadequacy interfered with my concentration. The mathematical precision that defined my magical framework crumbled under the emotional assault of accumulated guilt. The Dullahan pressed his advantage ruthlessly, his massive blade carving through my increasingly desperate defenses. I managed to block the first strike, barely deflected the second, but my movements were growing sluggish as the domain's effect intensified. His greatsword blazed with dark energy as he activated what had to be a grade 5 technique. The blade descended with the force of accumulated guilt and rage, the blow carrying not just physical power but the weight of every oath he had failed to fulfill. The attack shattered through my weakened defenses like they were paper, sending me flying backward with enough force to crack several ribs despite my magical enhancements. I'm losing, I realized with growing alarm as I struggled to regain my footing. The domain is making me too weak to fight effectively. The momentum I had built through Tempest Dance was completely broken. My magical reserves were draining rapidly from maintaining multiple high-level techniques while fighting against the domain's crushing psychological pressure. Even with all my enhancements, the Dullahan was simply operating on a fundamentally different level. He pressed his advantage relentlessly, each strike of his massive blade forcing me further back. The guilt weighing down my movements made it impossible to maintain proper defensive form. I was failing just like I had failed so many times before, and the domain made sure I felt every instance of that inadequacy. Blood sprayed across the corrupted ground as his blade found its mark again and again. My enhanced durability was failing under the combined assault of physical damage and psychological pressure. The golden light of my aureate blood began to flicker as my concentration wavered. This might be where I die, I thought as the Dullahan raised his greatsword for what would likely be a finishing blow. Unless, my hand moved instinctively toward the scroll Malin had given me inside my spatial ring. Mortis Lucida, the forbidden spell that could access the Akashic records. If I use this, I lose future opportunity, I realized with crystal clarity. My fingers touched the scroll's edge, magical energy already beginning to respond to my intent. Just a few more seconds, I thought, preparing to sacrifice everything for one chance at victory. A blade of brilliant silver light suddenly carved through the Dullahan's torso from behind, the strike carrying enough force to stagger even an immortal rank opponent. The mysterious sword blazed with energy I recognized, the distinctive resonance of ascendant rank enhancement combined with techniques I had personally given her. Master. Chapter 638. Dullahan, 3. Chapter 638. Dullahan, 3. The ambush came without warning. One moment we were following Master deeper into the Ashen territories, marveling at the incredible quality of necromantic materials scattered across the corrupted landscape. The next, the ground beneath us erupted with dark energy as armored figures burst from concealment with the coordinated precision of a military unit. Knights, dozens of them, clad in the ornate plate armor of the Creighton family's elite guard. But something was terribly wrong with their appearance. Their armor bore the scars of mortal wounds, their movements carried the unnatural fluidity of undead animation, and the air around them reeked of centuries-old death. No, Rachel breathed beside me, her voice carrying horror and recognition in equal measure. These were Father's knights, the ones who died fighting the Archlich. Undead knights, I realized with growing alarm as the reanimated warriors formed a battle line around us. But where's their leader? Where's the Dullahan? My first instinct was to search for Master, but a quick scan of our immediate area revealed a truth that made my blood run cold. Arthur was nowhere to be seen. Where is he? I thought desperately, my enhanced senses straining to detect any trace of his presence. How did he disappear so suddenly? But even as panic began to claw at my chest, another realization cut through the emotional chaos. These undead knights were moving to surround us, their formation designed to trap and eliminate. If I abandoned the others to search for Master immediately, they might be seriously injured or killed. Master would never forgive himself if something happened to them because I wasn't here to protect them. I understood with crystal clarity. And I would never forgive myself either. Defensive formation, Callie called out as I drew my ancient great sword. The knights began their assault. Rachel, center position with ranged support. Reka, front flank. Rose, right flank with battlefield control. We responded immediately to Callie's tactical directions. The first wave of knights struck with the kind of coordinated brutality that spoke to centuries of military experience. Their undead nature eliminated concerns about pain or fatigue, making them relentless opponents who would fight until completely destroyed. I met their charge head-on, my blade singing as it carved through their formation with techniques Master had drilled into me through countless training sessions. But these weren't practice opponents, they struck back with lethal intent, their ancient weapons seeking vulnerable points with professional precision. Time to show them why Master made me his sword, I thought grimly as I activated my gift. Cursed script. Enhancement? I whispered, feeling the familiar sensation as ethereal writing began appearing across my skin. My gift manifested as flowing script that covered my arms and torso like living tattoos, each character pulsing with power that enhanced my physical capabilities beyond normal limits. The cursed writing wasn't just decoration. It was a direct interface between my will and reality, allowing me to literally rewrite aspects of my own existence. The enhancement script blazed to life, and suddenly I was moving with speed that made the undead knights seem sluggish by comparison. My blade work became a blur of precise strikes that found gaps in their armor with surgical accuracy. But I needed to clear enough of them quickly so the others could handle the rest. I couldn't waste time on a prolonged battle when Master was somewhere facing unknown dangers. Grade 6 Art. Imperial Conquest. I said quietly, activating the Martial King technique Master had personally given me. The first movement, Skybreaker, cleared the wave of knights with a single swipe of astral energy. The Martial King's techniques were legendary for their raw power and tactical versatility, designed by the second human to ever reach the level of a demigod. Around me, my companions rallied as I carved through the knights' front lines. Rachel's divine miracles blazed with purifying light that caused the undead actual pain, her phoenix Aurelius swooping overhead to provide aerial support. Callie's daggers cut apart the knights' coordinated attacks. Rose's necromantic expertise allowed her to interfere with the knights' animation matrices, temporarily disrupting their movements using the petals of her blue roses. I enhanced my assault with gravity magic, crushing several knights under increased weight while making myself lighter for enhanced mobility. Water magic formed razor-sharp projectiles that found gaps in their armor, while deep dark energy disrupted their undead animation directly. I'm going to find Master, I called out as I finished dismantling the knights' primary assault formation. Can you handle the rest? Go! Rachel shouted back, her golden tattoos blazing as she held the center line. We've got this. Callie nodded grimly, her spatial portals redirecting enemy attacks into each other. Find him quickly, Reka. Something's wrong about this whole situation. She's right. I realized as I began moving deeper into the territory. I enhanced my legs with spatial magic, allowing me to cover ground with superhuman speed, while my senses strained to detect any trace of Master's presence. The deep dark saturation in this region was so intense that normal tracking methods would be useless, but Master had taught me techniques that transcended conventional limitations. There, I thought as I caught the faintest trace of his magical signature. Something's pulling him toward the heart of the territory. The trail led deeper into the corrupted wasteland, toward a region where the very air seemed to writhe with malevolent energy. As I ran, I could feel the distance between us closing, but I could also sense something else. Another presence of overwhelming power that made my enhanced senses recoil in instinctive fear. Immortal rank, I realized with growing dread. Master is facing an immortal rank opponent. I pushed my enhanced body to its absolute limits, space magic folding distance around me, as I demanded more speed from my magical reserves. The landscape blurred around me as I closed the distance with desperate urgency. Hold on, Master, I thought with fierce determination. I'm coming. The sound of clashing steel and explosive magic reached my ears just as I crested a rise in the corrupted terrain. Below me, in a valley saturated with deep dark energy, I could see Master locked in desperate combat with a headless knight wielding a massive greatsword. The Dullahan, the leader of the knights who had ambushed us. Even from a distance, I could see that Master was losing. The headless knight moved with the casual superiority of an immortal rank entity, his massive greatsword carving through Master's defenses with relentless precision. Blood stained Master's clothing from multiple wounds, and his movements were growing sluggish in ways that spoke to serious internal damage. He's going to die if I don't act immediately, I realized with crystal clarity. I activated gravity magic to accelerate my descent, while water magic formed around my blade, creating a cutting edge that could slice through even supernatural armor. Deep dark energy swirled around me like a cloak of shadows as I prepared my strongest attack. I appeared behind the Dullahan in a blaze of silver light, my enhanced blade already in motion as I struck with everything I possessed. The attack caught him completely off guard, my sword carving deep into his torso with enough force to stagger even an immortal rank opponent. Master, I called out, relief and determination flooding my voice as I pressed my attack. Whatever happened next, Master was no longer facing this nightmare alone, and I would die before I let anyone harm the person who meant everything to me. Chapter 639. Dullahan, 4. Chapter 639. Dullahan, 4. My eyes widened the moment I heard Reika's voice. Perfect timing. I'd been just about to activate Mortis Lucida or, failing that, go for the trump card. Not that either was ideal. Mortis Lucida wasn't something you just used whenever things got messy. It was more of a once-per-lifetime kind of technique. According to Mei Lin, it gave you something close to enlightenment. Vague, ominous, and suspiciously useful, which meant it was best saved for when the world really wanted to end. But with Reika arriving, I didn't need to burn through my emergency rations just yet. She'd grown. She was strong now, strong enough that I could trust her to have my back. She always said she wanted to become my sword, and it turned out she meant it. The kind of sword that didn't break when you leaned on it. The kind of sword that swung back. She cut through the Dullahan's guard just enough, giving me an opening. I didn't waste it. My fingers were already on his chestplate, just before he could bring that oversized greatsword down. But I was faster. First movement of my grade 5 close quarters technique. 1-inch punch. My fist closed, pushed, connected. A short, sharp motion that sent a concentrated burst of force straight through his armor. The metal around my knuckles groaned, then split with a crack. The Dullahan staggered. Not destroyed, but rattled and hurt enough to begin regenerating again. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw cursed script spiraling over Reika's arms. Protective glyphs. They shimmered faintly, pushing back the pressure of the Dullahan's domain. Not completely, but enough to move. He's close to mid-immortal rank, Luna said inside my mind, voice quiet and tight. My eyes narrowed. That wasn't great. Before Reika and I could capitalize, something descended. A crucifix. From above. We both raised our swords instinctively and blocked it, the steel groaning under its sheer weight. You are strong, young man, the Dullahan said, still very much without a head, which made the voice coming from nowhere extra unsettling. Terrifyingly strong. But you haven't bloomed yet. A pause. Reika, I called. She didn't need any more words. Her sword rose. First movement of her grade 6 art. Skybreaker. I responded in kind. Second movement of my grade 6 art. Hollow Eclipse. We struck together. 2 grade 6 arts against 1 grade 5 his. The Dullahan met our joint strike without flinching, as though matching us together was just another task on his to-do list. He didn't overpower us. He didn't need to. He held. That was worse. I had a backup plan, though. With Erebus pulsing at my wrist, I activated 2 7-circle spells using the Nightingale method. One, a stream of fire shaped like a blade and laced with deep dark. The other, a crack of black lightning that split the air with a thunderclap. They crashed toward the Dullahan like judgment itself. and then stopped. More crucifixes. Dozens. Upside down. They fell from nowhere and caught the spells like they were unwanted guests. That was when gravity broke. The ground didn't tilt. It shifted, like someone had decided directions were optional. Reika and I both wobbled, fighting to stay upright, but gravity was only the first casualty. Space followed. The entire battlefield twisted. His domain was spreading, not just pressing against the edges of reality, rewriting it. Are we in some horror movie or what? I thought, reaching out and grabbing Reika by the waist. Wings, I said calmly. Ambient mana control for flight wasn't responding well, too much interference, so we had to rely on something more physical. I had shaped a pair of golden wings with pure light behind me. Reika nodded, focusing. Black butterfly wings unfolded behind her, laced with cursed script. Small, sharp, beautiful, and they gave me an idea. A mad one, but madness often led to breakthroughs. Luna, I called. She heard the intent and moved Lucent Harmony to assist, creating a pocket of tranquility around my wings. A stillness that didn't belong here. A zone of order in a landscape being rewritten by chaos. Reika, I said, voice low, hold the Dullahan. I'll join you soon. She looked at me with unwavering certainty. Anything for you, master. And then she launched herself forward, blade flashing like black starlight. Meanwhile, I worked. I shrank the divine miracle down, compressed it, wrapped it in Lucent Harmony's calm. Then, using Erebus's deep dark control, I shaped a layer of black feathers over the wings. Delicate, sharp, laced with intent. Valeria stirred from my mental workshop. Master, this is a bit risky. But possible, I replied. Right, Erebus? My lich companion pulsed in agreement. So I kept going. Seraphim's embrace was already active, but the Dullahan's domain was chewing at its edges. Too unstable. So I rerouted its supersensory feedback, channeled it directly into the black feathers. Then I layered in spatial magic. Subtle threading. Using the nightingale method, I sewed folds of distance into each feather. I released a breath I hadn't realized I was holding and extended my hand. The dark feathers scattered. One by one at first, then in a torrent, rippling outward like a quiet storm. They spiraled through the air, gliding gently, before embedding themselves across the warped terrain of the domain. Walls, ground, even the sky, or what passed for a sky in this warped pocket of space, was dotted with them. I watched them spread, watched the domain change. Not visibly, not yet, but I could feel it. Each feather was now a fixed point, a coordinate, a node in the system I just forced into existence. Seraphim's embrace wasn't built for this, not really. Its strength lay in its singularity, its overwhelming sensory clarity radiating from a single focal point. Me. But this changed everything. The moment the feathers settled, my perception fractured. Not broke, branched. Thousands of inputs. Thousands of perspectives. My mind reeled as the feedback poured in from every feather like sonar pings in a collapsing cavern. I wasn't just seeing anymore. I was mapping. The Dullahan's domain, once incomprehensible and hostile, now had form. Structure. The chaos had lines now, curved, irregular, flickering lines, but lines nonetheless. I could track them. Every twist in gravity. Every ripple of space. Every threat. It was like having eyes everywhere. But better. These weren't just passive sensory nodes. Each feather carried a thread of my will, and each thread could be pulled. I raised a hand and willed myself forward, just slightly, and in an instant, I moved. Space folded between two feathers, and I was there. Teleportation. Not crude, not loud. Not brute-forced like the usual short-range jump spells that cracked the air with heat and pressure. No, this was silent. Precise. Smooth. Feather step. That's what I'd call it. But the full technique. This web of feathers, senses, and control that let me dissect a domain and warp through it like I was walking through a field of stars? Wings of eclipse. I smiled, though the toll was immediate. My mana was being pulled hard. Seraphim's embrace was never meant to be distributed like this. Normally it focused everything into my body, a central node optimized. But now the power was split, distributed across dozens, hundreds of points. The sensing wasn't as deep at each location, but the collective clarity was something else entirely. A scattered mind, sure, but one with a perfect panoramic view. It wasn't efficient. It was effective. And teleportation, through synchronized spatial magic layered across each feather, made my movement inside the domain seamless. The Dullahan's grip over space was strong. But I just wired my own system underneath his, a parallel lattice of control. That didn't mean it was easy. My current mana rank wasn't enough to sustain this for long. Each second I kept Wings of Eclipse active drained me faster than a normal battle would in a full minute. But it was worth it. Chapter 640. Delahan, 5. Reika was still holding her ground, but it was obvious now. She was losing. Not because of a lack of skill. No, her technique was sharp, movements graceful, and her blade sang with conviction. But skill only went so far when your opponent had a few hundred years' worth of raw power and a domain-bending reality like a spoiled child with a paper crane. The gap between their mana ranks wasn't a gap, it was a gorge, and she was close to falling in. Just as the Delahan's greatsword came swinging with enough force to cleave through reinforced alloy plating, I moved. One thought, one feather, and I was there. The transition was silent, immediate, no spell circle, no glow, no delay. My hand wrapped around Reika's waist as I spun her behind me, blade already rising to catch the Delahan's strike. The impact reverberated through my arm, but the angle held. Sparks danced like lightning bugs having a stroke. Reika stiffened in my grasp. Her face, usually composed even in chaos, turned crimson. She looked up at me, and her violet eyes bloomed into sharp, petal-like shapes. Her own unique eyes. What are you doing, master? She asked, trying to sound stern. It wasn't working. I leaned close, voice low. What were you doing? Her breath hitched. Just protecting master. There was no hesitation in her words, only resolve. No irony either, which somehow made it worse. She meant it. Fully. I blinked, then sighed. You know you can't solo him. He's near mid-immortal rank. Reika. She didn't argue. Not because she agreed, but because she had known it from the start and did it anyway. Another wave of upside-down crucifixes rained from above, angled like javelins thrown by a god having a bad day. With Reika still in my arm, I dodged through them using featherstep, flickering between black feathers like a shadow skipping across shards of broken glass. I set her down gently, my gaze steady. Never die, Reika. That's the only order that matters if you insist on calling me master. She stared for a second longer, then nodded. Understood. I turned back to the Delahan. He stood silently, head still missing, body unwavering. His armor gleamed with darkness, still cracked from earlier, but far from broken. The domain around him pulsed, each wave distorting reality with more strength than the last. Even the laws of motion were starting to fray. Falling didn't happen downward anymore. It just happened. I narrowed my eyes, my sword shifting in my grip. Astral energy coiled around it, tightening, shaping. It was time. Not for a flashy spell or even a clever trick. This one came from my master. Not the figurative one, but the old man who'd broken my bones in training and made me rebuild myself from the ground up. The one who taught me that legacy wasn't a thing you wore like a crown. It was something that weighed on your back until you either crumbled or carried it properly. I was about to show the Delahan the latter. But then, a ripple. Cold and dry, like the air before a sandstorm. Erebus manifested behind me. He wasn't supposed to, not until things got worse. But keeping Wings of Eclipse running while defending from a near mid-immortal rank domain was pushing even him past his limit. Hidden support wasn't going to cut it anymore. He stepped forward, his body a sculpture of obsidian and blood-crimson bone. His eye sockets burned like dead stars reigniting. I will hold the line, he said, his voice as low as tectonic plates shifting. You're not built to tank this one, I warned, already stepping ahead. Erebus bowed his skull slightly. I am already dead, master. This is simply maintaining the shape of that fact. Fair enough. Still, I turned back once. Stay safe, Erebus. He didn't nod. He didn't need to. He just stepped forward, bones gleaming in the flickering light, and met the Delahan's domain with one of his own. Now I had an opening. My sword hummed with coiled astral power. The attack was ready. The movement my master, the Martial King, said would suit me. He never showed it. Just an idea. A rough sketch of motion scribbled with the last of his will before he died on the sand-scattered fields of Indel Prime. He thought it would be my third movement. Maybe he was right. I didn't name it after him, though. He'd have hated that. Instead, I forged it the only way I knew how, through repetition, injury, and that nagging sense that if I didn't get it right, I wouldn't live long enough to try again. Third movement of my grade 6 sword art. Stellar Cascade. Falling stars. That was the image. Not a single, graceful meteor. No, this was the sky breaking apart. It was debris and rage and the sound of 100 promises falling from orbit. My sword was the carrier. Pure light ran through the blade like a living artery, fed by gravity, ice, earth, and space astral energy, all weaving through the core of it. The moment I stepped forward, the domain trembled. The Delahan moved to intercept, too slow. One strike, then 3, then 15. Every swing a drop from heaven. Sharp, burning. No wasted motion. No grace. Just raw celestial attrition. The blade traced afterimages through the space around him like molten trails, each one lashing into his armor with thundercrack force. The Dullahan's breastplate fractured. One pauldron shattered completely. His body was a mess of sparks and torn matter. I drove him back. The world bent under the weight of my barrage. I thought I'd hit the ceiling of what I could do. I thought I'd won. That was my mistake. The Dullahan didn't stay down. He didn't fall. His broken body knit itself back together in front of me, piece by piece. Limbs reattached. Gaps closed. The light in his hollow helm reignited with fury. No, not just fury. Power. Mana flooded the domain like a breached dam. He climbed. Mid-immortal rank. That was it. I hadn't brought him to his knees. I'd awakened him. And now I was out of time. The pressure collapsed in on me. His domain, thick, forceful, and vile, cut through the environment like a tide. All the dark feathers I'd left scattered. All the coordinates I'd laced through the field with wings of eclipse, turned inert. Snuffed out. Feather step gone. I felt the lockdown clamp over my body like a vice. He surged forward. A horizontal sweep. I barely raised my blade in time, and even then I was sent skidding back across scorched ground. My heels dug grooves in the shattered terrain. One more hit like that and a streak of violet intercepted him. Reika! She crashed into his blade with her own, taking the full brunt of the follow-up blow. Her body twisted midair, blood scattering like broken code across the air, but she recovered enough to buy me a breath. Not long. Just enough. I pushed forward. He raised his weapon again, too slow. I didn't need a blade. Not this time. I closed the distance, one step. Half a step. No step. I pressed my knuckle against his chestplate. The heat from my core surged up through my arm, loaded into the point of contact. The pressure between us shifted, momentum warped. Sixth movement of my grade 5 CQC art, 0-inch punch. Chapter 641, Dullahan 6. I raised my twin daggers, curved, black, and laced with deep dark, and cut through the first night like I was slicing through wet foil. The corruption that had once been steel parted with a whisper, and its armor clattered apart in halves, collapsing into data ash that fizzled and sparked against the cold ground beneath my boots. The deep dark hummed through my veins, satisfied with its work of severing the bonds that held corrupted matter together. The next night raised its rusted great sword, the blade weeping black ichor that steamed where it hit the ground. I could taste the wrongness in the air, corruption magic, twisted and sick. I ducked low, slashed once across the hamstring, once across the neck, and it dropped too, without drama. The familiar weight of my daggers felt reassuring as I exhaled, standing amid the ruin of twisted plate and bone. Then I looked left. And I pursed my lips. Rose and Rachel were doing their work. And by doing their work, I mean systematically disassembling every night within a 10-meter radius as if it were an exam they'd studied for and I hadn't. Both of them were a year younger than me. And both of them were stronger than me at the same mana rank. The math shouldn't have worked that way, but watching them fight was like watching someone explain a joke I'd never quite understood. Rose hovered just slightly above the ground, her long coat fluttering behind her like she didn't quite agree with gravity's attitude toward basic physics. Her gift spun outward, blooming petals of blue roses that shimmered like bent glass in a particle field. 7 circle spells coiled through her limbs like muscle memory, gravity distortion, bubbles of water, and intense pockets of wind, all stitched into spells that didn't ask reality for permission. One night raised its shield, tried to charge her. The thing had to weigh 300 pounds, moving with inexorable momentum. Rose didn't even look directly at it. One petal floated by its side. Then it wasn't there anymore. No flash, no boom, just absence. Like someone had taken an eraser to existence and got a little carried away. I felt my eye twitch. Rose made warping reality look about as difficult as brewing tea. Meanwhile, Rachel was less subtle. She moved forward, light collecting in a halo above her back like she was being powered by a nuclear heart. Her hair floated around her like she was underwater, each strand moving in currents of pure magical energy. The hammer she conjured from her magic was made of pure light, but it had the weight of something far older, like it had been carved out of ancient purpose and divine wrath. She brought it down on one of the nights. It didn't explode. It decomposed atom by atom, breaking into motes of golden dust that screamed as they left the world. The sound made my teeth ache and my deep dark recoil instinctively. Another knight leaped at her, sword raised overhead. She sidestepped with dancer's grace, swung the hammer sideways, and caved in its chest plate like she was knocking down a door she didn't like. The corpse flipped twice before skidding into the rubble where it quietly burst into white fire. I blinked. Again. Rachel took another breath and lifted her other hand, magic swirled around her fingers, forming runes that pulsed with divine authority. Lightning lanced through the sky, aimed precisely between the eyes of the next knight. It didn't just fall. It submitted whatever twisted consciousness animated it, acknowledging its fundamental wrongness before allowing itself the mercy of destruction. Ridiculous, I muttered under my breath. A group of 3 came at me next, 2 with halberds and 1 with a longsword too big for any real person to wield. I rushed in to meet them anyway, deep dark crawling up my arms like a second skin. The magic felt cold and hungry, eager to resume its work. I parried the first halberd with a dagger flick, spun past the second one, and let my momentum carry me into a low dash. My left dagger scraped along the gap in the sword knight's thigh armor, found it, and I plunged the right one into the underside of his jaw. The body spasmed, then dropped like a marionette with cut strings. But there were too many. Undead knights spilling out of the fog like cockroaches from a broken wall. Endless, armored, and armed. I twisted, dodged, slashed. I was clean, clinical, efficient. Everything my instructors had drilled into me about precision combat. But not untouchable. Rose was. She spun once, her petals orbiting her like blades on a gyroscope. A dozen knights were turned into collapsing possibilities. Another tried to sneak up behind her. She didn't turn. The petal cut it in half diagonally and both halves fell away like they'd never belonged together. Rachel took a bolt of spectral fire to the side but grunted and kept moving. She didn't retreat. She advanced. Her eyes glowed with something more than power. With conviction. And then she started chanting. I felt the mana respond. The air rippled like heat shimmer, power gathering around Rachel like a visible aura. Her next hammer strike didn't just break a knight, it vaporized a crater into the landscape behind it. A knight tried to stab her during the wind-up. She back-kicked it into a tree. The tree lost. The two of them were devastation in motion. One warping reality, the other purifying it with divine authority. And I was keeping up, I supposed. Barely. The last knight fell with a shriek that fizzled into digital ash, its helmet rolling to a stop near my boot like some final punctuation mark. All was quiet, save for the distant groaning of the battlefield and the flickering afterglow of too many spells burned too quickly. Rachel stood a few paces ahead, her hammer dissolving into particles of pure light. She turned her head slightly, brows knitting together as if some inner tension had tugged at her spine. Then she spoke. He's fighting. I blinked, still catching my breath. Who? Arthur. Her voice was soft, but certain. He's inside a domain. Rose looked up from wiping blood, real or otherwise, off her hand. Her eyes sharpened. A domain? He must be in danger even with Reka. Rachel didn't answer. She had already begun moving, her hand reaching toward her back, except there had been nothing there moments ago. And then there was. The air shimmered as she pulled it into existence, an ancient-grade artifact, one whose power even the dead might hesitate before approaching. A bow silver and gold and singing softly in a language the world had mostly forgotten. Runes scrawled along its limbs like constellations from some holy map, alive and whispering. I stared at the weapon and felt my blood go cold. The bow radiated power that made my deep dark magic cower like a frightened animal. That's... My voice cracked despite my best efforts. That's a relic of the first choir. Rachel didn't acknowledge me. She simply notched an arrow, one sculpted from pure light itself, and raised the bow toward the distant battle. The arrow had flared. She didn't fire. The domain's stopping me, she muttered. Rachel's jaw clenched. She drew the bow anyway, holding the pressure, the artifact humming louder now, almost protesting. I can't reach him. Rose exhaled. Then let's cheat. She stepped closer, lifted her palm, and pressed 2 fingers to the arrow's shaft. Her petals began to swirl again, this time not just blue. Golden hues bled into the swirl like they were being painted midair, a fusion of pure light and Rose's warped, reality-defying magic. Petals spun outward from the arrow, orbiting it like satellites. Each one was forged from Rachel's will and Rose's command of unreality, shaped into something that could touch the untouchable. The bow changed too. A new ring formed behind the string, like a ripple in time. The arrow brightened. The air buzzed with potential energy that made my bones vibrate. Together, they had made something that didn't care about domains. Rachel breathed in. Her eyes locked on the distant clash, where flickers of Arthur's swordplay and Reka's desperation sparked against the backdrop of darkness. Then she loosed. The arrow tore through the world like a falling star, reality parting before it like curtains being drawn aside. It didn't follow a normal trajectory, it curved through dimensions I couldn't perceive, guided by Rose's manipulation and powered by Rachel's divine authority. Chapter 642, Dullahan 7. Chapter 642, Dullahan 7, 6th movement of my Grade 5 Art CQC, 0-inch punch. I had to get dangerously close to the Dullahan's massive frame, close enough to smell the grave rot that clung to its ethereal form like a second skin. This technique was infinitely more difficult than even the 1-inch punch, not just because of the proximity required, but because of the sheer complexity of the mana manipulation involved. In my previous world, this had been nothing more than a parlor trick. A flashy demonstration that martial artists used to impress crowds who didn't understand the mechanics behind it. But here, in this realm where mana flowed through everything like blood through veins, the 0-inch punch became something else entirely. It became devastation condensed into a single point of contact. The technique required me to compress all my available mana into a space smaller than a pinhead, then release it in a controlled explosion at the exact moment of impact. The timing had to be perfect, too early and the energy would dissipate uselessly, too late and it would backfire into my own body. I struck. My fist connected with the Dullahan's chest plate and for a split second nothing seemed to happen. Then reality caught up with physics. The ancient armor shattered like spun glass, fragments spinning away in slow motion as the concentrated force tore through it. The creature's upper body followed suit, disintegrating completely under the focused assault. Ethereal flesh and spectral bone became nothing more than mist and memory scattered to the winds of the domain. But even as I watched the devastation unfold, I knew it wouldn't be enough. The Dullahan began to regenerate almost immediately, wisps of dark energy coalescing back into recognizable form. Muscle reformed over bone, armor knitted itself back together, and those hollow eye sockets began to glow once more with malevolent intelligence. This monster. The thought blazed through my mind as I raised my sword, my arm feeling as heavy as lead. The 0-inch punch had drained more mana than I'd anticipated, leaving me dangerously depleted in the middle of combat. I could feel exhaustion creeping through my limbs like poison, making every movement sluggish and imprecise. The Dullahan's regeneration accelerated, flesh and bone snapping back into place with wet, organic sounds that made my stomach turn. Just as the creature's torso began to solidify, the space around us fractured. Reality split like cracked glass, revealing glimpses of otherworldly light bleeding through the dimensional barriers. The domain itself seemed to recoil from whatever force was approaching, its dark energies writhing away from the growing brightness. Then a wave of pure, divine light erupted through the fractures, washing over the Dullahan like a tsunami of concentrated starlight. The creature's half-formed body didn't just dissolve, it was erased, removed from existence with such thoroughness that even the memory of its presence seemed to fade from the air. I staggered backward, shielding my eyes from the brilliant radiance. When the light finally faded, nothing remained of the Dullahan except a perfect 9-star skeleton lying pristine on the scorched ground, its bone structure radiating power even in death. The domain began to collapse around us, its anchoring point destroyed. Walls of twisted reality crumbled like sandcastles, revealing the ash-gray landscape of the territories beyond. Master. Reika's voice cut through the dissipating magical static as she rushed toward me, her usually perfect composure replaced by genuine concern. Her violet hair was disheveled, and I could see traces of exhaustion in the way she moved. She'd been channeling defensive magic this entire time, probably burning through her own reserves to keep the domain's influence from overwhelming me. Before I could respond, 3 familiar figures emerged from the settling dust, Rachel, Rose, and Callie, moving with the purposeful stride of people who'd just finished their own battle. Rachel still held that impossible bow, its golden runes slowly fading back to dormancy. Rose's coat fluttered around her like she'd forgotten to inform gravity that the fight was over. And Callie, well, Callie looked as composed as ever, though I could see the tension in her shoulders beginning to ease. Arthur? Rachel's voice carried a note of barely controlled panic as she broke into a run. Her blonde hair caught the filtered sunlight streaming through the dissipating domain, and I could see the golden flecks in her sapphire eyes blazing with worry and relief in equal measure. Rose was right behind her, auburn hair flying as she closed the distance between us. Her brown eyes were wide with concern, scanning me for injuries with the intensity of someone who'd spent the last few minutes imagining the worst possible outcomes. They reached me at the same time, and suddenly I found myself surrounded by warm hands checking for wounds, gentle fingers tracing the cuts on my arms, worried voices talking over each other in a symphony of relief and residual fear. Are you hurt? Rose's hands were already glowing with diagnostic magic, her touch sending warm tingles through my battered body. That was incredibly reckless, Rachel added, though her tone was more relief than accusatory. A domain that strong, with just the two of you. We're fine, I started to say, but Reika chose that moment to stumble slightly, exhaustion finally catching up with her. I caught her arm to steady her and immediately turned to fix her with my sternest expression. Reika, what the hell were you thinking? You burned through nearly all your mana maintaining those defensive barriers. You could have been killed. She looked up at me with those luminous violet eyes in the shape of the flower, and instead of the contrition I was expecting, she just giggled. Actually giggled like I'd told her a particularly amusing joke instead of scolding her for risking her life. Master is worried about me, she said, her voice carrying that musical quality that always made it impossible to stay angry with her for long. That makes me happy. I felt my stern expression cracking despite my best efforts. Of course I'm worried about you, you impossible woman. You're supposed to be the responsible one between us. She hummed thoughtfully, swaying slightly on her feet. But Master needed help. So I helped. Simple. Before I could launch into a proper lecture about battlefield priorities and acceptable risk assessment, Rachel stepped forward with her hands already glowing with healing magic. Let me take care of both of you, she said, her voice carrying that tone of gentle authority that brooked no argument. You're both running on fumes and we still have work to do. The healing magic felt like warm honey flowing through my veins, washing away exhaustion and mending the dozens of small cuts and bruises I'd accumulated during the fight. Rachel's touch was always precise, clinical in its efficiency but somehow still tender. I could feel my mana reserve slowly beginning to replenish as her magic worked to restore my body's natural energy flow. She moved to Reika next, her healing light washing over my companion's pale features. The violet-haired woman's exhaustion began to fade, replaced by her usual serene composure. Thank you, Reika murmured, offering Rachel a small bow that was returned with a warm smile. While Rachel worked, I walked over to where the Dullahan's remains lay scattered across the ground. The 9-star skeleton was intact, its bone structure gleaming with an inner light that spoke of immense power. 9-star materials were incredibly rare, the kind of components that master crafters would kill for. I carefully gathered the bones into my storage ring, handling each piece with the reverence it deserved. I was lucky to survive that, I admitted aloud, thinking about how close the fight had been. If you hadn't intervened when you did. But we did, Rose said firmly, moving to stand beside me. Her hand found mine, fingers intertwining with casual intimacy. That's what partners do. Callie approached from the other side, her black eyes surveying the aftermath of our respective battles with professional interest. The corruption in this area is significantly reduced, she reported. Whatever was anchoring it here, that Dullahan was probably the source. I nodded, feeling the truth of her observation. The oppressive weight that had been pressing down on this section of the Ashen territories was noticeably lighter now. The very air felt cleaner, less tainted by the necrotic energies that usually permeated these lands. One step closer to our goal, I said, looking toward the horizon where our true objective waited. The zombie crown was still out there somewhere, hidden in the deepest, most dangerous parts of the territories. But today had proven that we could handle whatever the wasteland threw at us. Rachel finished her healing work and moved to join our small circle, her presence completing the group. For a moment we all stood in comfortable silence, watching the last traces of the domain's influence fade away like morning mist. So, Rose said eventually, her voice carrying a note of anticipation. Ready to continue our tour of this delightfully cheerful landscape? I couldn't help but smile at her dry tone. Despite everything we'd just been through, despite the dangers that still lay ahead, I felt optimistic. Let's go find ourselves a crown, I said, and started walking toward the deeper territories, my partners falling into step beside me. The real adventure was just beginning. Chapter 643, Zombie Princess 1. Chapter 643, Zombie Princess 1. The Ashen territories stretched before us like a wound in the world that had never properly healed. Rachel's healing magic had done its work well. The exhaustion that had threatened to drag me down was replaced by renewed vitality. Beside me, Reka moved with her usual fluid grace, showing no signs of the mana depletion that had nearly overwhelmed her during the domain battle. Rachel's touch had been thorough, as always. Of course, we weren't at full strength, but we could move around well enough now. We'd been walking for 3 hours now, picking our way through a landscape that seemed determined to remind us that death was the natural state of things. The ground beneath our boots was a mixture of volcanic ash and bone dust, creating a peculiar texture that crunched with each step. Ancient trees, petrified by some long-forgotten catastrophe, stood like twisted sentinels against the perpetually overcast sky. Their branches reached toward the heavens in silent supplication as if frozen in the moment of their final plea for salvation. The air tasted of sulfur and regret. The corruption levels are decreasing the deeper we go, Callie observed, her black eyes scanning the horizon with professional interest. That's counterintuitive, Rose said, her auburn hair catching what little light filtered through the ash-laden clouds. Usually, corruption concentrates toward the center of these places. Unless something is actively suppressing it, Rachel added, her blonde hair seeming to glow with its own inner light against the dreary backdrop. The golden flecks in her sapphire eyes caught and reflected what little illumination existed, making her look almost ethereal in the gloom. I nodded, though my attention was only partially on their conversation. The majority of my focus was occupied by a more immediate concern, specifically the violet-haired woman walking slightly behind and to my left, maintaining the perfect distance of a bodyguard while somehow making it look like a dance. Reka. The way she moved through this desolate landscape was almost hypnotic. Where the rest of us trudged through ash and debris, she seemed to glide, her feet barely disturbing the ground. Her violet hair caught occasional glints of light, creating an ethereal halo effect that was both beautiful and somehow melancholy. Every few minutes, she would turn her head slightly to scan our surroundings, and I would catch glimpses of her profile, the elegant curve of her neck, the determined set of her jaw, the way her violet eyes seemed to hold depths that went far beyond her apparent age. She was in love with me. I knew this with the same certainty that I knew the sun would rise tomorrow, even in this forsaken place where the sky never seemed to clear. It wasn't something she'd ever said directly. Reka was far too subtle for such crude declarations. Instead, she expressed it in the way she called me master, infusing that single word with layers of meaning that made my chest tight with emotions I wasn't ready to examine. The title itself was a kind of poetry, a way of expressing devotion while maintaining plausible deniability. To anyone listening, it was simply the address of a servant to her employer. But I could hear the way her voice softened when she said it, could see the brief flash of something vulnerable in her eyes before she looked away. It was love disguised as duty, passion hidden behind propriety. And that made it troublesome. Not because I didn't care for her, quite the opposite. Reka was brilliant, deadly, loyal to a fault, and possessed of a quiet strength that never failed to impress me. She was also beautiful in a way that made me forget how to breathe properly when she smiled, which was rare enough to feel like a gift when it happened. No, the problem was that I already had Rachel, Rose, Cecilia, and Serafina, and navigating those 4 relationships required more emotional intelligence than I was entirely comfortable possessing. Adding another layer of complexity to an already delicate situation seemed like asking for trouble. You're overthinking this, Luna's voice drifted through my mind, carrying her usual tone of amused exasperation. The Chelan had been unusually quiet after the battle concluded, but apparently my internal romantic turmoil was too entertaining for her to ignore. Just tell her how you feel. It's not that simple, I responded mentally, careful not to let any of my conversation show on my face. The others were still discussing corruption patterns and about the land. Of course it is, Luna laughed, and I could practically feel her rolling her eyes. You like her, she likes you, everyone else can see it. The only person pretending this is complicated is you. I already have 4 girlfriends. Adding a 5th seems greedy? Ambitious? Perfectly normal for someone with your particular circumstances. Luna's amusement was palpable. Face it, Arthur. At the rate you're going, you'll have a 5th wife by the time you marry. The mental image that conjured me standing at some kind of altar with a line of women in wedding dresses stretching out behind me like I was collecting wives instead of fighting monsters made me shudder visibly. Master? Reika's voice was soft, concerned. She'd noticed my reaction, of course. She noticed everything. Are you unwell? Fine, I said quickly, perhaps a bit too quickly. Just thinking about tactical considerations. She nodded, accepting the explanation without question, though I caught the brief flash of something that might have been disappointment in her eyes. Or maybe I was projecting. It was becoming increasingly difficult to tell the difference. We continued walking, the landscape gradually shifting around us. The petrified trees gave way to what had once been a city, or at least, the skeletal remains of one. Broken spires reached toward the sky like accusing fingers, their surfaces blackened by whatever catastrophe had claimed this place. The streets were rivers of ash and bone, and the silence was so complete it felt almost aggressive. There, Callie said suddenly, pointing toward what had once been the city center. Do you see it? I followed her gaze and felt my heart skip a beat. Rising from the ruins like a monument to despair was a structure that defied easy description. It was part cathedral, part mausoleum, and part something else entirely, something that made my eyes water when I tried to focus on its geometry too directly. The building seemed to exist in more dimensions than it should, its walls folding in on themselves in ways that violated several laws of physics. And at its very peak, clearly visible even from this distance, was our objective. The zombie crown. It sat atop the impossible spire like a dark star, radiating malevolent energy that I could feel even from here. The artifact was smaller than I'd expected, no bigger than a real crown, but the power emanating from it was unmistakable. This was the source of the corruption that had been slowly spreading through the territories for decades, the anchor point that allowed the undead to maintain their presence in this realm. It was also exactly what I needed. Well, Rose said, her voice carrying a note of dry appreciation. That's not ominous at all. The structure appears to be some kind of dimensional fold, Rachel observed, her healing-trained eyes analyzing the building with clinical precision. Getting inside might be challenging. The real question, Callie added, is what's guarding it. Something that powerful doesn't just sit unprotected. I nodded, my mind already working through potential approaches. The crown was there, tantalizingly close but obviously dangerous to obtain. The building itself would likely be full of traps, guardians, and other unpleasant surprises. Getting to the artifact would require careful planning, precise execution, and probably more luck than I was comfortable relying on. But that was a problem for when we got closer. For now, it was enough to know that our objective was real, that it was here, and that it was obtainable. Chapter 644, Zombie Princess 2. Chapter 644, Zombie Princess 2. The impossible cathedral loomed before us, its twisted spires defying every law of architecture I'd ever learned. After hours of traversing the Ashen territories, fighting through death knights, and finally defeating that damned Delahan, we'd finally reached our destination. The dimensional folding of the structure was even more disorienting up close, walls that should have been parallel instead curved into spaces that my eyes insisted couldn't exist. The deep dark concentration has been steadily increasing since we entered the territories, Callie observed, her black eyes bright with something approaching anticipation. But here, at the epicenter, it's incredible. She was right. We'd been walking through deep dark and rich terrain for hours now, but the closer we got to this cathedral, the thicker the ambient energy became. For someone with Callie's affinity, this place had to feel like discovering a natural spring of pure power. Even I could feel it calling to the deep dark magic in my core, resonating with frequencies that made my circuits hum. Rachel lacked energy in her steps, having come to the conclusion the Death Knights and Delahan we faced were once her family's knights. I consoled her as she leaned her head against me and I rubbed her back while we continued to walk. The zombie crown sat atop the cathedral's highest spire, clearly visible even from this distance. Its obsidian surface seemed to drink in light rather than reflect it, creating a void in the visual spectrum that hurt to look at directly. Even at this range, I could feel its power. Ancient-grade artifacts had a presence that was unmistakable, a weight that pressed against the soul of anyone sensitive enough to perceive it. Ancient-grade artifacts choose their wielders, Reika said, more for the sake of completeness than because anyone needed the reminder. It was common knowledge among mages of our level. The question is whether it will accept Callie. It will, Callie said with quiet certainty, flexing her fingers as shadows coiled around them like living things. I can feel its interest. She was right, of course. In the novel, Callie became a zombie princess, so there was no doubt she would succeed here. We approached the cathedral's entrance, a wound in reality that seemed to bleed shadow into the surrounding air. The architecture defied rational analysis, existing in more dimensions than should have been possible. Stairs led upward and downward simultaneously, corridors branched into themselves, and doorways opened onto rooms that contained the passages that led to them. This place makes my head hurt, Rose muttered, her gift causing a few blue rose petals to materialize as her subconscious tried to impose some order on the chaos around us. Don't try to understand it, I advised, leading the group through passages that folded in on themselves like origami made from crystallized space. Just follow the path and trust that it leads where we need to go. The walls were covered in symbols that writhed when observed directly, script in languages that had been dead since before the First Kingdoms rose. The whole structure reeked of ancient magic and concentrated death, power that had been fermenting in deep dark energy for over a decade. As we climbed or descended or possibly moved sideways through folded space, Callie's excitement became increasingly apparent. Her usual composed demeanor was giving way to something I'd rarely seen from her, genuine anticipation. "The concentration is incredible," she said, her voice carrying notes of wonder. "It's like the entire structure is a massive deep dark focus, channeling and amplifying the ambient energy." "That's probably exactly what it is," Rachel replied, her healing-trained senses picking up on the magical currents flowing through the building. "When an archlich dies, especially one as powerful as the creature Father faced, the deep dark doesn't just dissipate. It soaks into everything nearby, transforming the environment. Creating the perfect conditions for artifacts like the zombie crown to reach their full potential," I added, understanding the implications. The crown wasn't just sitting here, it was being empowered by its environment, growing stronger with each passing year. The path spiraled upward through impossible geometries until we finally emerged into a circular chamber at the structure's peak. After the dimensional maze below, the room was almost shockingly simple, a perfect circle of black stone with a pedestal of crystallized darkness at its center. And on that pedestal sat the zombie crown. It was magnificent in a way that defied description. The crown was forged from what looked like crystallized void, its surface so dark it seemed to create holes in reality wherever light touched it. Gems that weren't quite gems were set into its band, stones that existed in the spaces between colors, reflecting hues that human language had no words for. Runes covered every surface, script written in the fundamental language of death itself. But what made it truly awe-inspiring was the power it radiated. Ancient-grade artifacts were always significant, but this one felt different. More complete, more purposeful. Like it had been waiting for exactly the right moment, the right person to fulfill its destiny. "It's calling to me," Callie said softly, her voice carrying an almost dreamy quality. "I can hear it, not with my ears, but with something deeper. It's been waiting." She stepped toward the pedestal with the confidence of someone who had finally found what they'd been searching for their entire life. There was no hesitation in her movement, no uncertainty. The deep dark energy that saturated this place, that had been building in intensity since we'd entered the territories hours ago, was singing in harmony with whatever power the crown contained. "Callie," I said quietly, though I wasn't sure if I was offering encouragement or a warning. She turned to look at me, and I saw something in her black eyes that I'd never seen before, a kind of peaceful resolution, as if she'd finally found her place in the world. "This is what I was meant for," she said simply. "The zombie crown doesn't just grant power, it transforms someone into what they were always supposed to become. And I was always meant to be more than human." Ancient-grade artifacts were known to be selective, and attempting to claim one that rejected you could result in anything from painful feedback to complete annihilation. But I could see in Callie's posture that she wasn't worried. The crown wanted her as much as she wanted it. She reached out slowly, reverently, her fingers hovering just above the obsidian surface. The air in the chamber seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the moment of contact that would change everything. When her fingertips finally touched the crown, the world exploded into darkness. Power poured from the artifact like a tsunami of liquid shadow, but instead of the violent rejection I'd half expected, its response was welcoming, almost gentle. The deep dark energy that had been building in Callie's system over hours of exposure to this environment suddenly found a focus, a purpose. The crown wasn't just accepting her, it was completing her. Callie lifted the zombie crown from its pedestal, and I watched as understanding dawned in her eyes. Ancient-grade artifacts didn't just choose their wielders, they communicated with them, sharing knowledge about their history, their purpose, their true nature. "I see," she said quietly, her voice already beginning to carry new harmonics. "The Archlich created this crown not as a tool of domination, but as a gift. A way to elevate someone beyond the boundaries of life and death. But he never found a suitable candidate," Rachel observed, understanding the implications. "No. He was too proud, too controlling. He couldn't bear the thought of sharing power, even with his own creation." Callie turned the crown over in her hands, studying its construction with newfound appreciation. "So it sat here, protected by the corrupted knights of the family that would eventually destroy him, waiting for someone worthy. And now?" Rose asked, though we all knew the answer. Callie looked at each of us in turn, her expression serious but not unkind. "Now it has found its purpose. The crown chooses to elevate me, to transform me into what this world needs, a zombie princess, a being who can bridge the gap between life and death." The implications hung in the air like a promise and a threat combined. The transformation would change Callie fundamentally, elevate her beyond mortal limitations while binding her to powers that most people couldn't even comprehend. "The preparatory rituals were completed weeks ago," she continued, referring to the complex magical work we'd done to align her spiritual essence with the necessary frequencies. "All that remains is the actual coronation." I nodded, understanding the weight of what was about to happen. "Are you ready for this?" Callie's smile was small but genuine, carrying a confidence that made something tight in my chest ease. "I've been ready since the day I first felt the deep dark respond to my will. This is just the next step." The chamber around us seemed to pulse with anticipation, the crystallized darkness beneath our feet resonating with the crown's awakening. Ancient magic stirred in the walls, responding to power that had been dormant for over a decade. Soon, the ritual would begin. Soon, Callie would be transformed into something beyond mortal comprehension, a zombie princess, a being of pure deep dark energy given form and purpose. The crown pulsed once in her hands, eager to fulfill the destiny it had been created for. In this place saturated with the death essence of an archlich surrounded by power that had been fermenting for years, the transformation would be unlike anything the world had seen. Everything was ready. All that remained was to crown a zombie princess. Chapter 645, Zombie Princess 3. Chapter 645, Zombie Princess 3. The cathedral's circular chamber responded to the zombie crown's awakening, crystallized darkness spreading outward in patterns I'd calculated months ago during the planning phase. Everything was proceeding exactly as I'd designed it. Positions, I said, my voice carrying the authority of someone who had orchestrated every detail of what was about to happen. Rose, Northern Point. Rachel, Eastern. Reka, Yolanker from the West. They moved without hesitation, trusting in the plan I'd spent weeks perfecting. This wasn't some ancient ritual we were stumbling through. This was a precisely engineered magical operation, every component selected for maximum efficiency and minimal risk. Callie, I said, meeting her black eyes as she stood in the center holding the crown. Ready? Her nod carried complete confidence in my planning. The preparatory work was thorough. Your calculations were perfect. Of course they were. I'd spent a long time researching the theoretical framework for this transformation, studying every text on zombie royalty I could find, analyzing the magical resonances required to safely elevate someone to that level of power. The risks were manageable when you understood the underlying mechanics. Rose, initiate paradox field, I commanded. We need reality to be flexible for the next few minutes. Rose closed her eyes and extended her hands. Paradox. Blue roses bloomed from nothing, their petals existing in multiple states simultaneously. Some opened while closing, others grew backward through their life cycle, and a few simply ignored causality entirely. Within seconds, the normal rules governing existence became negotiable, creating the perfect environment for a transformation that would normally be impossible. Field established, Rose reported, her voice carrying impossible harmonics. Reality is now optional as requested. Perfect. The paradox field was the first crucial component. Without it, the transformation would tear Callie apart at the molecular level. But with reality's constraints temporarily suspended, we could safely rewrite the fundamental nature of her existence. Reka, begin adaptation protocols, I said, watching as she pressed her palms together. Cursed script. Symbols materialized in the air around us, not random mystical nonsense, but specific instructions I'd helped her design. The floating script was written in the fundamental language of magic itself, commands that would restructure our magical circuits to handle the massive energy transfers about to take place. Optimization in progress, Reka reported, her voice strained but confident. Spiritual foundations reinforced according to specifications. I felt the changes immediately. My own circuits adapted, widening to accommodate the deep dark energies I'd need to manipulate during the transformation. But more importantly, I could sense Callie's magical pathways restructuring themselves, preparing for the astronomical power increase she was about to experience. Now Callie, I said, my deep dark magic already beginning to coalesce around my hands. Place the crown. The moment the zombie crown made contact with her black hair, I was ready. Dark energy exploded outward from the artifact, but instead of letting it run wild, I immediately began shaping it with my own deep dark manipulation. This was the critical moment. The crown's power needed to be guided, channeled through specific pathways to ensure Callie's transformation proceeded smoothly. I reached out with my magic, grasping the torrents of deep dark energy flowing from the crown and directing them through the patterns I calculated. The power was immense, enough to level a city block if mishandled, but I'd prepared for this. My months of brutal circuit training had been specifically designed to give me the control necessary for this operation. Steady, I said, more to myself than to Callie. She was handling her part perfectly, embracing the transformation rather than fighting it. Power flow stabilizing. The crown's energy poured through her, but under my guidance, it followed precise channels rather than causing random destruction. I could feel her mana signature climbing silver to gold to the lower reaches of ascendant rank, exactly as I'd predicted. But then something unexpected happened. A pulse of energy from Reka's position made me turn, just in time to see her own aura explode outward. The cursed script floating around her blazed with renewed intensity as her mana signature began to climb alongside Callie's. I blinked, quickly analyzing the situation. The adaptation protocols Reka had established weren't just helping Callie, they were creating a feedback loop, a magical resonance that was elevating both of them simultaneously. Interesting, I thought, adjusting my deep dark manipulation to account for this development. It wasn't what I'd planned, but it wasn't necessarily problematic either. If anything, having two mid-ascendant rank allies would be even better than one. I guided the energy flows more carefully now, ensuring that both transformations proceeded safely. Callie's elevation to zombie princess was the primary objective, but if Reka was going to be pulled along for the ride, I'd make sure she survived the process intact. The transformation reached its crescendo. Callie's body existed in multiple states simultaneously thanks to Rose's paradox field, alive and dead, mortal and eternal, flesh and spirit. The contradictions that should have torn her apart were instead making her stronger, more complete. The zombie crown settled onto her head with a sound like distant thunder, its obsidian surface merging seamlessly with her black hair. Runes blazed to life along its surface, fed by the carefully channeled deep dark energy I'd been directing. For a moment, everything was perfectly balanced. Then Callie opened her eyes. They held depths that seemed to contain entire galaxies of darkness, star-void spaces where light went to die. When she looked at me, I felt the weight of her new nature, still Callie but also something transcendent. A being who existed in the spaces between life and death, wielding power over entropy itself. Arthur, she said, her voice carrying harmonics that resonated with every deep dark practitioner in the chamber. Your planning was flawless. I allowed myself a small smile of satisfaction. Of course it was. I'd spent months calculating every variable, accounting for every possible complication. The transformation had proceeded exactly as designed, with only minor variations that had actually improved the final outcome. How do you feel? I asked, though I could already sense the answer through our shared deep dark connection. Complete, she replied, tilting her head as the crown caught the chamber's dim light. Like every moment before, this was just preparation for what I've become. I nodded, letting Rose's paradox field collapse and allowing Reika's cursed script to dissolve back into ambient mana. The magical frameworks I'd designed had served their purpose perfectly. Mid-ascendant rank, Rachel observed, her healing senses picking up on the power levels radiating from both Callie and Reika. Both of you. The resonance was an unexpected bonus, I admitted, analyzing the magical link I had sensed between Callie and Reika. But not unwelcome. Having a zombie princess with a mid-ascendant rank companion significantly improves our operational capabilities. Callie's smile was both beautiful and terrifying, her new nature lending otherworldly authority to even simple expressions. Your strategic planning never ceases to amaze me. I shrugged, as if orchestrating the creation of a zombie princess was just another day's work. It's all about understanding the underlying mechanics. Once you map out the magical resonances and account for the energy flows, the rest is just execution. Rose shook her head in bemused admiration. You say that like it's simple. Most people would consider what we just did completely impossible. Most people don't plan properly, I replied. They rely on luck and improvisation instead of careful preparation and precise execution. The truth was, this transformation represented months of meticulous planning. I'd studied every available text on zombie royalty, analyzed the magical requirements for safe elevation to ascendant rank, and designed specific roles for each of my companions' gifts. The success wasn't luck, it was the inevitable result of thorough preparation. Shall we return? Callie asked, her star-void eyes meeting mine. I believe our objectives have been completed. I nodded, already mentally cataloging the implications of what we'd accomplished. A zombie princess and 2 mid-ascendant rank allies would certainly change the strategic landscape. But that was a problem for later analysis. For now, it was enough that my plan had succeeded flawlessly. The zombie princess was born and everything had proceeded exactly as I designed it. Chapter 646, Extraction 1. Chapter 646, Extraction 1. After succeeding in turning Callie into a zombie princess, I returned to the Creighton estate with the 4 girls. The transformation had gone flawlessly, exactly as I'd planned, and now it was time to capitalize on our success. The Ashen Territories held far more valuable necromantic materials than just the zombie crown, and Rose had already demonstrated her business acumen by preparing extraction operations before we'd even returned. It's good having such a smart employee, I said as I grabbed Rose by the waist, pulling her closer in the privacy of the estate study. I do my best, she replied, leaning her head against my chest with that practiced casualness she'd perfected. Rachel was currently meeting with her father Alastair, no doubt briefing him on our expedition. Reika and Callie were elsewhere in the estate, probably adjusting to the increase in mana rank and strength, which left just me and Rose to handle the business side of our little adventure. She was sitting on my lap now, acting like she wasn't affected by our proximity as we reviewed the extraction plans spread across the mahogany desk. But I could see the telltale signs, the way her neck had flushed a delicate pink, the slight tension in her shoulders, the careful way she avoided looking directly at me when she spoke. It was adorable, really. Rose could command reality itself with her gift, could make the impossible seem routine, but put her in close contact with me and she turned into a flustered mess trying to pretend she was completely composed. The preliminary surveys indicate significant deposits of death-hard crystals in the cathedral's lower levels, she said, her voice admirably steady as she pointed to specific locations on the map. My extraction teams should be able to harvest them without disturbing the dimensional stability. I hummed in agreement, but instead of focusing on the map, I let my hand rest on her hip, thumb tracing idle patterns through the fabric of her dress. And the timeline for full extraction? Her breath caught slightly at the contact, though she tried to hide it by clearing her throat. 3 weeks, maybe 4. The magical saturation makes standard equipment unreliable, so we'll need to use specialized tools. Smart, I said, leaning forward slightly so my breath ghosted across her ear as I studied the documents over her shoulder. What about the crystallized deep dark formations we found in the outer chambers? Rose's pen hesitated for just a moment, barely noticeable unless you were watching for it. Those will require more delicate handling. The energy density could make them unstable if extracted improperly. I couldn't help but smile at how she was trying so hard to maintain professional composure while I made it increasingly difficult for her to concentrate. My free hand moved to her waist, fingers splaying across the curve of her side. You're very thorough, I murmured, letting my voice drop to that lower register I knew affected her. Always thinking 3 steps ahead. Someone has to, she replied, but her voice had taken on a slightly breathless quality that betrayed her attempt at nonchalance. You're too busy being dramatic with ancient artifacts to worry about practical concerns like profit margins and extraction logistics. I laughed softly, the sound vibrating through my chest where she was pressed against me. Is that so? And here I thought my dramatic flair was part of my charm. Your charm, she said, finally turning to look at me with those beautiful brown eyes, is considerably more subtle than your ego would suggest. Subtle? I raised an eyebrow, my hand sliding up to rest just below her ribcage. There's nothing subtle about this. Her composure cracked just slightly, a faint flush spreading from her neck to her cheeks. Arthur. Yes. I asked innocently, as if I weren't deliberately making it impossible for her to focus on the financial projections she was supposed to be reviewing. She tried to turn back to the documents, but I could see the way her hands trembled slightly as she reached for another report. The projected revenue from necromantic materials should offset the expedition costs within 6 months. That's impressive profit margins. Your business instincts really are exceptional. I thank you, she managed, though she was clearly struggling to remember what numbers she was supposed to be calculating. I let my thumb trace along her ribs, a gentle but unmistakably intimate gesture. Of course, we'll need to factor in the increased security costs. Right, security. Rose's voice was getting progressively more distracted. She fumbled with the papers, nearly dropping one before catching it. We'll need to coordinate with. She trailed off, clearly having lost track of what she was trying to say as I continued my gentle ministrations. The flush had spread to her ears now, and I could feel the way her breathing had become slightly uneven. You were saying? I prompted, enjoying the way she was coming undone despite her best efforts to maintain professional distance. I was saying that she turned in my lap to face me more directly, her brown eyes slightly unfocused. You're making it very difficult to concentrate on work. Am I? I asked with mock concern even as my hands settled more firmly on her waist. I'm just appreciating your exceptional planning skills. She gave me a look that was half exasperation, half something much warmer. Your appreciation is very distracting. I'll try to contain my enthusiasm, I said solemnly, though I made no move to actually give her more space. Rose tried valiantly to return her attention to the documents, but I could see she was fighting a losing battle. Her pen hovered over a calculation she'd already completed twice, and she kept losing track of which report she was supposed to be reviewing next. Arthur, she said finally, setting down her pen with deliberate precision. If you keep this up, we're never going to finish the quarterly projections. The projections can wait, I said, studying the way her carefully controlled expression was starting to show cracks. Besides, watching you try to pretend you're not affected is far more entertaining than reviewing extraction timelines. That did it. Something snapped in her composure, and before I could react, she turned fully in my lap and kissed me. It was supposed to be a quick, decisive gesture, probably her attempt to take control of the situation. But the moment our lips met, I could feel her resolve melting away. The kiss deepened, became less calculated and more desperate, her hands moving to grip my shoulders as if I might disappear if she didn't hold on tight enough. When we finally broke apart, she was breathing hard, her carefully styled auburn hair slightly mussed and her brown eyes wide with a mixture of satisfaction and embarrassment. There, she said, trying to sound triumphant despite the obvious flush coloring her cheeks. Now maybe we can get back to work. I couldn't help but grin at her attempt to regain control. Is that how you handle all your business meetings? The flush deepened. Only the ones where my business partner is being insufferably distracting. Insufferable. I raised an eyebrow, letting my hands settle more securely around her waist. That seems harsh. I prefer strategically focused. She rolled her eyes, but I could see the smile she was trying to suppress. You're impossible. And you, I said, leaning closer until our faces were only inches apart, are adorable when you're flustered. I am not flustered, she protested even as she unconsciously leaned into the proximity. No? I brushed a strand of auburn hair away from her face, letting my fingers trail along her cheek. Then why are you blushing? I'm not, she started to argue, then seemed to realize the futility of the denial. Instead, she just pouted, which was somehow even more endearing than her attempts at professional composure. Much better, I murmured and kissed her again. This time there was no pretense of it being a strategic move. She melted into the contact immediately, her hands sliding up to tangle in my hair as she kissed me back with an intensity that made the financial reports scattered across the desk seem utterly unimportant. When we eventually broke apart again, she rested her forehead against mine, breathing hard. The extraction reports, she said weakly, though she made no move to actually return to them. Can wait, I finished and kissed her once more for good measure. Rose sighed against my lips, finally admitting defeat. You're going to be the death of my productivity. I'll make it up to you, I promised, grinning at the way she tried to look annoyed despite the obvious contentment in her expression. You'd better, she murmured, settling more comfortably against me. Those profit margins don't calculate themselves. But neither of us made any move to return to the paperwork. Sometimes, after all, the best business decisions were the ones that had nothing to do with business at all. Chapter 647, Extraction 2. Chapter 647, Extraction 2. The financial reports lay forgotten on the desk as Rose and I lost ourselves in each other. What had started as teasing had evolved into something far more intense, our kisses becoming deeper, more urgent. Her hands had moved from my shoulders to tangle in my hair, while mine had found the small of her back, pulling her closer against me. Arthur, she breathed against my lips, her voice carrying a note I rarely heard from the composed businesswoman. There was something vulnerable in the way she said my name, something that made my chest tighten with emotions I wasn't entirely ready to examine. I responded by trailing kisses along her jawline, enjoying the way she shivered at the contact. Her carefully styled auburn hair was becoming increasingly disheveled, and I found I preferred it this way, less perfect, more real, more her. We should, she started to say, but the words dissolved into a soft gasp as I found that sensitive spot just below her ear. Her attempt at rational thought crumbled completely when I gently nipped at her earlobe. Should what? I murmured against her skin, my voice deliberately low and teasing. Should probably, Rose tried again, but her hands were doing the opposite of what her words suggested, sliding down to grip the front of my shirt as if anchoring herself to something solid in a world that had suddenly become unsteady. I pulled back just enough to look at her, taking in the sight of her flushed cheeks, her slightly swollen lips, the way her brown eyes had gone dark with something that had nothing to do with business calculations. Having trouble finishing that thought? She glared at me, though the effect was somewhat undermined by the fact that she was still pressed against me, still holding onto my shirt like a lifeline. You're insufferable when you're smug. I'm insufferable most of the time, I pointed out, leaning down to press a soft kiss to the corner of her mouth. You seem to like it anyway. I have terrible taste in men, she muttered, but she was already tilting her head to give me better access as I traced a path down her throat with lazy kisses. Terrible, I agreed against her skin, smiling at the way she arched slightly into the contact. Absolutely dreadful judgment. Her response was cut off when I found another particularly sensitive spot, replacing whatever she'd been about to say with a sound that was half sigh, half something much more interesting. Her fingers tightened in my hair, and I could feel some of the tension leaving her body as she finally stopped fighting the moment and just let herself feel. My hands had somehow found their way to the buttons of her blouse, though I didn't remember making the conscious decision to put them there. Rose didn't seem to mind. If anything, she pressed closer, her own fingers working at the collar of my shirt with a determination that suggested she'd abandoned any pretense of stopping this before it went too far. The rational part of my brain tried to point out that we were in the estate study, that anyone could walk in, that this was exactly the kind of complication Rose had been trying to avoid. But that voice was getting quieter by the moment, drowned out by the sound of Rose's breathing and the way she whispered my name when I did something she particularly enjoyed. I was just considering whether the desk could support both our weights when a knock at the door shattered the moment like glass. We both froze, Rose's hands still tangled in my shirt, mine still resting on the partially undone buttons of her blouse. For a heartbeat, neither of us moved, both hoping that whoever it was would simply go away and leave us to our increasingly compromising situation. Master? Reika's voice came through the door, polite but persistent. Are you available? I have some questions about the extraction operations. Rose's eyes went wide with panic. In one fluid motion, she practically launched herself off my lap, landing on the couch across from the desk with a grace that would have been impressive if it hadn't been so obviously motivated by sheer terror at being caught in a compromising position. I took a moment to straighten my shirt and run a hand through my hair, trying to look like I hadn't just been in the middle of what could generously be called intimate business negotiations. Rose was frantically attempting to smooth down her hair and button her blouse, her movements quick and slightly panicked. Come in, I called, proud of how normal my voice sounded despite the fact that my heart was still racing for more than just the interrupted makeout session. The door opened and Reika stepped inside with her usual serene composure. She was wearing a simple black dress that somehow managed to look both elegant and practical, her violet hair pulled back in a neat arrangement that made her look every inch the proper lady's companion she'd once pretended to be. But the moment she entered the room, her violet eyes took in the scene with the kind of analytical precision that missed nothing. Her gaze moved from me to Rose to the slightly scattered papers on the desk, and I could practically see her cataloging every detail: Rose's still flushed cheeks, my slightly mussed hair, the way we were sitting suspiciously far apart despite having been working together moments before. Oh, Reika said, her voice carrying a note of polite curiosity that somehow managed to sound knowing. I hope I'm not interrupting anything important. Not at all, I said smoothly, gesturing to the papers on the desk as if they were the most fascinating things in the world. We were just reviewing the financial projections for the Ashen Territories extraction operation. Rose nodded a bit too enthusiastically. Yes, paperwork, she said, her voice coming out several octaves higher than normal. Just boring old paperwork. Numbers and profit margins and business things. The silence that followed was deafening. Reika's eyebrows rose almost imperceptibly, the only sign that she found Rose's explanation less than convincing. I, meanwhile, had to bite the inside of my cheek to keep from laughing at the sheer absurdity of Rose's attempt at casual deception. Paperwork, Reika repeated, her tone perfectly neutral. How productive? Rose's face somehow managed to turn an even deeper shade of red. Very productive, she squeaked. Lots of productivity. I decided to take pity on her before she managed to dig herself any deeper. What questions did you have about the extraction operations? I asked Reika, successfully drawing attention away from Rose's increasingly creative destruction of the English language. Reika's attention shifted to me, though I caught the slight smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. I was wondering about the security arrangements for the extraction teams. Given the magical saturation in the area, standard protective measures might not be sufficient. It was a legitimate question and one that required actual thought rather than the kind of distracted half-attention I'd been giving to business matters for the past hour. I settled back in my chair, grateful for the excuse to focus on something other than the way Rose was still trying to subtly fix her hair. You're right to be concerned, I said, my mind shifting back into strategic mode. The deep dark saturation would be annoying to deal with. We could ask for the exosuits the Creighton family has. As we discussed the technical details of safely extracting valuable materials from a magically saturated environment, I couldn't help but notice the way Reika's eyes occasionally flicked between Rose and me. Rose, meanwhile, had gradually relaxed as the conversation moved away from whatever euphemisms she'd been trying to use for making out on the desk. She was back in her element now, discussing profit margins and operational logistics with the kind of focused competence that had made Vauquert one of the most successful companies in the empire. But I caught the way she occasionally glanced at me when she thought I wasn't looking, a lingering warmth in her brown eyes that suggested our productivity session hadn't been entirely forgotten. I think we have enough information to begin preliminary planning, Reika said eventually, apparently satisfied with our discussion of security protocols and extraction timelines. I'll coordinate with the advanced teams to ensure everything is properly prepared. She moved toward the door, then paused, turning back with that same barely there smile. Oh, and Arthur? You might want to fix your collar. It's a bit disheveled. And with that devastating observation, she slipped out of the room, leaving Rose and me alone with the echo of her gentle amusement and the sudden realization that we'd been far less subtle than we'd thought. Rose buried her face in her hands with a groan. She knows. She definitely knows, I agreed, reaching up to adjust my collar. Though I have to say, your paperwork explanation was particularly convincing. Shut up, Rose mumbled into her hands. I panicked. I noticed, I said, grinning despite myself. Very professional. I'm sure she believed every word. Rose peeked at me through her fingers, glaring with the kind of embarrassed indignation that only made her more endearing. This is all your fault. My fault. I protested. You're the one who kissed me first. You're the one who made it impossible to concentrate on actual work. And you're the one who suggested we do paperwork while sitting in my lap, I pointed out reasonably. She groaned again, flopping back against the couch cushions. We're never going to live this down. Probably not, I agreed cheerfully. Though I have to say, as interrupted moments go, that was pretty spectacular. Rose buried her face in her hands again, the embarrassment clearly too much for her to handle. I can't. I need to. She stood up abruptly, gathering the scattered papers in her arms with jerky, flustered movements. I'm going to finish these reports in my room, where there are locks, and privacy, and no interruptions. She shot me one final glare that was equal parts mortification and accusation. This is entirely your fault, Arthur Nightingale. And with that declaration, she hurried out of the study, clutching the financial documents to her chest like a shield against further embarrassment. The door clicked shut behind her with perhaps more force than strictly necessary. I couldn't help myself, I started laughing. The entire situation was too absurd, from Rose's panicked leap to the couch to her high-pitched paperwork explanation to her dramatic exit. The mental image of her trying to explain productivity while looking like she'd just been thoroughly kissed was going to amuse me for weeks. My laughter was still echoing in the study when I heard the door open again. I expected Rose to storm back in with some cutting remark about my amusement at her expense, but instead, Reika slipped quietly back into the room. Master, she said softly, her violet flower eyes meeting mine with that serene composure she wore like armor. But there was something else in her expression, something warmer, more personal than her usual professional demeanor. Reika, I said, my laughter fading as I took in her presence. She moved with that peculiar grace she'd always possessed, each step deliberate and fluid. Did you forget something? Instead of answering immediately, she approached my chair with measured steps. There was something different about her posture now, something that made me pay closer attention. The elevation to mid-ascendant rank had changed her in subtle ways. There was an otherworldly quality to her movements now, a sense of existing slightly apart from normal reality. I wanted to speak with you privately, Reika said, her voice carrying those new harmonics that had developed after her power increase. Before I could ask what she meant, Reika knelt down beside my chair and gently placed her head in my lap. Master, she said softly, her voice carrying a note of contentment that made my chest tighten. I've been good, haven't I? Don't I deserve a reward? Chapter 648, Extraction 3. Chapter 648, Extraction 3. The warmth of Master's lap beneath my cheek was exactly as I remembered it, comforting, safe, home. I closed my eyes and allowed myself this moment of perfect contentment, my violet hair spilling across his knees like moonlight. The familiar scent of him, that unique combination of strength and gentleness that was purely Arthur Nightingale, filled my senses and made my chest tight with emotions I'd been carrying for so long. I've been good, haven't I? The words had slipped out so naturally, so easily. Just like before, when I'd knelt beside his chair in this very study and made what I thought was such a selfish, embarrassing request. I remembered how my heart had hammered in my chest that day, how I'd been certain he would refuse, push me away, remind me of my place. Instead, he'd surprised me. He'd known. Somehow, my wonderful, perceptive master had understood exactly what I needed before I'd even finished asking. His hand had found my hair, fingers threading through the violet strands with such gentle care that I'd nearly wept from the simple joy of it. The way he'd petted me, stroked my hair while I knelt beside him, it had been everything I'd dreamed of and more. That memory made warmth bloom in my chest even now. He'd called my request honest back then. Said there was nothing wrong with wanting comfort, with seeking the touch of someone who cared about me. But what I wanted now, what I truly wanted to ask for, that was so much more complicated. His heart. The thought whispered through my mind like a prayer and a curse combined. That was what I really wanted, wasn't it? Not just these stolen moments of affection, not just the privilege of kneeling at his side. I wanted his love. I wanted to mean to him what he meant to me, everything. But how could I ask for something so impossible? I thought of the others, the ones who already held pieces of his attention. Princess Cecilia Slay Mark with her brilliant tactical mind and powerful chaotic magic. Princess Seraphina Zenith, genius swordswoman. Princess Rachel Creighton, radiant and the future saintess. And Rose Springshaper, the Marquis's daughter whose business acumen and fierce independence had earned his respect in ways I could only dream of. For remarkable women. For who belonged in his world of politics and power, who could stand beside him as equals. What was I compared to them? A weapon. That's all I'd ever been trained to be. And not even a particularly impressive weapon anymore. My master was far above me in strength. The elevation to mid-ascendant rank had changed me, yes. Made me stronger, more capable. But it hadn't changed the fundamental truth of what I was. I was good at killing things, at following orders, at serving without question. I wasn't a princess born to rule or a brilliant businesswoman who could navigate the complexities of empire building. I was just Reka, the assassin who'd been lucky enough to find redemption in Arthur's service. He deserves better than someone who can only offer devotion, I thought, even as I treasured the feeling of being close to him. He deserves someone who can challenge him, inspire him, stand as his equal rather than kneeling at his feet. The rational part of my mind knew this. Accepted it even. I should be grateful for what I had, his trust, his care, his protection. I should content myself with these moments and ask for nothing more. Perhaps I could request another head pat or permission to sleep in his room when nightmares plagued me. Simple things. Safe things. I opened my mouth to voice some lesser request, to ask for something appropriately modest for someone in my position. But before I could speak, Master's hand found my chin, tilting my face up to meet his gaze. Reka, he said softly, and there was something in his voice that made my heart skip. Tell me what you really want. The words hit me like a physical blow. I stared up at him, silver eyes wide with surprise and something very close to panic. How did he always know? How did he always see straight through to the heart of things I tried so desperately to hide? Master, I started, then stopped, my courage failing me. I don't know what you mean. His blue eyes were steady on mine, patient but unyielding. Yes, you do. And I think we both know it's not another head pat you're hoping for. Heat flooded my cheeks. Of course he knew. This was Arthur Nightingale, the man who'd seen through my disguise as a lady's companion, who'd unraveled my carefully constructed lies with nothing but observation and intuition. Did I really think I could hide the depth of my feelings from him? I can't, I whispered, my voice barely audible. It's not. I shouldn't. Reka. His hand moved from my chin to cup my cheek, thumb brushing across my skin with heartbreaking gentleness. Tell me. The simple command, spoken with such quiet authority, nearly broke my resolve entirely. But the practical part of my mind rallied, throwing up every defense I'd carefully constructed. Master, you have 4 incredible women who care for you, I said quickly, the words tumbling out in a rush. Princesses who can stand beside you as equals, who can help you build anything. And Rose, brilliant and capable and perfect for you in every way. What could I possibly offer that they can't? You're just what? He interrupted, and there was an edge to his voice now that made me fall silent. Just someone who's been by my side through everything? Just someone who's shown me loyalty and devotion that never wavers? Just someone whose happiness matters to me more than you seem to think it should. I blinked up at him, stunned by the intensity in his expression. Master. I know what you want to ask me, Reka, he said softly. And I want you to know that whatever you're afraid of, whatever you think disqualifies you from deserving happiness, you're wrong. The certainty in his voice made something crack open in my chest. All the careful walls I'd built, all the rational arguments about my place and worth, suddenly felt fragile as spun glass. I know you're afraid, he continued, his thumb still tracing gentle patterns on my cheek. But I'm asking you to be brave for me. Just this once. Tell me what you really want. The silence stretched between us, heavy with possibility and terror in equal measure. I could feel my carefully constructed restraint crumbling, piece by piece, under the weight of his patient attention. Your heart, I whispered finally, the words so quiet I wasn't sure he'd heard them. I want your heart, Master. I want to love you the way I've always loved you, but more. I want to be more than just your weapon, more than just someone who kneels at your feet. My voice broke slightly. I want to matter to you the way you matter to me. The confession hung in the air between us like something fragile and precious. I kept my eyes fixed on his face, searching desperately for some sign of his reaction, terrified of what I might see there. What I saw was a smile. Slow, warm, and so full of affection that it took my breath away. Reka, he said, his voice soft with something that sounded remarkably like wonder. You beautiful, impossible woman. Did you really think I didn't know? Did you think I couldn't see how much you mean to me? Before I could process his words fully, his hand was threading through my hair, tilting my head up as he leaned down. His lips met mine in a kiss that was everything I'd dreamed of and nothing I'd dared hope for. Gentle at first, almost questioning, then deeper as I responded with all the desperate love I'd been holding back for so long. When we finally broke apart, I was dizzy with joy and disbelief and a happiness so intense it felt like it might consume me entirely. I love you too, he murmured against my lips, and I thought my heart might actually stop. I have for longer than you know. I laughed then, or maybe sobbed, I couldn't tell the difference anymore. All I knew was that Arthur Nightingale, my master, my everything, loved me back. And for the first time in my life, I felt truly worthy of standing in his light. Chapter 649, Extraction 4. Chapter 649, Extraction 4. It was a very heartwarming moment. And cute too. Rekha had become a bit guarded and serious over the months, so to see she had such an adorable side was refreshing. Her kissing style was endearingly innocent, her lips eagerly seeking out mine as she trembled from every touch, like she couldn't quite believe this was really happening. Finally, we stopped kissing and our eyes met. Her eyes were always so dazzling, in the shape of violet flowers that took my breath away. Those unique irises seemed to shimmer with emotions she was still learning how to express. Master, I have something to do. Rekha stammered, her face flushed the most beautiful shade of pink I'd ever seen. She scrambled out of the room with such haste that she nearly tripped over her own feet, and I had to hold back a laugh at how utterly adorable she was being. Wife 5 captured, Luna commented in my mind with what I could only describe as smug satisfaction, making me cough into my fist. Things happen, I muttered under my breath, trying to ignore the knowing amusement radiating from my bond with the Chelan. Luna said, and I could practically hear her rolling her eyes. I suppose for someone like you, getting 5 wives is just natural, huh? What's next? Are you going to accidentally seduce the Empress herself? I ignored the increasingly sarcastic Chelan in my head as I exhaled slowly. That was the easy part, I realized. I liked Rekha and she liked me. The confession had been beautiful, natural, right? Now came the hard part, telling the 4 other girls. I hope it wouldn't be too difficult to explain. After all, they'd been understanding about sharing my attention so far. Surely adding one more person to the mix wouldn't cause too much drama. Of course, as they say, hopes do a wonderful little thing. They meet reality with all the subtlety of a runaway carriage. Arthur, Rachel said slowly, her voice carrying that dangerous edge that immediately put me on high alert. Please, could you repeat that for me once more? I was currently in the estate's sitting room with Rachel and Callie. Rekha and Rose had departed for the Ashen territories that morning to oversee the extraction process with the employees from both Ouroboros and Vakert who had traveled all the way here. Which left me alone to face this particular conversation. Why was Callie here, you might ask? Simple strategy. I needed a human shield, and what better option than a zombie princess who was technically already dead and therefore theoretically harder to kill again. Callie, for her part, seemed to be enjoying the show immensely. She was lounging in an armchair with the kind of relaxed posture that suggested she was settling in for quality entertainment. Her dark eyes glittered with barely contained mirth as she watched the proceedings unfold. I like Rekha, I said to Rachel, trying to keep my voice steady and confident. I want to date her. Rachel blinked once. Twice. Then slowly she smiled. It was a brilliant smile, worthy of the future saintess she was destined to become, radiant, beautiful, absolutely breathtaking. Of course, that assessment only held true if you focused solely on her lips. When you looked at her eyes, well, that was an entirely different story. Rachel hummed thoughtfully, the sound carrying dangerous undertones. Then, in that voice that usually made my heart race for entirely different reasons, she called my name, Arthur. Usually, her sensual, light, silky voice would send pleasant shivers down my spine when she said my name. Oh, I did get shivers down my spine this time. Just for an entirely different and significantly more concerning reason. You see, Rachel said as she rose gracefully from her seat, clapping her hands together with the kind of deliberate cheerfulness that immediately set off every alarm bell in my head, I was actually preparing something very cute for you. She pulled out her phone with a flourish, her smile growing wider by the second. Could you help me choose the design? Is it a dress? I wondered hopefully. Maybe she was planning some kind of romantic outfit for our next date. That would be nice and normal and not at all threatening to my continued well-being. Then my eyes focused on her phone screen and I froze completely. I said carefully, my voice suddenly much higher than usual, is that a cage for your phoenix? The image on her screen was indeed a cage. Golden, ornate, beautifully crafted, and decidedly human-sized. Oh no, Rachel said with an innocent tilt of her head that fooled absolutely no one in the room, my Aurelius is a free spirit. He would never tolerate being caged. My eyes wandered slightly from her phone and I noticed she was holding something else in her other hand, something that looked suspiciously like a set of golden shackles. For the sake of my sanity and continued mental health, I decided to ignore that particular detail entirely. I did not see that, I thought desperately. You absolutely did, Luna commented with unhelpful glee. And might I add, those look like they're inscribed with some very interesting runes. Binding runes, if I'm not mistaken. It's for you, Rachel said sweetly, her smile growing wider as the golden flecks in her brown eyes increased in luminosity. After all, a man like you should be properly secured, don't you think? It's only fair. The silence that followed was deafening. Even Callie had stopped lounging and was now sitting forward with obvious interest, clearly deciding that this conversation had taken a turn worth paying attention to. Rachel, I said slowly, trying to project calm reasoning while internally panicking, I understand you might be concerned about the situation. But I think we should talk about this rationally. Oh, I'm being perfectly rational, Rachel replied, her voice maintaining that dangerous sweetness. I've done extensive research into the most effective methods of ensuring loyalty and preventing wandering. She tapped her phone screen, and I really didn't want to know what other images she had saved there. The cage is spacious, she continued conversationally as if discussing the weather. Comfortable bedding, proper ventilation, regular feeding times. I think you'd find it quite accommodating. Callie made a choking sound that might have been suppressed laughter. When I shot her a desperate look for support, she just shrugged and mouthed good luck with obvious amusement. Rachel, I tried again, you know I care about you. Adding Reka to our arrangement doesn't change how I feel about you. For a moment, something vulnerable flickered across her features. The dangerous smile softened slightly, and I caught a glimpse of the uncertainty she was hiding beneath all the threatening jokes. I know, she said quietly, her voice losing some of its edge. I know you care about all of us. It's just, she gestured helplessly with her phone. It's getting a bit crowded, don't you think? 5 of us now. Sometimes I wonder if there's enough of you to go around. The honest admission hit me harder than all her teasing threats combined. I stood up and crossed to her, gently taking the phone from her hands and setting it aside. Then I cupped her face in my palms, forcing her to meet my eyes. Rachel, I said seriously, you're not interchangeable to me. None of you are. What I feel for you is unique, special. It doesn't get diminished just because I care about others too. She searched my face for a long moment, those beautiful brown eyes studying me intently. Then, slowly, the tension began to leave her shoulders. You're sure? She asked softly. You're sure you won't get tired of dealing with all of us? We can be quite a handful. I couldn't help but smile at that. Trust me, I've noticed. And no, I won't get tired of you. Any of you. Rachel sighed, a sound that was half exasperation and half fondness. Fine, she said, though her lips were already curving into a more genuine smile. I suppose if it makes you happy, then I'm happy too. Even if it is terribly unfair that you get to collect beautiful women like some kind of romantic trophy case while we have to share. I hardly think it's that simple, I protested, but she was already rising on her tiptoes to silence me with a kiss. This kiss was different from the one I'd shared with Reka, where hers had been sweet and tentative, Rachel's was confident and demanding. She kissed like she did everything else, with passion and determination and just a hint of possessiveness that made my heart race. Her arms wound around my neck, pulling me closer as she deepened the kiss. I responded instinctively, my hands finding her waist and drawing her against me. The taste of her, the warmth of her body pressed against mine, it was intoxicating in a way that made me forget everything else. Ahem. The pointed cough from across the room made us both freeze. Slowly, reluctantly, we broke apart and turned to find Callie watching us with raised eyebrows and an expression of exaggerated patience. Did you two forget I was still in the room? She asked dryly. Because while I'm sure this is very romantic for you, it's getting a bit awkward for the audience. Rachel's face flushed bright red, the confident seductress from moments before replaced by a mortified young woman who'd just been caught making out in front of company. She buried her face against my shoulder with a muffled groan of embarrassment. Callie, I said firmly, don't you have somewhere else to be? The zombie princess grinned, clearly enjoying our discomfort. Not particularly. This is much more entertaining than anything else happening around here. Go find something to do, I ordered, making shooing motions with my free hand while keeping the other arm protectively around Rachel's still blushing form. Callie clicked her tongue in disappointment but rose from her chair with exaggerated reluctance. Fine. But you owe me for this interruption. I was just getting to the good part. She sauntered toward the door, pausing just long enough to add, try to keep it down, would you? Some of us are trying to maintain our dignity around here. The door closed behind her with a soft click, leaving Rachel and me alone once more. The moment stretched between us, charged with possibility and the lingering heat of our interrupted kiss. Now, where were we? I murmured, tilting Rachel's chin up to meet my eyes. Her embarrassment was already fading, replaced by something warmer and more inviting. I believe you were in the process of making it up to me for adding another girl to your collection, she said with a smile that was pure trouble. I was just leaning down to resume our kiss when a voice echoed through the estate with enough force to rattle the windows. Arthur Nightingale? Chapter 650, Extraction 5. Chapter 650, Extraction 5. The sitting room door burst open with enough force to make both Rachel and me jump apart, our romantic moment shattered like glass against stone. Rose Springshaper stood in the doorway, her auburn hair slightly disheveled from what must have been a very hasty return journey from the Ashen Territories. Her brown eyes blazed with an anger I'd rarely seen from the usually composed businesswoman. Arthur Nightingale, she said again, her voice carrying the kind of controlled fury that was somehow more intimidating than Rachel's earlier threats. We need to talk. Now. Rachel instinctively moved closer to me, her hand finding my arm in a gesture that was part protective, part possessive. Rose, what's wrong? Did something happen at the extraction site? Rose's gaze flicked to Rachel, then back to me, and I could see her taking in our slightly mussed appearances, the way we were standing close together, the lingering tension in the air that spoke of interrupted intimacy. Oh, the extraction is going perfectly fine, Rose said with the kind of sharp smile that made me wince. The equipment is working beautifully, the teams are efficient, and the profit margins are exceeding all projections. No, my issue isn't with business, Arthur. My issue is with the fact that I had to learn about your new romantic entanglement from Reka herself. I felt my stomach drop. Rose, I can explain. Can you? She interrupted, stepping fully into the room and closing the door behind her with deliberate care. Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you made a rather significant decision about our arrangement without bothering to inform the people it affects. Rachel shifted uncomfortably beside me. Rose, it's not like that. Arthur was just telling me. After the fact, Rose pointed out, her attention laser-focused on me. Weren't you, Arthur? You confessed to Reika, accepted her confession, and then came to tell us about it afterward. The accusation hung in the air, and I realized she was absolutely right. In my excitement about Reika's confession, in the warmth and joy of that moment, I'd acted first and thought about the consequences later. I'd made a decision that affected all of us without consulting anyone. You're right, I said quietly, and Rose's eyebrows rose slightly at my immediate admission. I should have talked to all of you first. I should have been more considerate of everyone's feelings. Yes, you should have, Rose agreed, though some of the fire was already leaving her voice. Arthur, I don't have a problem with you caring about Reika. She's wonderful, and honestly, anyone with eyes could see how she feels about you. But the way you handled it. She ran a hand through her hair, a gesture of frustration I recognized from our business meetings when particularly obtuse clients tested her patience. We're not just your romantic interests, Arthur, she continued, her voice softer now but no less serious. We're partners in this, whatever this is we're building together. When you make unilateral decisions about our relationships, it makes us feel like we don't have a voice in our own lives. The guilt hit me like a physical blow. She was absolutely right, and the worst part was that I should have known better. Rose, Rachel, Cecilia, Serafina, they were all strong, independent women who deserved to be treated as equals, not just informed of decisions after they'd already been made. I'm sorry, I said, meaning it completely. You're absolutely right. I got caught up in the moment and forgot that this affects all of us. It won't happen again. Rose studied my face for a long moment, searching for sincerity. Whatever she saw there seemed to satisfy her because her rigid posture began to relax. Good, she said with a nod. Because honestly, Arthur, adding Reika to our little group makes perfect sense. She's been part of your inner circle and she clearly adores you. I'd have to be blind not to see how happy you make each other. Rachel looked between us with something like amazement. Wait, that's it? You're not going to threaten him with financial ruin or demand he sign a contract promising equal time distribution? Rose looked genuinely puzzled by the question. Why would I do that? Arthur made a mistake in how he handled the situation. He acknowledged it and apologized, and he's promised to do better. What more is there to discuss? I showed him pictures of cages, Rachel admitted with a blush. You did what? Rose stared at her in disbelief. Rachel, please tell me you weren't seriously considering actually caging him. It was just a joke. Rachel protested, though her blush deepened. Mostly. I mean, the research was real, but I wasn't actually going to. She trailed off under Rose's incredulous stare, and I couldn't help but smile at the interaction. Leave it to Rose to make Rachel's earlier threats seem completely absurd just by treating them as such. You two are ridiculous, Rose said, but there was fondness in her voice now. Arthur, next time you want to add someone to our relationship, just talk to us first. We're reasonable people, well, most of us are reasonable, she added with a pointed look at Rachel. I will, I promised. And Rose? Thank you for being understanding about this. She smiled then, the first genuine smile I'd seen from her since she'd stormed into the room. Arthur, I care about you. All I want is to be treated like a partner, not just someone to be informed of your decisions after the fact. As long as you can manage that, I think we'll be just fine. The tension in the room finally began to dissipate, and I felt myself relaxing for the first time since Rose had burst through the door. Crisis averted, lesson learned, and everyone was on the same page. This was going much better than I'd dared to hope. Now then, Rose continued, settling into one of the chairs with the air of someone ready to move on to other matters, we should probably discuss how to tell Cecilia and Serafina. They're going to want to know, and I'd rather they hear it from us than through gossip. Agreed, I said, already dreading those conversations. If Rachel's reaction had been threatening and Rose's had been reasonably angry, I could only imagine what the princesses might say. Before we could begin planning that particular diplomatic nightmare, however, a knock at the door interrupted us. The sound was polite but firm, carrying an undertone of urgency that immediately put me on alert. Come in, I called. The door opened to reveal Marcus, one of the estate's senior staff members, looking slightly out of breath as if he'd been hurrying. Master Arthur, he said with a bow, forgive the interruption, but you have a visitor. His Majesty is here and requests an immediate audience with you. He says it's a matter of some urgency. I felt Rachel tense beside me at the mention of her father. Alastair Creighton, the king of the northern continent, was not the type of man to make casual social calls. If he was here and if he was requesting an immediate audience, then something significant was happening. Did he say what this was about? I asked, though I suspected Marcus wouldn't have much additional information. No, sir. He simply said that time was of the essence and that you would understand the importance once you spoke with him. I exchanged glances with Rachel, who looked as puzzled as I felt. Her relationship with her father was complicated at best, and his sudden appearance at my estate was definitely unexpected. Very well, I said, standing and straightening my clothes. Tell His Majesty I'll be with him shortly. Marcus bowed again and departed, leaving the three of us alone with a new tension in the air. Chapter 651, An Overdue Reward. Chapter 651, An Overdue Reward. I made my way through the estate's corridors toward the grand reception hall, my mind racing through possible reasons for Alastair's sudden visit. While the king of the northern continent dropping by unannounced was unusual, it wasn't entirely unprecedented. Alastair had always been more of a mentor and father figure to me than just Rachel's father, especially after everything we'd been through together. Still, the request for an immediate audience suggested this wasn't just a social call. When I entered the hall, I found Alastair standing near the massive windows overlooking the estate grounds, his hands clasped behind his back. Even in casual moments like this, he carried himself with the natural authority of someone born to rule. His silver hair caught the afternoon light, and when he turned at my approach, those familiar deep blue eyes, so like Rachel's yet somehow more weathered by years of kingship, lit up with genuine pleasure. "Arthur," he said warmly, crossing the room to clasp my shoulder in the kind of greeting reserved for family. "Look at you, getting taller every time I see you. Pretty soon you'll be looking down at this old king." I grinned, the familiar banter immediately putting me at ease. "I think we both know you stopped being old the day you decided to stay in fighting shape, Alastair." He gestured toward a pair of comfortable chairs arranged near the windows. "Come sit. I have something long overdue to discuss with you." We settled into the chairs and I waited patiently. I'd learned over the years that when Alastair had something important to say, it was best to let him get there in his own time. "Tell me," he began, leaning back in his chair, "do you remember what I promised if you managed to beat Lucifer at the Sovereign's tournament? You remember what I offered you? You offered an ancient-grade artifact as the staff of my lich," I said, recalling that particular conversation. "However, I got another staff before since I wanted to make my lich before the tournament." "You did," Alastair confirmed. "You were always so ambitious after all. However, that doesn't mean I can't give you a reward regardless." He stood and moved toward a large, ornately carved case I'd noticed but hadn't really focused on. It bore the royal seal of the Creighton family and looked like it contained something significant. "But," he continued, his voice taking on a more formal tone, "I realized recently that I never properly rewarded you for what you did. For my family. For Rachel." "Alastair," I said carefully, "you don't owe me anything. What I did because it was right, not because I expected." "Because you expected nothing," he interrupted, turning back to face me with an expression that was part pride, part exasperation. "That's exactly why you deserve everything." He opened the case with reverent hands, and I felt my breath catch at what was revealed inside. The most magnificent piece of armor I had ever seen lay nestled in custom-fitted padding. It wasn't traditional plate mail or even the advanced magical gear I was familiar with. This was something else entirely, sleek and form-fitting, with lines that seemed to flow like water while suggesting incredible strength. The surface had an almost organic quality, as if it were alive and waiting. "An ancient-grade artifact exosuit," Alastair announced, his voice filled with unmistakable pride. "Commissioned specifically for you. It took an ancient-grade armor artifact at its base and I modified it for you." I stared at the armor, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. Ancient-grade artifacts were incredible. I had 2 of them, but this was more than that. "Customized." "Alastair," I managed, my voice barely above a whisper. "I commissioned it 3 months after you beat Lucifer," he admitted, moving to stand beside the case. "It's taken nearly 3 years to complete. The base artifact is called Mithrite." He gestured toward the exosuit with obvious pride. "The magical circuits are powered by a core containing crystallized starlight and contain enchantments for enhanced strength, speed, magical resistance, and autonomous repair capabilities. The neural interface will bond with your magical signature and respond to your thoughts as naturally as your own reflexes." My mind reeled as I tried to process the implications of what he was describing. The resources, time, and expertise required for such a project would be staggering, even for a king. "But why now?" I asked, looking up at him. "You've had this for months. Why choose today to give it to me?" Alastair's expression grew knowing, and I caught a glimmer of the same mischievous intelligence that Rachel had inherited. "Because, my dear boy, you're about to need it more than ever." "What do you mean?" "Arthur," he said, settling back into his chair, "you've just added a 5th young woman to your rather impressive collection of romantic interests. You're connected to royal families across multiple continents. You're building something significant, something that's going to reshape the political landscape whether you intend to or not." His expression grew more serious. "And that means you're going to acquire enemies. Powerful ones. People who will see you as a threat to the established order or who will want to use you for their own purposes." The weight of his words settled over me like a heavy cloak. I'd been so focused on managing my personal relationships that I hadn't fully considered the broader political implications of my situation. "The armor isn't just protection, Arthur," Alastair continued. "It's a statement. A declaration that you have allies who believe in you and are willing to invest in your future. It will grow with you as your power develops, adapting and enhancing your abilities as needed." I stood and approached the case, my hands hovering over the armor without quite touching it. Up close, I could see the incredible detail work, the way the magical circuits seemed to pulse with their own inner light. "I don't know what to say," I admitted. "Say you'll accept it," Alastair said simply. "Say you'll use it to protect yourself and the people you care about. Say you'll remember that no matter how powerful you become, you'll always have a home in the northern continent." I looked at this man who had been mentor, ally, and father figure all rolled into one and felt my throat tighten with emotion. "Thank you," I said, meaning it with every fiber of my being. "For everything. Not just the armor, but for believing in me when I wasn't sure I believed in myself." Alastair's smile was radiant. "That's what family does, Arthur." His lips continued to smile, but his eyes changed as shivers went down my spine. "Now then," Alastair said, his voice maintaining that same casual, conversational tone, "shall we talk about why my lovely daughter was searching for people to make cages?" Chapter 652, A Father's Lesson, 1. Chapter 652, A Father's Lesson. 1. Alastor's smile remained warm and paternal as he gazed at Arthur, the young man he'd come to regard as a son. But then, as if a switch had been flipped somewhere deep in his mind, something shifted in his expression. The warmth didn't disappear entirely, but it took on a different quality, like sunlight glinting off the edge of a blade. "Now then," Alastor said, his voice maintaining that same casual, conversational tone, "shall we talk about why my lovely daughter was searching for people to make cages?" The temperature in the room seemed to plummet. Alastor's lips curved into what could generously be called a smile, but his deep blue eyes were far, far from smiling. They held the kind of cold, calculating intensity that had made him one of the most feared rulers in the world, the look that reminded anyone who saw it exactly why the Creighton family had never fallen to outside threats during his reign. Arthur shuddered involuntarily at the sight, a single thought flashing through his mind, like father, like daughter. "Alastor," Arthur began carefully, his voice slightly higher than usual, "I can explain." "Oh, I'm certain you can," Alastor interrupted, still using that terrifyingly pleasant tone. "Because you see, Arthur, when reports reached me that my pure, lovely daughter, the future saintess of the world, mind you, was making inquiries about custom cage construction, I was naturally concerned." He stood slowly, each movement deliberate and controlled, like a predator rising to its full height. Arthur found himself taking an unconscious step backward. At first, Alastor continued, beginning to pace with the fluid grace of someone who had spent decades moving through political minefields, "I thought perhaps it was for her phoenix. Aurelius can be quite spirited, after all, and Rachel has always been thorough in her preparations." Arthur's mouth went dry as dust. But then Alastor's voice dropped to a dangerous rumble. "I learned about the specifications she was requesting. Human-sized, Arthur. Specifically designed for a young man of your exact measurements. With reinforced restraints and anti-magic wards." Alastor wasn't faking his anger, this was genuine paternal fury mixed with the cold calculation of a king who had just learned that his precious daughter was developing problematic tendencies. The realization that Rachel, his pure, lovely daughter who was destined to become the future saintess, had been researching methods of imprisonment was genuinely horrifying to him. Especially because it wasn't for her phoenix. A divine beast like Aurelius didn't need to be caged and more importantly shouldn't be caged. No, these specifications had been for Arthur. And Rachel definitely had those tendencies. All because of Arthur Nightingale. Of course, Alastor wasn't stupid enough to actually kill the young man. His daughter would never forgive him if he did that, and besides, Arthur was far too important to the world's future to eliminate over personal grievances. The boy had already proven instrumental in preventing one apocalyptic scenario, and given the way fate seemed to swirl around him, he'd likely be crucial in preventing several more. But teaching him a lesson? Well, that couldn't hurt. In fact, it was probably overdue. "Bond with the artifact," Alastor said, his voice dropping to a low, commanding tone that brooked no argument. "Then we should train together. I want to see exactly how far you've come." Arthur looked between Alastor's dangerous expression and the magnificent exosuit lying in its case, clearly recognizing that this had just shifted from a gift-giving ceremony to something far more ominous. "Right now?" Arthur asked, though he was already moving toward the case. "Right now," Alastor confirmed, his smile taking on a distinctly predatory quality. "After all, what good is ancient-grade armor if you don't know how to use it properly?" Arthur approached the exosuit with a mixture of reverence and growing trepidation. Even setting aside Alastor's current mood, bonding with an ancient-grade artifact was serious business. These weren't simple magical items that anyone could pick up and use. They required a deep connection between the artifact and its wielder, a melding of magical signatures that could take hours or even days to achieve properly. He placed his hands on the armor's surface, feeling the cool smoothness of the mithril alloy beneath his palms. The moment his skin made contact, something extraordinary happened. The armor responded instantly. Magical circuits that had been dormant suddenly blazed to life, running through the material like veins of liquid starlight. The exosuit's surface rippled and flowed, reshaping itself to perfectly match Arthur's proportions. The neural interface activated with a gentle hum, and Arthur felt the artifact's consciousness brush against his own. Not invasive, but welcoming, like greeting an old friend. Within moments, the bonding process was complete. The armor had accepted him as readily as if it had been waiting for him specifically, which Arthur realized with a start it probably had been. Alastor watched this display with a mixture of satisfaction and resignation. He'd expected this, of course. Arthur's talent was extraordinary. Still, seeing an ancient-grade artifact accept someone so readily was always impressive, even when you were expecting it. "Excellent," Alastor said, though his tone suggested this was anything but excellent for Arthur's immediate future. "The armor recognizes you as its rightful wielder. Now, shall we see how well you can use it?" Arthur looked down at himself, marveling at how natural the exosuit felt. It was like wearing a second skin. He could barely tell he had it on, yet he could sense the incredible power thrumming just beneath the surface. "I suppose I don't have much choice in the matter," Arthur said, recognizing the futility of trying to talk his way out of whatever Alastor had planned. "No," Alastor agreed cheerfully, "you really don't. Come along then." They made their way through the estate toward the training grounds, Alastor maintaining that same unsettling combination of paternal warmth and barely contained menace. Arthur found himself desperately trying to think of ways to explain Rachel's behavior that might mollify an angry father, but kept coming up short. How exactly do you tell a king that his daughter has Yandra tendencies without making the situation worse? The training grounds came into view, a large, open area surrounded by protective barriers and equipped with various practice dummies, target ranges, and sparring circles. It was designed to handle serious magical combat, which Arthur was beginning to suspect he was going to need. You know, Alastor said conversationally as they entered the training area, I've been curious about your development ever since the Lucifer incident. Reports of your capabilities have been impressive. He began removing his outer jacket with careful, deliberate movements. But reports can be misleading. Sometimes a father simply needs to see things for himself. Arthur watched with growing alarm as Alastor's magical aura began to manifest around him. Not the overwhelming presence of someone trying to intimidate, but the controlled, focused energy of a master preparing for serious combat. Alastor, Arthur tried one more time. About Rachel and the cages. Oh, we'll discuss that afterwards, Alastor said with a smile that was all teeth. Assuming you're still conscious, of course. The king of the northern continent held his hands behind his back, his silver hair catching the afternoon light as his deep blue eyes fixed on Arthur with the intensity of a hunting falcon. Now then, my boy, he said, his voice carrying the authority of someone who had conquered nations and faced down legendary monsters. Show me what you've learned. Arthur looked at the man who had been a mentor and father figure, now preparing to beat several kinds of sense into him, and sighed deeply. This is what I get for dating a Yandra princess. He activated the exosuit's combat systems and prepared himself for what was undoubtedly going to be a very educational afternoon. Chapter 653. A Father's Lesson 2. Chapter 653. A Father's Lesson 2. Arthur didn't bother with pretense or warming up. He understood exactly what kind of test this was, and half measures would only result in a more thorough beating. His sword materialized in his hand as he shot upward in a burst of movement, astral energy immediately coating the blade in a brilliant azure sheath. Grade 5 Art. Tempest Dance Technique. His blade began to move in the distinctive flowing patterns of the Tempest Dance, each stroke building upon the previous one as astral energy accumulated around the weapon like a gathering storm. Alastor watched with the patient attention of someone observing a particularly interesting experiment. He didn't move, didn't even shift his stance. He simply raised his left hand slightly, and the mana in front of him condensed into an invisible barrier. Arthur's astral blade, carrying enough force to cleave through reinforced steel, met that barrier and stopped dead. The impact sent shockwaves through the training ground, but Alastor's expression didn't even flicker. This is the power of a radiant rancor, Arthur thought grimly as he felt the overwhelming resistance against his weapon. The ability to stop an astral blade with nothing but concentrated will. He didn't let the disappointment slow him down. Instead, Arthur used his gravity magic to maintain perfect balance as he continued the Tempest Dance technique, pouring more astral energy into each successive movement. The technique had 7 distinct forms, and Arthur had achieved Zenith Realm mastery in all of them, a level of proficiency that allowed for combinations and transitions that lesser practitioners could never attempt. The astral energy around his blade continued to balloon outward, growing denser and more volatile with each passing second. The air itself began to thrum with barely contained power as Arthur reached the crescendo of the Grade 5 art. Then, without warning, he shifted. The flowing movements of Tempest Dance suddenly crystallized into something entirely different. Sharper, more focused, infinitely more dangerous. Arthur's astral energy didn't dissipate instead. It compressed and layered, forming 2 distinct sheaths around his blade. Between those layers, spots of pure, deep dark energy flickered like dying stars. Second movement of Grade 6 art, Hollow Eclipse. The technique was a seamless evolution from Tempest Dance, something only possible with the Zenith Realm mastery Arthur had achieved. The combination of Grade 5 and Grade 6 arts should have been impossible for someone of his rank, but Arthur had never been bound by conventional limitations. His blade descended toward Alastor with enough force to split mountains. Ho! Alastor said, his voice carrying a note of genuine interest. He extended his right hand this time, and 8 perfect circles of magical formulae appeared in the air before him. The construct was beautiful in its complexity, a work of art that demonstrated the kind of magical mastery that came only from decades of study and practice. The 8-circle spell met Arthur's hollow eclipse head-on and completely dismantled it. The layered astral energy dispersed like morning mist. The deep dark fragments scattered harmlessly, and Arthur found himself pushed backward by a wall of pure magical force. You've gotten strong, Alastor said simply, though his plain words concealed genuine astonishment. A 9-circle mage, one of 4 individuals to achieve that level in the world, had been forced to raise his hand against a mid-ascendant ranker. Arthur's talent was beyond exceptional, it was approaching the realm of the miraculous. Arthur gritted his teeth as he fought against the pressure of Alastor's mana. His feet skidding across the training ground's reinforced surface. But instead of retreating further, he planted himself firmly and began weaving spell formulae with both hands. 3 7-circle spells. Simultaneously, Alastor's eyes widened in shock as he observed the casting process. This wasn't the traditional Asterius method of spell construction that had dominated magical theory for centuries. The formulae were being built using an entirely different framework, one that was not only unfamiliar but demonstrably superior in its efficiency and power output. The first spell was a massive force projection, designed to overwhelm defenses through sheer kinetic energy. The second was a space distortion effect that would make dodging nearly impossible. The third was a binding spell that would activate the moment the target tried to counterattack. It was a combination that should have required 3 separate mages to execute properly, and Arthur was managing it alone with a casting speed that defied conventional understanding. Alastor's grin widened as he unraveled the mana structure around all 3 spells and dismantled them with casual efficiency. Incredible. The boy isn't just powerful. He's revolutionizing magical theory in real time. But Arthur wasn't finished. Even as his spells dissolved, he was already moving, cutting the distance between them with a burst of enhanced speed. His sword gleamed with a new kind of energy. Not the dark astral power he'd been using, but something infinitely brighter. Pure light, the opposing force to deep dark, equally rare and infinitely more difficult to control. First movement of grade 6 art, God Flash. The technique lived up to its name. Arthur's blade moved faster than thought, leaving a trail of brilliant white light that seared afterimages into the air. It was an attack designed to be unavoidable, to strike faster than opponents could react. Alastor blocked it anyway. His hand moved with the kind of supernatural precision that came from decades of combat experience, intercepting Arthur's blade at exactly the right angle to deflect rather than absorb the full impact. Sparks of pure light scattered across the training ground like fallen stars. Not bad at all," Alastor murmured, his grin widening further. That was when the shadows began to move. Erebus, Arthur's bonded lich, had been waiting for the perfect moment to act. Now, as Alastor's attention was focused on Arthur's frontal assault, the undead mage opened his domain. Necropolis of forgotten wisdom. Reality twisted. The training ground's familiar features faded, replaced by an endless expanse of ancient ruins and floating tomes. Spectral energies swirled through the air, and the very atmosphere grew heavy with accumulated knowledge and barely restrained necromantic power. It was a false domain, one created from the power of a supernatural gift, but it was remarkably effective nonetheless. Alastor's gift of Sage's Eyes automatically activated, dissecting the domain structure and analyzing its capabilities. The spell work was impressive, showing a level of sophistication that spoke to both Erebus's ancient knowledge and Arthur's growing understanding of advanced magical theory. Then Alastor crushed it. Not with any particular technique or counterspell, but simply by exerting his will. The necropolis shattered like glass, its fragments dissolving back into ordinary mana, as Alastor's superior magical authority reasserted the natural order. Arthur used the moment of domain collapse to close the remaining distance. His sword vanished, replaced by bare fists as he shifted to close-quarters combat. His knuckles touched Alastor's chest with the precision of a surgeon and the force of a battering ram. 6th movement of grade 5 CQC art, 0-inch punch. The technique was designed to deliver maximum force at minimum distance, transferring magical energy directly through the target's defenses. Arthur's fist carried enough power to shatter stone, compressed into an impact area smaller than a coin. Alastor absorbed the blow with nothing more than a thin layer of protective mana around his chest. Even so, he felt the substantial force behind the attack. Powerful indeed, but Arthur wasn't done. Even as his punch connected, dark energy began to unfurl from his back. 2 wings materialized, not the traditional single-element constructs that most mages managed, but something far more complex. Alastor's eyes widened once again as he recognized what he was seeing. Wings of deep dark and pure light. The opposing energies weren't fully combined. That would have been beyond even Arthur's considerable abilities. But they were balanced in a way that created something entirely new. It was a modification of a divine miracle, one of the legendary techniques that existed more in theory than practice. Wings of eclipse. Dark feathers spread across the training ground, each one imbued with space mana and enhanced by the sensing power of Seraphim's embrace. They moved with their own intelligence, creating a 3-dimensional web of sensors and mini-warp gates. Alastor Sage's eyes worked overtime, dissecting the mana composition and power structure of Arthur's creation. The boy had taken multiple high-level techniques and woven them together into something that transcended the sum of its parts. It was the kind of innovation that appeared perhaps once in a generation. Arthur is strong, Alastor thought with genuine pride and just a touch of concern. Ridiculously strong. At this rate, he'll surpass me soon enough. You did well, Alastor said aloud, his voice carrying warmth and approval. Then he moved. The distance between them vanished in a single step, not teleportation, but just reality-warping abilities that came with being a Radiant ranker. Arthur's enhanced reflexes, his precognitive abilities, his combat experience, none of it mattered. Alastor's palm met Arthur's face with the measured force of someone who knew exactly how much pressure to apply. Despite the protection of the ancient-grade armor, despite Arthur's considerable defensive abilities, the impact was overwhelming. Arthur hit the training ground hard enough to leave a crater, his consciousness scattered like leaves in a hurricane. The magnificent wings of Eclipse dissolved into motes of fading light, and silence settled over the training area. Alastor looked down at the unconscious young man and allowed his expression to soften into something approaching paternal affection. "Lesson learned, I hope," he murmured. "Now then, let's see about having a proper conversation about my daughter's hobbies." Chapter 654. Masquerade Auction 1. Chapter 654. Masquerade Auction 1. After getting thoroughly humbled by Alastor, an experience that left me with a renewed appreciation for the vast gulf between Ascendant and Radiant rank, I soon departed the northern continent. Not because of the beating, of course. Alastor's lesson had been delivered with the precision of a master educator, and while my pride was bruised along with several other parts of my anatomy, I bore no resentment. If anything, the sparring session had shown me exactly how much further I had to grow. No, I left simply because there was nothing more for me to accomplish in the north. The Ashen Territories extraction was proceeding smoothly under Rose's capable management. My relationships with the northern nobility were secure, and most importantly, I had urgent business elsewhere. The Red Chalice Cult. The name alone was enough to make my jaw clench with barely suppressed fury. The Red Chalice was a sophisticated organization with tendrils reaching into the highest levels of society, with power that led them to draw against the eastern continent even after they got reinforcements from the rest of the world. And they had something that I was going to steal. Rose remained in the north, coordinating the final phases of our extraction operations. Her business acumen was invaluable for ensuring we maximized profits while maintaining good relations with the local authorities. Besides, for this particular mission, a smaller team was preferable. I kept the 9-star Delahan skeleton with me in my spatial storage, a magnificent specimen that would eventually serve to upgrade Erebus's current form. My bonded lich currently inhabited an 8-star blood wyvern skeleton, impressive in its own right but nowhere near his full potential. Of course, the upgrade would have to wait. Erebus was still consolidating his power at 7-star, and attempting to integrate a 9-star skeleton before he'd evolved into an archlich would likely destroy him entirely. Patience was key when dealing with undead evolution. For this mission, I'd brought only Reika with me. 2 people could move through the Empire's territories with far less scrutiny than a larger group, and her particular skill set was perfectly suited for what I had planned. "Master," Reika said as we sat in the comfortable cabin of the self-driving car, her violet eyes meeting mine with a mixture of curiosity and concern. "Isn't the cult primarily based in the eastern continent?" Over the past few days, she'd grown noticeably more comfortable around me. The nervous stammering had largely disappeared, replaced by a more natural warmth that made my chest tight with affection every time I witnessed it. She was still formal, old habits died hard, but there was an easiness between us now that hadn't existed before our confession. "It is," I confirmed, watching the countryside roll past our window. "But they have a significant branch operating within the Empire. The same branch that housed Bishop Vale." The moment I spoke that name, Reika's expression darkened like storm clouds gathering on the horizon. Her hands clenched involuntarily in her lap, and I could see the old memories threatening to surface. Memories of pain, experimentation, dehumanization at the hands of a man who'd viewed her as nothing more than raw material for his twisted research. Without hesitation, I reached over and placed my hand on her head, stroking her silver hair with gentle fingers. "Don't worry," I said softly, moving my hand down to cup her cheek. "He's dead, and this is revenge." Reika leaned into my touch, her tense muscles gradually relaxing as warmth returned to her eyes. A faint smile curved her lips. Not the brilliant joy I'd seen when she confessed her feelings, but something quieter, more determined. "Yes, master," she said, nodding with renewed resolve. "For everyone they hurt." I smiled back at her, feeling that familiar surge of protective fury that arose whenever I considered what she'd endured. The Red Chalice had taken a vibrant young woman and tried to break her into a weapon. They'd failed, but the attempt alone was unforgivable. "It's time to begin our infiltration of the Red Chalice," I said, my voice carrying the weight of absolute conviction. The heavenly demon clone was my ultimate goal, but tonight would lay the groundwork for everything that followed. Reika's eyebrows rose slightly. She knew I had plans regarding the Red Chalice, of course. I'd briefed her on some of our objectives, but I could see her curiosity about what exactly I intended to accomplish tonight. Master, she said after a moment, how exactly will we approach this mission? The cult security will be formidable, and infiltrating their stronghold seems impossible, I supplied with a grin. Not quite. You see, Reika, we're not going to sneak into some hidden fortress in the dead of night. We're going to walk through the front door. Her confusion was evident in the slight tilt of her head. I don't understand. Tell me, I said, settling back in my seat. What do you know about high society's darker entertainments? Very little, she admitted. My training focused more on combat and infiltration than social customs. Well, here's something they don't teach in most academies, I said. When you have enough money and power, there are certain exclusive events that cater to very specific tastes. Auctions where items of questionable legality change hands for astronomical sums. Private exhibitions featuring artifacts that most governments would prefer remained lost. Underground markets where the wealthy can acquire things that simply don't exist in legitimate commerce. Understanding began to dawn in Reika's eyes. And the Red Chalice operates such events? They host one of the most exclusive masquerade auctions in the Empire, I confirmed. Once a month, in a different location each time, they gather together the continent's most morally flexible elite and sell them things that would make a normal person's skin crawl. Rare poisons, forbidden magical artifacts, experimental serums. Reika was quiet for several minutes, processing this information. When she finally spoke, her voice carried a note of disbelief. They're that brazen? Operating in the open, even within the Empire's borders. I shook my head. Not exactly. The attendees don't know they're dealing with the Red Chalice directly. As far as most of them are concerned, this is just an exclusive auction run by wealthy collectors with questionable ethics. The cult operates through intermediaries and shell organizations. But how do they avoid detection? Surely the Empire's intelligence networks would shut them down immediately if they knew, I finished. The problem is that some figures of considerable power within the Empire are secretly cultists themselves. They've never been exposed, and they use their positions to provide cover for operations like this. Reika's expression darkened further. Corruption at the highest levels. Exactly. This is the most dangerous things about cults, their ability to infiltrate. To the outside world, tonight's auction is just another gathering of eccentric collectors. Reika nodded slowly, clearly beginning to appreciate the insidious nature of the cult's infiltration. So we attend as potential buyers? As a wealthy couple with exotic tastes and deep pockets, I confirmed. The kind of people who wouldn't ask too many questions about provenance as long as the merchandise is sufficiently unique. And once we're inside, I smiled, but didn't elaborate on the specifics. We gather intelligence, identify key players, and set the stage for our real objective. Tonight's auction is just the first step. Reika looked like she wanted to ask more questions, but she'd learned to trust my planning over the years. The transport began to slow as we approached our destination. A mid-sized city in the Empire's eastern provinces, chosen specifically for its proximity to several known Red Chalice safe houses and its reputation for hosting discreet gatherings of the Empire's more questionable elite. Master, Reika said as we prepared to disembark. What identities will we be using? I grinned, producing 2 sets of forged documents from my spatial storage. The papers were works of art, complete with magical authentication seals that would pass even close scrutiny. Meet Lord and Lady Ashworth, I said, handing her 1 set. Recent heirs to a mining fortune from the southern provinces, newly wealthy and eager to spend their inheritance on interesting acquisitions. They're known to be reclusive, which explains why no one at the auction will have met them before. Reika examined the documents with professional interest. These are excellent forgeries. The best money can buy, I confirmed, along with magical alterations to our appearance that should be sufficient to maintain the deception for 1 evening. We spent the next several hours in preparation. I used an artifact to alter my hair color and facial structure, aging myself slightly and adding the kind of soft features that suggested a life of wealth and excess. Reika's changes were more dramatic. Her distinctive violet hair became auburn, her violet eyes shifted to brown, and her typically pale complexion took on a warmer tone. For clothing, we'd acquired the kind of ostentatious formal wear that screamed new money trying too hard to impress. My suit was cut from expensive fabric but with slightly gaudy gold threading, while Reika's gown was a masterpiece of imperial fashion that managed to be both elegant and just flashy enough to suit our cover identities. The masquerade element simplified things considerably. While our magical disguises would hold up to casual inspection, the ornate masks we wore provided an additional layer of concealment that would make recognition nearly impossible. As the sun set over the city, painting the sky in shades of crimson that seemed disturbingly appropriate, we made our final preparations. The auction was being held in a converted mansion on the city's outskirts, officially a private art exhibition, complete with legitimate security and proper documentation. "Ready?" I asked, offering Reka my arm as we approached the mansion's entrance. She took it with practiced grace, every inch the wealthy socialite. "Ready, darling," she said, her voice taking on the affected accent of imperial nobility. "I do hope they have something truly special for sale tonight." Together, we stepped into the lion's den, ready to face whatever horrors the Red Chalice had prepared for their distinguished guests. Chapter 655. Masquerade Auction, 2. Chapter 655. Masquerade Auction, 2. The Blackwood Manor stood like a Gothic monument against the darkening sky, its towers and spires reaching toward the stars with an almost predatory hunger. What had once been the ancestral home of a minor noble family had been transformed into something far more sinister, a temple to wealth, power, and the kind of moral flexibility that came with both. Arthur adjusted his ornate golden mask as their carriage pulled up to the circular drive, noting the impressive array of vehicles already present. Sleek magical conveyances worth more than most people's homes sat alongside traditional horse-drawn carriages that spoke of old money and older secrets. The attendees were clearly the Empire's elite, though Arthur suspected few of them fully understood what they were truly participating in tonight. "Quite the gathering," Reka murmured beside him, her own mask, a delicate silver creation adorned with crimson roses, concealing her features perfectly. She'd adapted to her role as Lady Ashworth with remarkable ease, her posture radiating the kind of casual arrogance that came with inherited wealth. "Indeed," Arthur replied, offering her his arm as they disembarked. "The kind of people who collect rare things tend to be interesting individuals." Two impeccably dressed doormen flanked the mansion's entrance, their eyes sharp despite their servile bows. Arthur noted the way they scanned each guest, the subtle magical detection wards woven into their clothing, the careful attention to detail that spoke of serious security concerns. These weren't ordinary servants, they were professionals, likely former military or intelligence operatives. The foyer beyond was a masterpiece of ostentatious wealth. Crystal chandeliers cast dancing shadows across marble floors inlaid with precious metals, while oil paintings of questionable artistic merit but obvious expense lined the walls. The air was thick with the scent of rare incense and expensive perfumes, mingling with undertones of something darker that Arthur couldn't quite identify. "Lord and Lady Ashworth," a smooth voice called from across the room. A tall man in an elaborate black and silver mask approached, his movements fluid and predatory. "Welcome to our little gathering. I am Magistrate Corwin, your host for this evening's festivities." Arthur inclined his head respectfully while mentally cataloging everything about the man. Mid-40s, well-built beneath his expensive evening wear, hands that showed calluses despite his obvious wealth, a fighter masquerading as a gentleman. "A priest," Luna commented in his head, confirming his suspicion. "Magistrate," Arthur replied in the affected accent he'd perfected for Lord Ashworth. "Lady Ashworth and I have heard whispers about your collection. We're quite eager to see what treasures you might have available tonight." Corwin's smile was all teeth. "Oh, I believe you'll find our offerings most stimulating. We cater to discerning clientele with sophisticated tastes." His gaze lingered on Reka for a moment longer than strictly proper. "Your lovely wife has exquisite taste in jewelry, I see. That necklace is quite remarkable." Reka's hand moved unconsciously to the sapphire pendant at her throat, a piece Arthur had chosen specifically because its magical properties would help maintain her disguise while appearing to be nothing more than expensive ornamentation. "A family heirloom," she replied smoothly, her voice carrying just the right note of prideful possessiveness. "My dear husband spoils me terribly, as any sensible man would," Corwin said with another predatory smile. "But please, don't let me monopolize your time. There are refreshments in the East Salon, and I believe you'll find the other guests quite fascinating." The auction itself will begin in approximately 30 minutes. They moved deeper into the mansion, passing through elegantly appointed rooms where small clusters of masked figures engaged in hushed conversations. Arthur's enhanced hearing caught fragments of discussions about shipping routes, political maneuvering, and business ventures that skirted the edges of legality. These people were the Empire's shadow elite, those who preferred to conduct their affairs away from public scrutiny. In the East Salon, they encountered their first clear indication that this was no ordinary social gathering. The refreshment table was laden with delicacies from across the known world, but it was the servers that caught Arthur's attention. Young men and women of exceptional beauty moved among the guests with practiced grace, their eyes holding the glassy emptiness of those under magical compulsion. "Darling?" Reka murmured, her voice carefully neutral. "The service staff seems remarkably dedicated." "Indeed," Arthur replied, his jaw tightening almost imperceptibly. "The very picture of professional discretion." He made note of the subtle magical emanations coming from the servers, the way they moved in precise patterns that suggested careful programming rather than natural behavior. The red chalice's taste for human experimentation clearly extended beyond their laboratories. Lord Ashworth, a new voice boomed across the salon. A portly man in an elaborate peacock mask approached, his movements slightly unsteady from whatever expensive liquor he'd been sampling. Baronet Hemsley, at your service. I heard through certain channels that you might be interested in acquiring some unique specimens for your collection. Arthur forced his expression into one of polite interest while internally recoiling at the man's obvious meaning. My wife and I do appreciate items with interesting histories, he said carefully. Oh, history indeed. Hemsley laughed, the sound carrying an unpleasant edge. Though I prefer my acquisitions to have futures as well, if you take my meaning. There's something to be said for investments that continue to appreciate over time. Before Arthur could respond to this barely veiled reference to slave trading, a soft chime echoed through the mansion. Conversations gradually died as guests began moving toward what Arthur assumed was the main auction hall. The auction room itself was a study in sophisticated decadence. Rows of plush chairs faced a raised platform where a single spotlight waited to illuminate whatever horrors would be displayed for sale. Heavy curtains blocked the windows, and Arthur noted the discreet magical wards built into the walls, designed to prevent both eavesdropping and easy escape. He and Reka claimed seats near the back, close enough to observe everything while maintaining easy access to the exits. Around them, the Empire's most morally flexible citizens settled in with the eager anticipation of children awaiting a particularly entertaining puppet show. Magistrate Corwin took the stage with practiced showmanship, his mask catching the spotlight as he raised his arms for attention. Ladies and gentlemen, he began, his voice carrying easily through the room despite the lack of obvious amplification magic. Welcome to tonight's exhibition. As always, all items come with guarantees of authenticity and discretion. Payment is expected immediately upon successful bidding via secure cryptocurrency transfer, and all sales are final. He gestured toward the side of the stage, where a curtained alcove concealed the evening's merchandise. Our first item, Corwin announced as the curtains parted, is a vial of compound V7, extracted from test subjects during the Meridian Institute's Classified Enhancement Program. A collective intake of breath went up from the audience as a temperature-controlled case containing 12 vials of luminescent blue liquid was wheeled onto the stage. The substance seemed to pulse with its own energy, and Arthur could sense the dangerous potential contained within. The bidding will start at 500,000 crypto, Corwin declared. Hands shot up around the room as the elite began their competition for items that had been obtained through methods that would horrify any decent person. Arthur watched carefully, noting which individuals bid most aggressively, cataloging faces and mannerisms for future reference. The enhancement serum eventually sold for nearly 2 million crypto to a woman in an elaborate butterfly mask who accepted her purchase with the casual indifference of someone accustomed to trafficking in atrocity. Item 2, Corwin continued as the vials were wheeled away, is considerably more technological. A prototype neural interface developed by Blackwater Corp before their unfortunate shutdown. This time, a sleek device no larger than a smartphone was brought forward, its surface covered in microscopic ports and pulsing with soft blue light. Arthur recognized the technology neural control implants that could override a person's free will entirely. The bidding was fierce, ultimately reaching 3 million crypto before being claimed by Baronet Hemsley, who looked positively gleeful at his acquisition. Now then, Corwin said, his voice taking on a note of particular satisfaction. We come to something truly special. Item 3 is guaranteed to be the highlight of many collections, a complete sample of the Prometheus virus, believed to have been destroyed during the Geneva incident. The gasp that went up from the audience was audible. The Prometheus virus was beyond classified. It was legendary among those who dealt in biological weapons. The medical and military applications alone would make the owner one of the most dangerous individuals on the continent. As the sealed biocontainment unit was brought forward, glowing with warning lights that cast ominous shadows across the auction room, Arthur felt Reka tense beside him. He glanced at her and saw that her knuckles were white where she gripped her fan. The bidding started at 5 million crypto and quickly escalated. Arthur watched the proceedings with growing interest, not in the virus itself but in the reactions of the other bidders. Several individuals were bidding with a desperation that suggested this wasn't mere collecting. They needed that sample for something specific. When the price reached 20 million crypto, only 3 bidders remained active. Arthur recognized 2 of them from intelligence reports, known associates of various criminal organizations with interests in forbidden biological research. The third bidder, however, was someone he hadn't expected to see. Duke Ravencrest, one of the Empire's most respected nobles and a supposed pillar of moral rectitude, was bidding with an intensity that spoke of genuine need rather than casual acquisition. The final bid came from Ravencrest at 25 million crypto, and Arthur filed that information away for future use. The Duke's presence here was interesting enough, but his willingness to spend such an enormous sum suggested the Red Chalice's influence reached even further into the Empire's power structure than he'd suspected. Excellent, Corwin declared as the Prometheus virus sample was carefully secured in its biocontainment unit for its new owner. Now, before we proceed to our final items of the evening, I believe a brief intermission would be appropriate. Please, feel free to refresh yourselves while we prepare the crown jewels of tonight's collection. As the guests began to move about, stretching and seeking refreshments, Arthur caught Reka's eye and nodded toward one of the side passages. They needed to use this break to gather more intelligence about the mansion's layout and security arrangements. "Shall we explore a bit, my dear?" he asked loud enough for nearby guests to hear. "I'm quite curious about our host's other collections." "Of course, darling," Reka replied, taking his arm, "though I do hope the remaining items live up to the evening's impressive start." As they moved through the mansion's corridors, Arthur's mind was already working on the next phase of his plan. The auction was providing exactly the intelligence he needed, but more importantly, it was revealing the true scope of the Red Chalice's operations within the Empire. Chapter 656. Masquerade Auction 3. Chapter 656. Masquerade Auction 3. During the intermission, Arthur and Reka moved through the mansion's corridors with the casual curiosity of wealthy collectors admiring their host's estate. To any observer, they appeared to be nothing more than a couple exploring the impressive collection of art and artifacts that lined the walls. In reality, Arthur was conducting reconnaissance with the precision of a military strategist. The mansion's layout was more complex than it appeared from the outside. Hidden passages branched off from the main corridors, concealed behind rotating bookcases and false walls that only someone with Arthur's enhanced perception would notice. He counted at least 30 guards positioned throughout the building, far more than necessary for a simple auction, even one dealing in illegal goods. "The security seems quite thorough," Reka murmured as they paused before a particularly grotesque painting depicting what appeared to be a ritual sacrifice. "Indeed," Arthur replied, his attention focused on the magical ward patterns woven into the mansion's architecture. "Our host clearly values discretion above all else." They passed a study where several masked figures engaged in hushed conversation, their voices too low for normal hearing but perfectly clear to Arthur's enhanced senses. He caught references to shipping schedules, laboratory results, and something called the Awakening Protocol that made his blood run cold. "Darling," Reka said softly, her hand tightening on his arm, "perhaps we should return to the auction hall. I wouldn't want to miss the finale." Arthur nodded, but not before making mental note of the study's occupants. The woman in the raven mask was definitely Red Chalice, her magical signature bearing the distinctive taint of blood magic. The others were harder to identify, but their casual discussion of human experimentation marked them as willing collaborators rather than unknowing dupes. When they returned to the auction hall, the atmosphere had shifted. Where before there had been excitement tinged with greed, now there was something approaching reverence. Whatever Corwin had planned for the evening's final acts, it was clearly something special. "Ladies and gentlemen," Corwin announced as the last guests took their seats, "we now come to the crown jewels of tonight's collection. What you are about to see represents months of careful acquisition and preparation." The stage lights dimmed, and when they rose again, a new item had appeared. A sophisticated containment unit holding what appeared to be a sample of some unknown substance that seemed to bend light around itself. "Metamaterial from the Chernobyl 7 incident," Corwin declared, his voice carrying genuine awe. "Harvested from the epicenter of the dimensional breach and stabilized using classified technology. The applications are limitless." Arthur felt his breath catch. Dimensional metamaterial was theoretical at best. The idea that someone had actually managed to harvest and contain such a thing was staggering. More disturbing was the implication of how such an acquisition might have been accomplished. The bidding was immediate and fierce. Unlike the previous items, which had attracted collectors and criminal organizations, this drew the attention of what Arthur recognized as several major political figures. Duke Ravencrest was bidding again, as was a woman whose bearing suggested high military rank despite her elaborate mask. 70 million crypto, called out a voice from the front row that Arthur recognized with a chill. General Morrison, one of the Empire's most decorated war heroes and a man whose public stance against dangerous research was well known. His presence here was more than troubling. It suggested the corruption ran deeper than anyone suspected. The metamaterial ultimately sold for 120 million crypto to an anonymous bidder whose identity was so heavily concealed that Arthur couldn't penetrate it. That level of secrecy suggested either incredible resources or access to technology that put them beyond normal classification. "Magnificent!" Corwin exclaimed as the containment unit was carefully secured for its new owner. "But we are not yet finished. Our penultimate item is something that I believe will appeal to those with more practical interests." This time, what emerged from the curtained alcove made even Arthur's trained composure slip slightly. A young woman, perhaps 16 or 17, stood motionless on the stage. Her eyes held the same glassy emptiness as the server's. But there was something else. A faint luminescence beneath her skin that spoke of magical augmentation. A fully enhanced combat servant, Corwin announced with obvious pride. Trained from childhood in 17 different martial disciplines and enhanced with experimental alchemical treatments. She is capable of feats that would challenge even veteran soldiers, yet remains completely obedient to her owner's commands. Arthur felt Reika's sharp intake of breath beside him. Her hand found his under cover of her fan, and he could feel the tremor of barely controlled rage in her grip. This was exactly the kind of horror that had been inflicted on her, the reduction of human beings to mere commodities. The bidding for the enhanced servant was conducted with an obscene casualness that made Arthur's jaw clench. These people were discussing the purchase of a human being, as if she were a particularly fine piece of artwork or an exotic pet. 2 million crypto, bid a corpulent man whose mask did nothing to disguise his obvious appetites. 3 million crypto, countered a woman whose military bearing suggested she intended to use the servant for purposes even more sinister than slavery. The price climbed steadily, ultimately reaching 8 million crypto before being claimed by someone Arthur couldn't immediately identify. The casual efficiency with which the transaction was completed spoke to how routine such sales had become. As the enhanced servant was led away, Arthur noticed something that made his blood freeze. A small tattoo on her wrist, the mark of the Meridian Institute, one of the Empire's most respected research facilities. This wasn't just any victim. She was someone who had once been a student or researcher, probably reported as missing or killed in an accident. And now, Corwin said, his voice taking on an almost reverent tone, we come to tonight's true masterpiece. Something so rare, so unprecedented, that we have had to implement extraordinary security measures. The stage lights dimmed to almost nothing, and when they rose again, Arthur saw something that made him understand exactly why this auction was so heavily guarded. A sleek, crystalline device no larger than a briefcase sat on a pedestal, its surface pulsing with soft blue light. But it wasn't the hardware that made Arthur's blood run cold. It was what the device contained. A complete digital consciousness, Corwin announced, his voice filled with genuine awe. The uploaded mind of Dr. Elena Vasquez, the world's leading expert in quantum consciousness research, captured at the moment of her death and preserved in perfect digital form, complete with all her memories, knowledge, and expertise. The implications hit Arthur like a physical blow. Digital consciousness transfer was the holy grail of both medical science and intelligence operations. With this technology, death became merely an inconvenience, and the knowledge of any expert could be preserved indefinitely. The bidding, Corwin declared, will begin at 100 million crypto. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Every major player in the room was bidding, their previous purchases forgotten in the face of this ultimate prize. Arthur watched with growing unease as the price climbed beyond 200 million, then 300, then 400. But more concerning than the bidding itself was the behavior of several attendees. He noticed subtle hand signals being exchanged, quiet conversations that suggested coordination rather than competition. This wasn't just an auction. It was a carefully orchestrated event designed to achieve some specific outcome. Master, Reika whispered, her voice barely audible even to his enhanced hearing. Something is wrong. You've been too calm about all of this. What aren't you telling me? Arthur glanced at her, noting the suspicious gleam in her eyes. Reika knew him too well. She'd recognized that his reactions tonight had been too measured, too calculated. He wasn't just gathering intelligence, he was waiting for something. Before he could respond, the digital consciousness sold for 650 million crypto to a consortium of bidders whose combined resources spoke to planning that went far beyond tonight's auction. Ladies and gentlemen, Corwin announced, his voice carrying a note of finality. This concludes tonight's exhibition. We trust you have found our offerings to your satisfaction, and we look forward to serving your future collecting needs. Arthur felt a chill at the abrupt ending. Something was wrong. Auctions like this typically built to a grand finale, not an anticlimactic conclusion after human trafficking. Unless, his enhanced hearing caught subtle movements throughout the mansion, footsteps in corridors that should have been empty, the soft click of weapons being readied, the barely perceptible hum of jamming equipment being activated. This wasn't the end of the auction. It was the beginning of something else entirely. As the attendees began to file out, settling their accounts and arranging for the discreet delivery of their purchases, Arthur remained seated. Reika shot him a questioning look, but he simply shook his head slightly. We should wait for the crowd to thin, he murmured. I'd like to compliment our host on such an impressive evening. It was then that Arthur's enhanced hearing caught the first hint of what was coming. Footsteps on the roof, too many and too coordinated to be maintenance staff. The faint hum of magical equipment being activated. The barely perceptible shift in the mansion's ward patterns as external forces began to probe for weaknesses. Arthur felt a familiar anticipation begin to build in his chest. The final phase of his plan was about to begin, right on schedule. The first explosion shattered the mansion's front entrance, sending chunks of masonry flying through the foyer. Shouts of alarm echoed through the building as armed figures in dark combat gear poured through the breach. Imperial Inquisition! A voice boomed through magical amplification. This facility is under investigation for crimes against the Empire. All occupants will submit to immediate detention. Chaos erupted throughout the mansion. Auction guests who moments before had been calmly discussing their purchases were now scrambling for exits that were rapidly being sealed by the attacking force. Magical barriers sprang to life as the mansion's defensive systems activated, while hidden guards emerged from concealment to engage the intruders. In the midst of the pandemonium, Arthur sat perfectly still, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth beneath his mask. "Master," Reka said urgently, rising from her chair as spellfire began to flash through the auction hall. "We need to leave. Now." But Arthur remained seated, his eyes fixed on the stage where Magistrate Corwin was frantically trying to coordinate the mansion's defenses, while simultaneously attempting to secure the evening's more sensitive merchandise. "Master!" Reka's voice carried real alarm now as she saw the knowing expression on his face. "What did you do?" Arthur's smile widened as the sound of combat grew closer. Everything was proceeding exactly as he had planned. The real show was just beginning. Chapter 657. Masquerade Auction 4. Chapter 657. Masquerade Auction 4. Lucifer let out a small exhale as he studied Cecilia's expression, trying to read the motivations behind her crimson eyes. The crown princess of the Slatemark Empire stood before him in her private study, her usually playful demeanor replaced by something far more serious. The late afternoon sunlight streaming through the tall windows cast long shadows across the room, highlighting the tension in her posture. "Why are you asking me this?" Lucifer asked carefully, his verdant eyes narrowing slightly. "We're not exactly close." It was true. Despite being classmates at Mythos Academy and both being among the most powerful individuals of their generation, he and Cecilia had never developed anything approaching friendship. They were polite to each other, certainly, and maintained the diplomatic courtesy expected between royalty, but their interactions rarely went beyond the superficial. So her sudden request for assistance was more than a little surprising. "Arthur's busy," Cecilia said with a dismissive wave of her hand, though Lucifer caught the brief flash of irritation that crossed her features at the mention of his name. "And we're a bit short on firepower for this particular operation. You're a perfect fit in terms of raw strength. You'd even be able to give the Imperial Knight captains a run for their money." Lucifer scratched his head at her assessment, unsure whether to be flattered or concerned about whatever had prompted such a comparison. "That's quite the compliment, but it doesn't really answer my question. What exactly are you planning that requires someone of my capabilities?" "Tch." Cecilia clicked her tongue in obvious frustration at his continued hesitation, making him narrow his eyes in response. Without another word, she activated a complex holographic display that materialized in the air between them. The moment the images came into focus, Lucifer felt his blood turn to ice. The hologram displayed a series of photographs and documents that made his hands tremble with barely contained rage. Young faces stared back at him, but their eyes held the hollow emptiness of those who had been broken, experimented upon, reduced to something less than human. "Is this real?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper as the full horror of what he was seeing began to sink in. Cecilia nodded grimly, her usual playful demeanor completely absent. "This is the proof we have that tonight's auction is being run by the Red Chalice cult, with Magistrate Corwin serving as one of their priests," she said, pointing to specific sections of the holographic display. "These are images of students who were reported missing from various academies across the Empire. Students who were supposedly killed in accidents or training mishaps." She gestured to another set of documents. "But as you can see, they weren't killed. They were taken, experimented on, turned into this." Her voice carried a note of disgust that Lucifer had never heard from the usually composed princess. "This isn't some small black market deal," Cecilia continued, her eyes hardening. "It's much bigger than that. The Red Chalice has been operating under our noses for years, and tonight's auction is just the tip of the iceberg." Lucifer stared at the evidence, his mind reeling from the implications. Red Chalice cult already caused a massive war against the Eastern continent just last year that was still ongoing, and now they were doing experiments within the borders of the Empire. "Why don't you take an Imperial Knight with you?" he asked, trying to think through the logistics of whatever operation Cecilia was planning. Surely this kind of threat warrants official military response. Cecilia's expression grew even more grim. "Because there could be a bishop present at the auction, and our Imperial Knights are—" She paused, choosing her words carefully. "They're not prepared for this level of threat." Lucifer frowned. "The Imperial Knights are ascendant rankers. They should be more than capable of handling cultists." Should be, yes, Cecilia agreed with a bitter laugh. But the Slate-Mark Empire has enjoyed peace for decades, while other continents have been embroiled in constant conflict. Our soldiers are skilled, certainly, but they lack the kind of brutal combat experience that comes from facing truly dangerous enemies. She activated another section of the hologram, showing tactical assessments and combat reports. In terms of raw mana rank, our Imperial Knights could match the bishops of the Red Chalice. But in actual combat, against opponents who've spent years perfecting techniques designed to kill and corrupt, they wouldn't stand a chance. The political implications hit Lucifer immediately. The Order of the Fallen Flame, he said, understanding dawning in his eyes. Exactly, Cecilia confirmed. They've ramped up their aggression significantly over the past few months. After going silent following their massive attack on the Tower of Magic 3 years ago, they're back with a vengeance. Our Imperial Knights and other military forces are spread thin across the central continent, dealing with fallen flame cells that seem to be popping up everywhere. She closed the hologram with a sharp gesture. We can't afford to pull significant forces away from those operations, which means any action against the Red Chalice has to be surgical. Small team, high effectiveness, minimal official involvement. Lucifer nodded slowly, beginning to understand the scope of the problem. And Arthur is unavailable because, for the first time since their conversation began, Cecilia's composure cracked slightly. A flash of genuine frustration crossed her features, quickly replaced by something that looked almost like longing. Arthur said he was busy with work, she said, her voice carefully neutral. Some business matter that requires his immediate attention. He promised to stay with me for 3 days after he finishes. But, she trailed off, unconsciously glancing at her left ring finger. Lucifer followed her gaze and felt a moment of understanding. The crown princess of the Slate-Mark Empire, one of the most powerful individuals in the world, was acting like a woman missing her boyfriend. It was almost endearing, if not for the serious nature of their current situation. I can't wait for him to put a ring on me already, Cecilia muttered under her breath, apparently forgetting that Lucifer was still in the room. Lucifer looked at the princess staring at her bare ring finger with what could only be described as a lovesick expression and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The contrast between her usual commanding presence and this moment of vulnerability was jarring. Oh please, Cecilia snapped, suddenly aware of his scrutiny. You're involved with 2 girls as well. Don't act like you're in any position to judge. Lucifer felt heat rise in his cheeks at her pointed observation. That's different, he protested weakly. Is it? Cecilia folded her arms and fixed him with a knowing smirk. Besides, Cecilia continued, her expression growing serious again, this isn't about my love life. This is about stopping monsters who are torturing innocent people. Are you going to help me or not? Lucifer looked back at the space where the hologram had been, the images of those hollow-eyed victims burned into his memory. Despite his complicated feelings about working with Cecilia, despite the political implications of involving himself in what was essentially a covert operation, he knew there was only one answer he could give. What do you need me to do? He asked. Cecilia's smile was sharp and satisfied. I knew you couldn't ignore something like this, she said with obvious approval. You're too much of a hero to turn your back on victims who need help. She moved to her desk and activated a secure communication array, her fingers dancing over the controls with practiced efficiency. I've already assembled a strike team, integration, and white rankers from the Imperial Guard's Special Operations Division. Good soldiers, but they'll need someone of our caliber to lead them against potential bishop-level threats. The holographic display shifted to show tactical plans and building schematics. The auction is being held at the Blackwood Manor, about 30 kilometers outside the capital. Intelligence suggests between 20 and 40 attendees, with unknown numbers of Red Chalice operatives providing security. Lucifer studied the plans with growing concern. This is a significant operation. Are you certain we can't get official support? Father knows about it, Cecilia admitted, but officially, the Empire can't be seen taking direct action based on intelligence that may have been obtained through irregular channels. If this goes badly, it needs to be containable. And if it goes well? Then we've struck a major blow against the Red Chalice while maintaining plausible deniability, Cecilia said with satisfaction. The perfect outcome for everyone involved. Lucifer considered the proposal for a moment longer, weighing the risks against the clear necessity of action. The images of those experimented upon students made the choice easy. All right, he said finally. I'm in. When do we move? Cecilia's grin was triumphant. The strike team is already assembled and waiting at the Eastern Barracks. We leave within the hour, the auction begins at sunset, and we want to hit them when they're distracted by their own festivities. She moved toward the door, then paused to look back at him. Oh, and Lucifer? Try to keep up. I'd hate to have to explain to Arthur why I got his rival killed on my watch. Arthur's not my rival, Lucifer protested, but Cecilia was already heading out the door. Keep telling yourself that, her voice drifted back from the corridor, carrying a note of amusement. An hour later, Lucifer found himself standing in the courtyard of the Eastern Barracks, watching as Cecilia addressed their assembled strike force. 30 soldiers in dark combat gear stood at attention, their faces hidden behind tactical masks but their posture radiating professional competence. Tonight, we strike against enemies of the Empire, Cecilia announced, her voice carrying the authority of her royal bloodline. The Red Chalice cult has been operating within our borders, conducting illegal experiments on our citizens. This ends now. She gestured toward Lucifer. Prince Lucifer Windward will be serving as tactical commander for this operation. His word is to be obeyed as if it were my own. The soldiers nodded in acknowledgement, their discipline evident in their synchronized response. Our target is the Blackwood Manor, Cecilia continued. Intelligence suggests multiple high-value targets will be present, along with significant security forces. We go in fast, we secure the evidence, and we extract any survivors we can find. She paused, letting her gaze sweep over the assembled team. Make no mistake, the Red Chalice shows no mercy to their victims. Tonight, we return that favor. Chapter 658, Masquerade Auction 5. Chapter 658, Masquerade Auction 5. I watched through the mansion's shattered windows as the Imperial Strike Force advanced with military precision and couldn't help but smile at how perfectly everything was unfolding. The sight of Cecilia and Lucifer leading the charge was exactly what I'd been waiting for, though admittedly, seeing them together sent a small spike of possessive irritation through me that I quickly suppressed. This was different from the novel. In the original timeline, Cecilia and Lucifer had infiltrated the Masquerade Auction together as undercover operatives, playing the roles of wealthy collectors to gather intelligence from within. But now that Cecilia was mine, now that she cared more about protecting what belonged to her than following some predetermined script, she'd chosen a more direct approach. Something delightfully characteristically brash. Like hitting the auction head-on with overwhelming firepower. I had to admit I preferred this version. Subtlety had its place, but there was something satisfying about watching 30 Imperial soldiers storm through the Red Chalice's defenses like an unstoppable tide. The cultists' carefully laid plans were crumbling in real time, their auction guests scattering in panic as magical barriers erupted throughout the mansion. Reika, I said quietly, my voice carrying easily to her enhanced hearing despite the chaos around us, which one of them can you handle? I gestured toward the two figures at the forefront of the attack. Cecilia was wreaking havoc with her spell weaving, crimson energy tearing through the mansion's defensive wards like tissue paper. Her low ascendant rank power was on full display as she systematically dismantled every magical protection the Red Chalice had spent months constructing. Beside her, Lucifer moved with the fluid grace of a master swordsman, his mid-ascendant rank strength allowing him to carve through enemy combatants with almost casual efficiency. Ice and fire danced around his blade in perfect harmony, a demonstration of the yin-yang body that made him so formidable. Reika's violet eyes assessed both targets with the analytical precision of a trained assassin, but I could see the hesitation in her posture. When she finally spoke, her voice carried a note of guilt that made my chest tighten. Master, if you wish for me to fight him, I would, but winning, her voice trailed off and I could feel the weight of her perceived inadequacy settling over her like a shroud. A soft smile tugged at my lips as I reached out to pat her head, my fingers threading through her silver hair with gentle affection. Don't worry, I said, leaning down to press a kiss to her forehead. I would never ask you to do something impossible. The truth was, I'd never expected Reika to be able to defeat Lucifer in direct combat. There was a reason he was the protagonist of this world, his combination of raw talent, legendary bloodline, and plot armor made him nearly unbeatable in fair fights. Even for me, defeating the current version of Lucifer without revealing the full extent of my capabilities would be extremely difficult. But that wasn't what I needed her to do. Just distract Lucifer, I whispered, my lips close enough to her ear that she shivered slightly. Buy me time to deal with Cecilia. You don't need to win, just keep him occupied. Reika nodded, her expression shifting from uncertainty to determined focus. Understood, Master. Before she could move away, I caught her chin gently and tilted her face up toward mine. Be careful, I murmured, then leaned down to capture her lips in a quick but passionate kiss. The contact was brief but electric, and when I pulled away, Reika's face had flushed a beautiful shade of pink that made her violet eyes seem even more luminous. For a moment, she looked stunned, her usual composure completely scattered by the unexpected display of affection. Then her expression hardened into the mask of a professional killer, and I was reminded that beneath her shy, devoted exterior lurked one of the most dangerous assassins in the world. It was time for me to deal with my beloved crown princess. Cecilia's breath caught as the well-dressed figure approached through the shadows. The ornate golden mask that concealed his features wasn't what made her freeze, it was the suffocating weight of his presence pressing against her senses like a physical force. He's stronger than me. The realization sent ice through her veins. Crimson mana ignited in her palm, casting dancing shadows across the walls. I will, Her words died as his fist, wreathed in shifting gravity astral energy, materialized inches from her face with impossible speed. Cecilia twisted desperately aside, the displaced air from his strike whistling past her ear. Her palm found his stomach in the same fluid motion, and she channeled her witchcraft into a devastating seven-circle spell designed to obliterate his abdomen from within. A killing blow. His hand closed around her wrist with casual indifference. The spell simply ceased. Not dispelled, not countered, unmade, as if it had never existed. Cecilia's eyes widened in shock just before his other fist buried itself in her gut. The impact drove the air from her lungs and sent her skidding backward across the cobblestones. Offset? No. Unraveled? Impossible. Her mind raced through possibilities as she struggled to breathe. It's a gift. His supernatural ability can dismantle spells at the fundamental level. A grin spread across her face despite the pain radiating through her torso. I'll put more power in it this time. Cecilia embraced her witchcraft fully. The crimson crown materialized above her head, a jagged circlet of concentrated chaos that marked the release of her complete power. Witchcraft, the mind aspect gift that bent reality to her chaotic will. She began weaving multiple incantations simultaneously, her fingers dancing through complex patterns. Fire, ice, lightning, and spatial distortion all tinged crimson by her gift's influence. These composite spells wouldn't unravel so easily. The masked man raised his hand with infuriating calm and began his own multicasting. For perfectly formed spells took shape in the air, each one precisely calibrated to intercept hers. The magical forces collided in a shower of sparks and dissipating energy. Cecilia stumbled back another step, sweat beading on her forehead. At least I'm the superior spellcaster, she thought, already weaving the patterns for another seven-circle construct. The man drew back his fist, but this strike was different. Two distinct layers of astral energy coiled around his knuckles, and between them, tiny motes of deep dark energy pulsed like malevolent stars. Cecilia's blood turned to ice. Not because of the deep dark manipulation, but because she knew this technique. She had seen it 1,000 times before, practiced alongside its wielder, laughed as he showed off the intricate layering that was his signature. No. It can't be. Her carefully crafted spell dissolved, forgotten as the devastating realization crashed over her like a tidal wave. Arthur. The name echoed in her mind like a death knell. Her Arthur. Her partner. Hurry. Betrayer. Tears began streaming down her face, hot and bitter. All those missions together, all those quiet moments of trust, all those promises whispered in the dark, lies. Every single moment had been a lie. She couldn't fight him. She couldn't face him. She couldn't bear to look at that golden mask knowing who wore it. Her gaze drifted upward to the precariously balanced debris hanging from the damaged building above. One precisely placed spell, one moment of catastrophic structural failure, and the pain would stop. I can't, she whispered, raising her trembling hands toward the weakened supports. I can't do this anymore. The seven-circle spell blazed to life, aimed at the weakened support beams overhead. Stone and steel began to groan ominously as her magic ate away at their structural integrity. Through her blurred vision, she saw Arthur's posture change. Panic flashed across his body language as he realized what she intended. Cecilia, no. He lunged forward, not to attack, but to tackle her away from the impact zone. But he was too late, the spell had already done its work. Tons of debris began their deadly descent and there was nowhere to run. So instead, he threw himself over her, his broader frame shielding her from the crushing weight above. The impact was thunderous. Dust and fragments rained down around them as his arms encircled her, his broader frame taking the brunt of the collapse. She felt his body jerk with each strike, heard his ragged breathing against her ear. Something cracked, not stone, but delicate metal. The golden mask split down the middle and clattered to the ground in pieces. Cecilia stared up into familiar features. Sandy brown hair, kind eyes now filled with pain, a face she had trusted above all others. Arthur? Her voice was barely a whisper, but it carried the weight of 1,000 betrayals. Why? The single word broke from her lips like a sob. How could you betray me? Chapter 659, Masquerade Auction 6. Chapter 659, Masquerade Auction 6. I looked down at Cecilia beneath me, feeling the strain radiating through my body where chunks of debris had struck. Thankfully, Mythic Body had absorbed most of the impact, so I wasn't too hurt. Cecilia, I didn't betray you. Please trust me, I said softly, meeting her crimson eyes with my azure ones. Tears spilled from her eyes, carving clean tracks through the dust coating her face. But despite everything, the pain, the confusion, the devastation, she smiled. I'm glad, she whispered, her voice barely audible before her eyelids fluttered closed and consciousness left her. Did she force herself unconscious? The thought flashed through my mind as I quickly pushed myself up from the debris. Cecilia's breathing was shallow but steady. She'd live, though she needed medical attention soon. A thunderous crash from across the courtyard snapped my attention back to the immediate threat. Reika was being driven back by relentless strikes, her usually flawless defensive stance cracking under the pressure. Lucifer's blade sang through the air with lethal precision, each swing carrying enough force to shatter stone. Cecilia. Lucifer's voice roared across the battlefield as his eyes found me standing over her still form. I quickly activated the disguise artifact again, feeling the familiar tingle of mana reshaping my features just as Lucifer's gaze locked onto me. That was too close. If he'd seen my true face, everything would have been ruined. Lucifer launched himself at me with explosive speed, his form blurring with the enhancement of his gift. I could see the full manifestation of yin-yang body coursing through him, the way his muscles rippled with perfectly balanced opposing energies, how his movements contained both aggressive yang force and fluid yin grace. Reika had pushed him far harder than I'd anticipated. Time to end this charade. I deactivated Mythic Body and Soul Vision, feeling their protective layers peel away like shed skin. I activated Soul Resonance again, letting my consciousness expand beyond the confines of my physical form. The world around me became a tapestry of souls, threads of life force weaving through reality itself. I reached out toward Lucifer's soul, past the barriers of flesh and bone, and grasped the essence of his yin-yang body. Mine. The gift flowed into me like liquid lightning, its dual nature immediately recognizable. Yang energy surged through my right side while yin power pulled in my left, the two forces seeking perfect equilibrium within my being. It was like holding a controlled explosion, requiring every ounce of my concentration to maintain balance. Lucifer's blade descended toward my head, a sword of pure judgment wreathed in white astral energy born from his unique supernatural mana. The attack carried the weight of absolute conviction, as if the universe itself had decreed my destruction. But judgment met judgment. My own sword rose to intercept, now coated in the same white astral energy. The clash sent shockwaves rippling outward, windows shattering and buildings blocks away. We stood locked blade to blade, two opposing forces of nature grinding against each other like colliding stars. Of course, my copied version of yin-yang body was weaker than his original, a pale imitation lacking years of cultivation and mastery. I only managed to hold my ground because of Valeria's influence flowing through our soul bond, and even then, I felt myself being pushed back step by step. What the how? Lucifer sputtered, shock cracking his usual composure as he stared at the familiar energies coursing through my weapon. You aren't the only one with this talent, I replied, letting mana warp my voice into something unrecognizable. The sound emerged distorted and hollow like an echo from the depths of a cavern. Lucifer's eyes darkened with understanding and fury. Impossible. That gift is. Reika struck at the perfect moment, appearing behind him like a shadow given form. Her blade whispered through the air toward his exposed back, forcing him to break our deadlock and spin to deflect her attack. The opening lasted only a heartbeat, but it was enough. Third movement, Stellar Cascade. This time, I channeled black astral energy instead of white, the inverse of judgment, the power of absolute negation. My sword moved in a series of strikes that mimicked falling stars, each one building upon the momentum of the last. The technique carved through the air with devastating precision, reality itself seeming to bend around the blade's edge. Lucifer barely managed to raise his sword in time. The impact sent him skidding backward across the courtyard, his boots carving furrows in the stone. But when the dust settled, he was still standing. Battered, bloodied, but very much alive. I clicked my tongue in annoyance. Damn. I was hoping that would finish it. Lucifer wiped blood from the corner of his mouth, his breathing labored but his grip on his weapon still firm. You think copying my abilities makes you my equal? I've mastered this gift for over a decade. You're just playing with forces you don't understand. He was right, of course. But I didn't need to match him blow for blow, I just needed to end this confrontation on my terms. Look around you, Lucifer, I said, gesturing toward Cecilia's unconscious form. Your precious friend is barely breathing. Internal bleeding, possible skull fracture, severe mana exhaustion. She has maybe 10 minutes before those injuries become permanent. Lucifer's eyes flicked to Cecilia, and I saw the exact moment his rage transformed into desperate concern. What are you saying? I'm saying you have a choice. Continue this fight and watch her die, or retreat and get her the medical attention she needs. I let the copied yin-yang body energy dissipate, showing that I wasn't interested in continuing the battle. What's more important to you, your pride or her life? The internal struggle played out across Lucifer's features. His knuckles went white around his sword hilt, every instinct screaming at him to press the attack. But his gaze kept drifting back to Cecilia's pale, still form. This isn't over, he growled finally, sheathing his blade. Whoever you are, whatever you want, I'll find you. And when I do, there won't be any distractions to save you. I'm looking forward to it, I replied with mock sincerity. Lucifer gathered Cecilia in his arms with surprising gentleness, cradling her against his chest. For a moment, the fierce warrior disappeared, replaced by someone genuinely terrified of losing someone precious. Hold on, Cecilia. I've got you. He vanished in a burst of speed, leaving only swirling dust and the lingering scent of ozone. The courtyard fell silent except for the sound of settling debris and distant sirens. I let the disguise artifact deactivate, my true features emerging as the golden mask dissolved into motes of light. Master? I turned to find Reika staring at me with wide, confused eyes. Her usually composed demeanor had cracked, revealing the uncertainty beneath. What was all this for? You could have seriously hurt Cecilia. She trusted you. Before she could voice any more questions or concerns, I stepped forward and cupped her face in my hands. Her words died as our lips met, the kiss gentle but firm enough to convey everything I couldn't say aloud. When we separated, her cheeks were flushed and her breathing had quickened. Shua, I whispered against her forehead. Trust me a little longer. Everything will make sense soon. The sound of approaching footsteps made us both turn. A figure in ornate crimson robes emerged from the shadows at the courtyard's edge, tall, gaunt, with symbols of a chalice embroidered in gold thread across his chest. Magistrate Corwin of the Red Chalice cult, exactly as I'd expected. My Corwin said, his voice carrying the oily smoothness of a career politician. What fascinating events we have here. A mysterious masked figure, a battle between gifts, and such interesting participants. I smiled, making sure he could see the expression clearly. Perfect. The fish took the bait. Magistrate Corwin, I said with a respectful nod. How convenient that you happened to be in the area during such unusual circumstances. His pale eyes glittered with calculation. Indeed. Perhaps we should discuss these circumstances in more detail. I find myself very curious about your unique abilities. I'd be delighted to chat, I replied, slipping my hand into Reika's. After all, I have so much to learn about your organization's interests. Corwin's smile widened, revealing teeth like yellowed ivory. He thought he was the predator who had stumbled upon perfect prey. If only he knew how wrong he was. Chapter 660, Masquerade Auction 7. Chapter 660, Masquerade Auction 7. The abandoned warehouse where Magistrate Corwin had led us reeked of decay and old blood, the scent so thick it seemed to coat the back of my throat. Crimson symbols covered every surface, walls, floor, even the rusted ceiling beams, their meanings lost to anyone outside the Red Chalice cult's inner circle. The artwork was disturbingly beautiful, depicting scenes of mortals kneeling before winged figures with too many eyes. Candles flickered from iron sconces that looked suspiciously like they'd been crafted from human bones, casting dancing shadows that seemed to writhe with life of their own. Please sit. Corwin gestured to expensive chairs that looked distinctly out of place in the decrepit surroundings. The furniture was clearly high-end, sleek black leather with silver accents, the kind you'd find in a luxury corporate office. His pale eyes never left my face, studying every micro-expression with the intensity of a predator evaluating prey. I settled into the chair with calculated ease, keeping Reika close beside me. Her hand found mine naturally. Our relationship was still new, but genuine, and the comfort of her touch helped steady my nerves in this den of fanatics. I could feel the tension radiating from her despite her composed exterior. The subtle way her breathing had quickened, the almost imperceptible tightening of her grip, she was as unsettled by this place as I was, though she'd never admit it. Magistrate Corwin, I began, allowing a hint of reverence to color my voice. I must confess, witnessing your organization's power tonight has been enlightening. After everything that happened during the war with the Eastern Continent last year, seeing your forces operate with such precision, it speaks to true strength. Corwin's thin lips curved into what might charitably be called a smile. Flattery, my dear friend? How refreshingly honest. Most who seek audience with us attempt more elaborate deceptions. He leaned forward, steepling his fingers. The gesture revealed that his nails were longer than they should be, filed to points that gleamed in the candlelight. But you intrigue me. That display of power earlier, copying another's gift so perfectly, such abilities are exceedingly rare. It's my gift, I said simply, not elaborating on the true nature of my abilities. I've spent years mastering it, though I'll admit tonight was the first time I've faced someone of Prince Lucifer's caliber. Indeed. A gift of mimicry. Corwin's eyes gleamed with interest. The possibilities are extraordinary. Tell me, what is the extent of your capabilities? Can you replicate any supernatural ability, or are there limitations? This was dangerous territory. Too much information would make me appear threatening, too little would diminish my perceived value. Physical contact helps establish the connection, I said carefully. The more complex the ability, the more difficult it is to maintain. And there are some powers that simply resist duplication, abilities tied to bloodline, for example. Fascinating, Corwin murmured, making a note in a leather-bound journal that had appeared in his hands. And what brings someone of your talents to seek us out? Surely you could command significant influence in any number of organizations. I exchanged a meaningful glance with Reika before continuing. Honestly? The war opened our eyes, Magistrate. We fought for the Eastern Continent, believing in their cause, their promises of victory against supernatural tyranny. I let frustration creep into my voice, not entirely fabricated. But when we saw what your vampiric allies could do, how they carved through our supposedly elite forces like they were children, it became clear we'd chosen the wrong side. The Eastern Continent's propaganda painted vampires as monsters, Reika added softly, playing her part perfectly. But what we witnessed wasn't mindless savagery. It was power guided by ancient wisdom, strategy that spanned centuries. How can mortal generals compete with beings who've perfected warfare across millennia? Corwin nodded slowly, approval glinting in his pale eyes. Wisdom earned through bitter experience. Many of your former comrades still cling to their delusions, unable to accept that they opposed forces beyond their comprehension. He rose from his chair, beginning to pace with predatory grace. The Red Chalice cult exists to embrace that truth. We seek not to deny the supernatural hierarchy, but to find our proper place within it. To learn from those who have transcended mortal limitations and proven their supremacy on the battlefield. And these teachers, I prompted carefully. The vampires who crushed our forces so decisively. They're the ones offering guidance? Corwin's smile widened, revealing teeth that were definitely sharper than human norm. Among others, yes. The very beings who demonstrated the futility of mortal resistance during the war. His tone carried a note of satisfaction. I find it particularly poetic when former enemies recognize the wisdom of joining the victorious side. It shows adaptability, intelligence, qualities our vampiric allies value highly. Oh, they do indeed. His expression grew almost reverent. Vampires are not the mindless parasites that mortal folklore would have us believe. They are philosophers, strategists, artists whose canvas is eternity itself. To learn from them, to be granted even a fraction of their wisdom, he paused in his pacing, fixing me with an intense stare. It requires dedication. Sacrifice. The willingness to surrender one's limited mortal perspective for something infinitely greater. Perfect. He was taking the bait exactly as I'd hoped. My plan was simple in concept, secure a vampiric contract with a vampire elder, someone I could manipulate while using lucent harmony to prevent their miasma from truly bonding with my soul. The technique operated on soul-deep resonance frequencies, theoretically capable of creating a barrier that would fool even vampiric senses while keeping my consciousness intact. We understand, I said, injecting just the right amount of hunger into my voice. We've both felt the emptiness of purely mortal existence. The sense that we're grasping at shadows while the real power lies just beyond our reach. Precisely. Corwin clapped his hands together, the sound sharp in the warehouse's stillness. You truly do comprehend the nature of our sacred mission. Most candidates require months of careful conditioning before they can even accept the reality of what we offer. Reika leaned forward slightly, her free hand resting on my arm in a gesture that was both possessive and supportive, the natural intimacy of a new couple still learning each other's boundaries. What exactly do you offer, Magistrate? We've heard whispers, fragments of rumor, but never the complete truth. Contracts, Corwin confirmed, his voice dropping to an almost whisper. Sacred bonds that allow mortals to share in vampiric essence. To taste true immortality while serving a higher purpose. His eyes gleamed with fervent devotion. The chosen few receive direct guidance from their vampiric patron, learning secrets that have been hidden from humanity since the dawn of civilization. And the process? I asked, careful to maintain the appropriate level of reverence. How does one prove worthy of such honor? That varies depending on the individual vampire's preferences. Some favor displays of loyalty, others tests of intellectual capacity or artistic merit. A few, his smile turned predatory. A few prefer more direct examinations of one's willingness to embrace necessary darkness. Necessary darkness. The phrase sent a chill down my spine, though I was careful not to let it show. Whatever rituals this cult practiced, they clearly weren't squeamish about moral boundaries. Of course, not everyone is deemed worthy, Corwin continued. The selection process is rigorous. Many are called, but few are chosen to receive the gift of vampiric covenant. This is it. The opening I'd been maneuvering toward. We understand the honor such a contract would represent. Whatever trials you require, whatever proof of dedication. The sound of approaching footsteps interrupted my carefully crafted appeal. I turned to see a figure emerging from the shadows at the warehouse's edge, another cult member, this one wearing robes of deeper crimson with intricate silver thread work that seemed to shimmer with its own light. A messenger by the elaborate insignia on his chest and the deference in his posture. Magistrate, the newcomer said with a respectful bow that was so deep it was nearly prostration. Urgent word. Her Holiness has decided to personally form a covenant with the visitor. The change in Corwin's expression was immediate and dramatic. His eyebrows rose nearly to his hairline, but this time his expression shifted to one of pure elation rather than concern. A personal covenant? With the Pope herself? He turned to me with genuine excitement, his earlier predatory calculation replaced by something approaching awe. My friend, do you understand what this means? Such honor is reserved for only the most exceptional individuals. Those destined for the highest ranks within our organization. The messenger nodded gravely, his hood casting deep shadows across features I couldn't quite make out. Her Holiness was monitoring the evening's events through remote surveillance. She has expressed that his unique abilities warrant direct integration into the inner circle. Cardinal, Corwin breathed, looking at me with something approaching reverence. With such favor from Her Holiness, you could achieve the rank of Cardinal within months. The opportunities, the knowledge that would be open to you, he shook his head in amazement, actually taking a step back as if my presence had become too overwhelming to approach casually. I confess I am envious. In 3 decades of faithful service, I have never even spoken directly with Her Holiness, and here you are, offered personal covenant on your first night among us. The temperature in the warehouse seemed to drop several degrees, but Corwin's face was alight with excitement. Pope Alisara Velcroix herself will form your vampiric covenant. Such an honor, he clasped his hands together like a child receiving unexpected gifts. In all my years serving the faith, I have never witnessed Her Holiness take such direct interest in a novice. Alisara Velcroix. Arthur? Reika's voice seemed to come from very far away, as if she were calling to me through deep water. Her genuine concern was evident, she knew something was deeply wrong. Are you all right? You've gone quite pale. Chapter 661, Emma 1. Chapter 661, Emma 1. In a world far, far from the blue marble called Earth, ancient wonders defied mortal comprehension. This was a world where colossal world trees stretched toward twin moons, their massive trunks spanning entire mountainsides, bark shimmering with veins of crystallized mana that pulsed like arteries of pure magic. Canopies so vast they formed their own weather systems where cities of the sylvan folk nestled within hollowed branches large enough to house entire human settlements. Floating islands drifted lazily through prismatic skies, tethered to the world trees by bridges of living wood that grew and shifted with the seasons. Waterfalls cascaded upward here, defying gravity as they carried life-giving essence from the realm's core to nourish the canopy above. The very air hummed with such concentrated mana that even the smallest wildflower could bloom in impossible colors, violets that shifted through every hue of the spectrum, roses that glowed like captured starlight, grass that chimed like distant bells when the wind passed through. Rivers of liquid crystal wound between the great root systems, their waters so pure they were said to reflect not just physical forms but the very souls of those who gazed into their depths. These sacred streams had flowed unchanged for millennia, carrying the whispered prayers of countless generations to the heart of the world itself. At least, that was supposed to be the case. Now, the crystal rivers ran crimson with blood. The prismatic waters that once reflected starlight back to the heavens had become mirrors of death, their sacred surfaces broken by the bodies of the fallen. Where life-giving mana once sparkled in every droplet, now only the metallic stench of violence remained, coating everything in a film of corruption that made the very air taste of despair. Amidst the corpse-strewn battlefield, one figure remained standing. He was a man of the Sylvan race, 7 feet of ancient dignity and desperate rage. His bark-like skin bore the deep-wood grain patterns of 1,000 seasons, each line telling the story of his people's long heritage. Golden eyes, the mark of his earth affinity, blazed with power, but today they shone with something far more heartbreaking, the anguish of a protector who had failed everything he held sacred. Blood dripped from his blade, though none of it belonged to his enemy. Corvashneth Valtris. Corvashneth Aetion. Corvashneth Salvith. His voice cracked as he screamed in the ancient tongue of his people, the words echoing off the towering world trees that had borne witness to this slaughter. Why are you doing this to us? Why are you hunting us? Why are you killing us? The target of his desperate pleas stood barely 20 feet away, yet she might as well have been in another dimension for all the concern she showed. Alisara Velcroix, the woman the surviving Sylvans had come to call Threneth Vashka, the Crimson Calamity, tilted her head with the idle curiosity of a child examining an interesting insect. Pink hair cascaded over her shoulders like spilled rose petals, a mockery of beauty against the backdrop of genocide. Crimson threads writhed around her form like living things, each one stained with the life essence of his fallen kin. She raised a delicate hand to her cheek, wiping away a splatter of blood with casual indifference. The gesture, so utterly mundane in the face of such horror, made the Sylvan warrior's face contort with fury that transcended language barriers. Behind him, far beneath the tangled roots of the great oak, the last stronghold of his people cowered in darkness. Children who would never see another sunrise. Elders whose thousand-year memories would die with them. All that remained of a civilization that had flourished for 10 millennia reduced to terrified whispers in the underground dark. And here stood their final guardian, Corvain Silverleaf, the only demigod among them, wielder of high radiant rank power that could reshape landscapes. The mightiest of his generation, now the last hope of an extinct race. It's just EXP farming, Alisara said with a shrug, her tone so conversational it might have been discussing the weather. The Sylvan couldn't comprehend her words, but he understood her tone perfectly. The casual dismissal of his people's suffering, the complete absence of malice or hatred, just cold, calculating indifference. It was worse than cruelty. It was the attitude of someone stepping on ants. Something snapped inside him. Vashka. The ancient war cry erupted from his throat as he raised his blade, Heartrender, forged from the heartwood of the first world tree, blessed by every grove elder for 1,000 generations. Every ounce of his divine power flowed into that final strike. The very sky split apart as space itself bent before the overwhelming force of a demigod's desperation. The air shrieked and reality warped, creating fractures in the dimensional fabric that would take decades to heal. This was the technique that had once split mountains, that had held back the tide of 3 different apocalyptic wars. The accumulated might of an entire species channeled through their last defender. This is at the level of Magnus Dracar, I suppose, Alisara observed with clinical detachment, watching the reality-rending attack approach. She extended one pale hand almost lazily as if reaching for a glass of wine. And caught the slash. The dimensional rift that should have carved through anything in existence simply stopped. Held motionless by 5 delicate fingers that showed no strain whatsoever. For a moment, the Sylvan's golden eyes widened in disbelief. Then she closed her fist. The attack didn't just dissipate, it shattered like glass, fragments of broken space spiraling away into nothingness. The backlash hit Corvain like a physical blow, driving him to his knees as his own power turned against him. How weak, Alisara exhaled, the disappointment in her voice genuine. Before he could even process what had happened, crimson threads erupted from the ground beneath him. They pierced through his ancient bark armor as if it were paper, through flesh and bone and the very core of his being. His divine essence scattered like morning mist, and the last hope of the Sylvan race crumbled to ash. Alisara barely spared his remains a glance before turning toward the hidden stronghold. Her threads spread through the earth like blood through water, seeking out every last trace of life. The screaming began moments later. Brief, terrified, then silent. When it was over, when the final echo had faded and the crystal rivers ran darker than ever before, Alisara stood alone among the ruins of an entire civilization. She brushed dust from her clothing with the same casual gesture she'd used to wipe away blood. Only then did she turn away from the devastation, her gaze lifting toward the star-scattered void between worlds. Her lips curved in a smile that held warmth for the first time since the slaughter began, genuine affection that somehow made her previous indifference even more chilling. I wonder if Arthur would like my present. Chapter 662, Emma 2. Chapter 662, Emma 2. The Vatican sanctum of the Red Chalice cult was everything I'd expected from a vampire organization trying to project divine authority, and nothing like I'd prepared myself for emotionally. Gothic spires stretched impossibly high, their black stone surfaces carved with intricate patterns that seemed to shift when viewed peripherally. Stained glass windows depicted scenes of mortals kneeling before winged figures, but the light filtering through cast everything in shades of crimson rather than the traditional blues and golds of normal churches. The air itself felt thick with concentrated mana, so dense it was almost oppressive. Reika's hand squeezed mine as we followed our escort, a silent figure in elaborate robes whose face remained hidden beneath the hood. The corridors we walked through were wide enough for a dozen people to walk abreast, lined with portraits of previous popes and cardinals. Each painting seemed to track our movement with eyes that held too much intelligence for mere artwork. The architecture is impressive, Reika murmured, her voice barely audible. She was maintaining perfect composure, but I could feel the tension in her grip. Though the aesthetic choices are distinctive. Distinctive was one way to put it. The entire place screamed of supernatural power barely contained by mortal constructs. Every surface was inscribed with symbols that made my eyes water if I looked too long, and the very walls seemed to pulse with a rhythm that didn't quite match my heartbeat. We passed through 3 separate security checkpoints, each one more elaborate than the last. Magical scanners that felt like icy fingers probing through my soul, guard chambers where hooded figures tracked our every step. And finally a massive set of double doors that required our escort to present multiple keys and speak passwords in languages that predated civilization. Her Holiness will see you now, the escort finally announced, his voice carrying an odd echo that suggested his throat had been modified in some supernatural way. However, he paused, turning to address me directly. She has requested a private audience with you first, Mr. Matthias. Your companion will be escorted to the waiting chambers. My blood turned to ice. Of course she wants to see me alone. That's perfectly acceptable, I managed, keeping my voice steady despite the way my heart rate had just doubled. Reika, I understand, she said softly, though I caught the flash of concern in her eyes. She leaned up to press a quick kiss to my cheek, the gesture both affectionate and reassuring. Don't keep Her Holiness waiting. Our escort gestured for Reika to follow him down a side corridor, leaving me standing alone before the most imposing set of doors I'd ever seen. They were easily 20 feet tall, crafted from what appeared to be a single piece of black wood that reflected no light whatsoever. Silver inlays formed patterns that hurt to look at directly, and handles shaped like grasping hands seemed to flex as I approached. 1 year. It had been exactly 1 year since I'd last seen Alisara. 1 year since I'd watched her transform from the woman I'd loved in my previous life into something that defied easy categorization. Someone who had developed an obsession with me that bordered on pathological. And now I was walking willingly into her domain. I placed my hand on the door handle, feeling the cold metal respond to my touch. The massive doors swung open without a sound, revealing a chamber that took my breath away. The Pope's private audience room was a study in contradictions. Vaulted ceilings disappeared into darkness above, while the floor was covered in thick carpets that muffled every footstep. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with tomes that radiated their own soft light, and a massive fireplace cast dancing shadows that seemed to move independently of the flames. But none of that registered after the first moment. Because sitting behind an ornate desk at the far end of the room was Emma. Not Alisara. Not the pink-haired vampire pope I'd been expecting. Emma, exactly as she'd appeared in my previous life, down to the smallest detail. Auburn hair that caught the firelight and threw back highlights of gold and copper. Amber eyes that had always reminded me of warm honey, now fixed on me with an expression of delighted surprise. The same heart-shaped face, the same elegant neck, the same smile that had once made me believe in happily ever after. Arthur, Luna's voice echoed in my mind, sharp with warning. That's not real. Whatever you're seeing, it's an illusion or construct. Be careful. But even knowing it was fake, seeing Emma's face again hit me like a physical blow. Hello, Arthur, she said, and even her voice was perfect. The same slight huskiness that had always made my name sound like music when she spoke it. It's been far too long. I forced myself to step fully into the room, letting the doors close behind me with a soft click that sounded oddly final. You're not her, I said, my voice coming out rougher than I'd intended. You're not Emma. Her smile widened, becoming something mischievous and knowing. Of course I'm not. Did you really think Alisara would make this easy for you? She rose from her chair with fluid grace, every movement exactly as I remembered. Consider this present number 1 from your devoted admirer. Though I have to say, this form isn't nearly as attractive as Alisara's actual body. She wanted me to be sure to mention that. The casual way she spoke about being a construct sent chills down my spine. What are you exactly? A temporary vessel. A message. A test. She walked around the desk, moving closer with that same confident stride Emma had always possessed. I'm what happens when someone with Alisara's power and obsession decides to give you exactly what you think you want while making sure you understand it's only a pale shadow of what she can offer. This is twisted by all standards, I thought. The psychological warfare implicit in this move was staggering. Create a perfect replica of my lost love just to drive home how much power Alisara wielded. How completely she understood my weaknesses. Why? I asked. Why go to these lengths? The Emma construct tilted her head, studying me with those achingly familiar eyes. Because she loves you, Arthur. Because she spent every day of the past year thinking about you, planning for you, reshaping herself to be worthy of you. Her expression softened, becoming almost sympathetic. And because she knows you're here to infiltrate her organization and steal the clone. The admission hit me like cold water. She knows. Of course she knows. If she knows, then why? Because she doesn't care, the construct interrupted, laughing with Emma's voice in a way that made my chest ache. Did you really think you could fool someone who's been obsessing over you for a year? Someone who's had access to every piece of intelligence the Red Chalice cult has gathered about your activities. She was standing close enough now that I could smell the perfume Emma had always worn, jasmine and vanilla, a scent I thought I'd never encounter again. It was such a perfect reproduction that part of me wanted to reach out and touch her just to confirm she wasn't real. Then why let me in at all? Because, my dear Arthur, she said, reaching up to trace a finger along my cheek in a gesture that was pure Emma. She knows exactly what you want to do. And she's going to help you do it. Chapter 663, Emma 3. Chapter 663, Emma 3. The Emma construct's words hung in the air like a challenge, and I found myself staring into those amber eyes, searching for some hint of deception. But her expression remained completely sincere, as if offering to help me destroy her creator's organization was the most natural thing in the world. Help me, I repeated slowly. You're saying Alisara wants to help me infiltrate her own cult? Oh, absolutely. She moved back to the desk, settling into the high-back chair with practiced ease. You see, Arthur, she's learned so much in the past year. About power, about strategy, about what it means to truly love someone. Her smile turned predatory. And she's realized that the best way to keep you close is to give you exactly what you think you want. This is insane. The psychological complexity of what Alisara was proposing made my head spin. Let me infiltrate her organization, presumably steal secrets and gather intelligence, all while knowing I was doing it? What was the endgame? I can see those gears turning, the construct said, laughing softly. You're trying to figure out the trap, aren't you? Trying to understand what she gains from this arrangement. Because there has to be a catch, I said. People don't just hand their enemies the keys to their kingdom. Enemies? The word seemed to genuinely surprise her. Oh, Arthur. You still don't understand, do you? She leaned forward, resting her chin on her hand in a gesture that was achingly familiar. She doesn't see you as an enemy. She sees you as her other half. Her equal. The only person in existence capable of matching her. Arthur, be very careful here, Luna's warning echoed in my mind. Whatever game she's playing, it's beyond anything I can predict. And if I refuse this generous offer, then you leave. Right now. Walk out of here, abandon your mission. The construct's expression grew serious. Because make no mistake, this is your only opportunity. Either you play her game, or you don't play at all. I closed my eyes, weighing my options. The smart move was to leave. Everything about this situation screamed trap, manipulation, psychological warfare designed to break me down. But I need to get close to the clone. And if this is the only way, what exactly are you proposing? Her smile returned, bright and knowing. A contract, of course. The same vampiric covenant that any new cult member would receive. Except in this case, you'll be contracting with me and through me with Alisara herself. Alisara is a vampire? Half vampire, half human, she corrected. She rose from the chair again, moving to a cabinet that I hadn't noticed before. From inside, she withdrew an ornate ceremonial dagger, its blade gleaming with silver inlay that seemed to pulse with its own light. The process is simple, she explained, returning to stand before me. A blood exchange, a brief ritual, and then you'll officially be under vampiric protection. You'll gain access to cult facilities, intelligence networks, and inner circle meetings. Everything you need to accomplish your goals. And everything Alisara needs to monitor my every move. There's just one small detail, I said, trying to keep my voice casual. I have my own techniques for dealing with vampiric influence. I wouldn't want any misunderstandings about the nature of our arrangement. Loose in harmony, she said immediately, and my blood froze. Yes, Arthur, she knows about that too. The power of harmony and tranquility, capable of isolating foreign spiritual influences while maintaining the appearance of submission. Quite clever, really. How the hell does she know about loose in harmony? Surprised. The construct's eyes sparkled with amusement. You really should give her more credit. She's someone far more powerful than your master could dream of touching even in death. She held out the dagger, handle first. So by all means, use your loose in harmony. Create whatever barriers you think you need. The contract will still be legitimate enough to fool anyone who examines it, and you'll still gain access to everything you're after. I took the blade, feeling its weight in my hand. The metal was warm to the touch, and I could sense the magical properties woven into its structure. This wasn't just ceremonial, it was a genuine artifact designed for supernatural contracts. Why are you making this so easy? Because she loves you, the construct repeated, as if that explained everything. And because she's confident that once you see what she's really accomplished, once you understand the scope of her vision, you'll choose to stay willingly. The confidence in her voice was unsettling. Not arrogance, genuine certainty, as if the outcome had already been decided and we were just going through the motions. I drew the blade across my palm, feeling the sharp bite of silver against skin. Blood welled up immediately, darker than it should have been, and I could feel the magical energies in the room responding to the offering. The Emma construct did the same, her blood a lighter shade that seemed to shimmer with its own inner light. When she pressed her palm against mine, the contact sent a jolt of power through both of us. Now, I reached deep within myself, calling upon loose in harmony. The technique activated like a shield around my soul, creating barriers of perfect tranquility that would isolate any foreign influence. The vampiric miasma that tried to flow through our joined hands met those barriers and simply slid away, unable to find purchase. But I let just enough through to maintain the illusion. A thin thread of connection that would register to any examination while keeping my consciousness completely intact. The construct's eyes widened slightly, and for a moment, her perfect Emma facade cracked. Remarkable, she breathed. It's just like you to find a way to have your cake and eat it too. The ritual concluded with a flash of crimson light, and I felt the contract settle into place. To anyone observing, I would now register as legitimately bound to the Red Chalice cult. But thanks to Lucent Harmony, my will remained entirely my own. Congratulations, she said, releasing my hand and stepping back. You're now officially under vampiric protection. Welcome to the Red Chalice cult, Cardinal Arthur. Cardinal? That seems like a rather high starting rank. Alisara doesn't believe in wasting time with formalities. You'll have access to classified intelligence, restricted facilities, and direct communication with the inner circle. Her smile turned mysterious. Everything you need to accomplish your mission. She moved back to the desk, settling into the chair one final time. As she did, I noticed that her form was beginning to look less solid, as if the construct was reaching the end of its duration. Before you go, she said, her voice taking on a distant quality, Alisara wanted me to give you a message. She says she'll see you in 4 years, she's going to finish her work beyond Earth, and then she'll be able to give you her full attention. Work beyond Earth. The phrase sent a chill down my spine as I remembered the reports of entire civilizations being systematically eliminated. What kind of work? But the construct was already fading, her features becoming translucent. Goodbye, Arthur. Enjoy your new position. And remember, she's always watching. The Emma construct dissolved into motes of light that scattered like fallen stars, leaving me alone in the chamber with nothing but the lingering scent of jasmine and vanilla. And the terrifying knowledge that Alisara knew exactly what I was planning and was helping me do it anyway. Chapter 664, Heavenly Demon 1. Chapter 664, Heavenly Demon 1. Alisara's surprising interference had done more than just throw me off balance, it had fundamentally transformed my entire infiltration strategy in ways I was still processing. My original plan had been methodical, cautious, designed around the assumption that I'd be starting from the bottom of their hierarchy. I'd intended to spend weeks carefully avoiding the attention of cardinals and other high-ranking officials, using Lucent Harmony not just on myself but on Reika as well to ensure neither of us fell prey to vampiric corruption. The plan had been to slowly work our way up through the ranks, gathering intelligence piece by piece while maintaining the most minimal possible profile. Instead, I now found myself wearing the crimson robes of a cardinal, second in authority only to the deputy pope himself, with power equivalent to the dozen or so other cardinals who formed the cult's inner circle. The irony wasn't lost on me. In trying to infiltrate their organization, I'd been handed more influence than some members achieved after decades of service. And all because she wanted to make things interesting. The administrative chambers where I'd been brought after the contract ceremony buzzed with activity. Clerks in lesser robes hurried back and forth with documents, while lower-ranking officials bowed deferentially whenever they caught sight of my new insignia. The speed with which news of my promotion had spread through the Vatican sanctum was remarkable and slightly unnerving. Cardinal Matthias, a nervous-looking administrator, approached, clutching a stack of papers against his chest. Your companion, Miss Cordelia, we've prepared the documentation for her honorary bishop rank, as you requested. Honorary bishop. It was a perfect solution, really. High enough rank to grant her significant access and protection, but not requiring the full vampiric contract that would have complicated everything. Reika would have authority over entire regional branches while remaining technically unbound to any vampire patron, a status that raised some eyebrows but wasn't unprecedented for trusted associates of cardinals. Excellent, I replied, maintaining the authoritative tone expected of my new position. Has she been briefed on her new responsibilities? Yes, Your Eminence. She's currently reviewing the operational structure of our various branches. The administrator's hands trembled slightly as he spoke. Will there be anything else you require? Actually, yes. I fixed him with a steady gaze, letting just enough command presence leak into my voice to ensure compliance. I want detailed intelligence reports on all active branches, particularly those handling specialized projects. And I want them within the hour. Of course, Your Eminence. Immediately. As he scurried away, I reflected on how dramatically Alisara had altered the playing field. What should have been a dangerous, months-long infiltration had become a matter of simply exercising legitimate authority. The woman was either playing a game so complex I couldn't comprehend it, or she was genuinely confident that seeing her operation up close would somehow convert me to her cause. Neither possibility is particularly comforting. Reika appeared in the doorway a few minutes later, now wearing the deep purple robes of her new rank. The color suited her, and I could see in her posture that she was adapting quickly to the role. Her expression was carefully neutral, but I caught the slight questioning tilt of her eyebrow that asked, "What the hell is happening here?" "Dear," I said formally, aware that others might be listening. "I trust your orientation has been satisfactory?" "Quite informative," she replied smoothly. "Though I confess, the scope of the organization's operations is impressive. That's one way to put it." From the brief glimpses I'd caught of the intelligence reports, the Red Chalice cult's reach extended across multiple continents and dimensions. They had branches in major cities, hidden enclaves in remote locations, and what appeared to be several off-world operations that defied easy categorization. The administrator returned with remarkable speed, presenting me with a leather portfolio thick with documents. "The intelligence summaries you requested, Your Eminence. Organized by region and operational priority." I opened the portfolio, scanning the contents quickly. Branch locations, personnel rosters, ongoing projects, and there, marked with the highest classification levels, references to something called the Slaymark Initiative. Perfect. The Slaymark Empire branch, I said, looking up at the administrator. I want full details on their current operations. The man's face went pale. Your Eminence, that facility is under Cardinal Akasha's direct jurisdiction. Any requests for information would need to go through. I'm not making a request, I interrupted, letting ice creep into my voice. I'm giving an order. As a cardinal of equal standing, I have the authority to review any operational data relevant to cult interests. Cardinal Akasha. The name alone was almost insulting in its presumption. Akasha, the same name as the closest thing to a true deity, the librarian of the Akashic records. For someone to take that name as their own title spoke to either breathtaking arrogance or dangerous delusion. Probably both, I decided. The kind of ego that chooses to name itself after God doesn't tend toward humility. Of course, Your Eminence, the administrator stammered. I'll have the files prepared immediately. Though I should mention Cardinal Akasha has been territorial about the Slaymark operations. He may not appreciate external oversight. Then perhaps it's time Cardinal Akasha learned that territorial behavior doesn't supersede cult hierarchy, I replied coldly. Bishop Reka and I will be conducting a personal inspection of the Slaymark branch. Make the arrangements. The poor man looked like he wanted to object further, but the weight of my newly acquired authority was apparently sufficient to overcome his reservations. Yes, Your Eminence. I'll contact the branch immediately. Within 2 hours, we were aboard a luxurious transport that made private jets look modest by comparison. The Red Chalice cult spared no expense when it came to moving their leadership around, and I found myself in a flying palace complete with conference rooms, sleeping quarters, and what appeared to be a small library stocked with texts on supernatural theology. This is surreal, Reka murmured once we were airborne and safely behind privacy wards. Are we really just walking into their most sensitive facility? Apparently. I settled into one of the plush chairs, still trying to process the rapid turn of events. Though I suspect this ease of access comes with a price we haven't discovered yet. The flight to the Slaymark Empire took several hours, giving me time to review the intelligence files in detail. What I found was both fascinating and deeply disturbing. The Slaymark branch wasn't just a regional headquarters, it was a research facility focused on what the documents euphemistically called essence cultivation and modification. As we approached our destination, I received a priority communication from the branch facility. The message was brief and carried undertones of barely concealed relief. Cardinal Akasha has been called away on urgent business. Branch operations proceeding under deputy authority. Arrival preparations complete. How convenient. Either Akasha had genuinely been summoned elsewhere or someone wanted her out of the way for our visit. Given everything else that had happened today, I suspected the latter. The Slaymark branch was housed in what appeared to be a converted cathedral, though the architecture had been extensively modified with additions that definitely weren't part of the original design. Spires twisted in directions that hurt to look at, and the stained glass windows depicted scenes that no traditional religion would have endorsed. Deputy Branch Commander Sereth met us at the entrance, a gaunt man whose pale complexion and elongated canine teeth marked him as a turned vampire rather than a pureblood. His nervousness was palpable as he bowed deeply. Cardinal Matthias, Bishop Cordelia, welcome to the Slaymark Research Facility. I must apologize for Cardinal Akasha's absence. She was recalled to handle a situation in the outer territories. No need for apologies, I replied smoothly. In fact, her absence may allow for a more thorough inspection without territorial complications. The relief on Sereth's face was obvious. Of course, Your Eminence. We are at your complete disposal. Is there any particular aspect of our operations you'd like to review first? The Essence Cultivation Project. I want to see the primary subject. The Heavenly Demon Clone? Sereth's voice dropped to a whisper. Your Eminence, that project is classified at the highest levels. Even Cardinal Akasha requires special authorization to it. Deputy Commander, I said quietly, letting just enough menace creep into my tone to convey the consequences of continued objection. Are you suggesting that a cardinal of the Red Chalice lacks sufficient clearance to review cult operations? No. No, of course not, Your Eminence. Please follow me. The deeper we went into the facility, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The walls were lined with containment chambers, most of them empty, but a few holding specimens that I tried not to examine too closely. The air itself felt thick with supernatural energy, as if reality was being constantly bent and reshaped by whatever experiments were taking place here. Finally, we reached a heavily secured corridor that required multiple biometric scans and magical verification to access. At the end of this corridor was a single door, marked only with symbols that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. The primary cultivation chamber, Sereth announced, his voice barely steady. Your Eminence, I should warn you, the subject is not what most people expect. He opened the door, and I stepped through into a room that was part laboratory, part nursery, part prison cell. Monitoring equipment lined the walls, recording every conceivable form of data, while comfortable furnishings tried to disguise the clinical nature of the space. And in the center of it all, sitting cross-legged on a small bed while reading what appeared to be a children's book, was a little girl who couldn't have been more than 8 years old. She looked up when we entered, and I felt my world tilt on its axis. This was supposed to be the Heavenly Demon Clone, the ultimate weapon that the Red Chalice cult was developing, the existential threat that had to be stopped at all costs. She had dark hair tied back in simple pigtails, large eyes that held far too much intelligence for her apparent age, and was wearing a dress that looked like it had been picked out by someone trying very hard to make a laboratory subject look like a normal child. "Oh," she said, her voice carrying the sweet clarity of childhood. "More visitors. Are you here to run tests too?" I stared at her, my carefully prepared strategies and contingencies crumbling to dust in my mind. She's just a child. Chapter 665, Heavenly Demon 2. Chapter 665, Heavenly Demon 2. Judgment. The memory surfaced unbidden from the pages of the saga of the divine swordsman, Lucifer's blade gleaming with white astral energy, his sword the very embodiment of divine justice. I could almost see it, his verdant eyes locked with his enemy, the unstoppable force of his judgment meeting an equally unstoppable fist. The woman with pitch-black hair and dark eyes who had destroyed an entire city, radiating power enough to send shivers down even Lucifer's spine despite being at the same mana rank. A perfect match for him. That was how the Webnovel had described their battle. Lucifer at 22, meaning this confrontation was still 3 years in the future. Since the clone would be an adult by then, I'd calculated she should be at least 16 by now, old enough for complex reasoning, old enough to understand the gravity of her situation, old enough to make her own choices about escape and freedom. So why the hell was she 8 years old? "What is this?" I demanded, forcing my voice into the cold, calculating tone expected of a cardinal while my mind reeled from the implications. "Why is the subject so underdeveloped?" I chose my words carefully, making them sound like I was questioning her utility rather than expressing horror at her situation. Every instinct screamed at me to drop the act, to gather this child up and get her as far away from this place as possible. But revealing my true feelings would doom not just my mission but potentially Reika and the girl herself. Beside me, I felt Reika's hand tremble in mine. I squeezed gently, a subtle reminder that we needed to maintain our roles no matter how disturbing this became. "Her development follows a unique timeline, Your Eminence," Sareth explained, his clinical tone making my skin crawl. "The demonic essence integrated into her cellular structure accelerates certain aspects of her growth while slowing others. Physically, she ages at roughly half the normal rate, but her power development is exponential. She will become an adult in 2 years from now." 2 years. The timeline would fit perfectly with the saga's accounts. This child would become the monster capable of matching Lucifer blow for blow, of laying waste to entire cities without breaking stride. "And her current capabilities?" I asked, though part of me dreaded the answer. "Equivalent to a bishop-rank combatant," Sareth said with unmistakable pride. "Perhaps you'd like a demonstration?" "No." Every fiber of my being rejected the idea of watching a child, any child, be forced to display powers that should never exist in someone so young. But refusing would raise suspicions, and maintaining my cover was essential to any hope of eventually helping her. "Proceed," I said, the word tasting like ash in my mouth. Sareth moved to a control panel embedded in the wall, his fingers dancing across symbols that pulsed with malevolent energy. "Subject 0, we have visitors who would like to observe your capabilities. Please prepare for demonstration." The little girl, Subject 0, they don't even use her name, looked up from her book with an expression of resigned acceptance that broke my heart. She shouldn't know that look. No 8-year-old should carry that weight of expectation and inevitable compliance. "Okay," she said simply, setting her book aside with careful precision. "What would you like me to show them?" "Standard combat assessment. Level 3 intensity." She nodded and moved to the center of the room, where hidden mechanisms revealed themselves as the floor opened to produce what appeared to be a training dummy crafted from some kind of supernatural metal. The construct was easily twice her size, designed to withstand attacks that could level buildings. What happened next defied every natural law I understood. The child raised her small hand and darkness gathered around her fingers, not the absence of light, but something deeper and more fundamental. Deep dark and miasma. When she gestured toward the training dummy, that darkness lashed out like a living thing. The metal construct didn't just break, it dissolved, its molecular structure unraveling at the touch of whatever force she commanded. In seconds, tons of reinforced supernatural alloy had been reduced to scattered particles that glittered like black snow in the laboratory's harsh lighting. "Excellent as always," Sareth commented, as if watching a child unmake matter itself was the most natural thing in the world. "Her control has improved significantly since the last assessment." I felt Reika's grip on my hand tighten to the point of pain. When I glanced at her, I saw that her face had gone completely pale and her breathing had become shallow and rapid. Her eyes were fixed on the little girl with an expression of barely contained terror that had nothing to do with the display of power we'd just witnessed. She's remembering her own experiences. Reika had been subjected to supernatural experimentation when she was young, not to this extent, but enough to leave scars that never fully healed. Watching another child trapped in the same kind of clinical hell was triggering memories she'd spent years trying to suppress. "Fascinating," I managed, keeping my voice level despite the rage building in my chest. "I think we've seen enough for now. Bishop Cordelia and I will need to review this information in detail before proceeding." "Of course, Your Eminence. I'll have our staff prepare detailed reports on all aspects of the project." "Will you be staying overnight?" "Yes. Have quarters prepared for us." The walk to our assigned rooms felt like an eternity. Reika moved like someone in a trance, her usual grace replaced by the mechanical movements of someone barely holding themselves together. The moment the door closed behind us and I activated the privacy wards, she collapsed into the nearest chair. I can't, she whispered, wrapping her arms around herself. Arthur, I can't watch this. She's so small and they're doing to her what her voice broke and I could see her struggling against memories that threatened to overwhelm her completely. I moved to kneel beside her chair, taking her hands in mine. Hey, look at me. You're safe. We're going to figure this out. But she's not safe, Reika said, tears starting to flow. She's trapped in there and they're turning her into a weapon and she probably doesn't even understand what's happening to her. She met my eyes and I saw my own anguish reflected back at me. What are we going to do, Arthur? How do we save a child from this without destroying everything we've worked for? That was the question, wasn't it? My original plan had assumed I'd be dealing with a willing participant, someone old enough to understand the stakes and make informed decisions about their own fate. But this child, Subject Zero, was innocent in every way that mattered. She was a victim, not a villain, regardless of what kind of power she possessed. This was going to be much more difficult than I thought. Chapter 666, Heavenly Demon, 3. Chapter 666, Heavenly Demon, 3. The administrative wing of the Slaymark facility buzzed with nervous energy as I reviewed the files Deputy Commander Sereth had provided. Each document was more disturbing than the last, clinical reports detailing the creation and development of what they called Project Genesis, the Red Chalice cult's attempt to cultivate their own supreme-tier combatant. The other major cults each possess young talents of extraordinary potential. I read aloud from one particular report, keeping my voice carefully neutral for Reika's benefit. Cordelia sat across from me in our temporary office, her purple bishop robes arranged carefully as she maintained the illusion of reviewing regional intelligence reports. To anyone observing, we appeared to be conducting routine administrative work. In reality, we were piecing together the full scope of what this facility represented. Project Genesis was initiated to address this deficiency, she read from another file, her voice tight with controlled anger. Through careful genetic manipulation and essence integration, we have successfully created a being capable of matching any young talent produced by rival organizations. They're ace in the hole. It made sense from a strategic perspective. The magical world operated on a delicate balance of power, and having supreme-level combatants was essential for maintaining influence. But understanding the reasoning didn't make the reality any less horrific. Matthias, Reika said quietly, using my cover name even in private. Look at this medical report. I leaned over to examine the document she'd highlighted. The clinical language couldn't disguise the horrific details. Surgical procedures performed on a developing child, essence integration processes that had a 60% fatality rate, psychological conditioning designed to ensure absolute obedience. 47 previous attempts, I murmured, noting the casualty statistics. Subject Zero is the first to survive the complete enhancement process. 47 children. The number hit me like a physical blow. This wasn't just about one victim, it was about an entire program of systematic murder disguised as research. How many families had lost children to feed this project? How many innocents had died so the Red Chalice cult could have their weapon? A soft knock at the door interrupted my growing rage. Enter, I called, arranging my features into the appropriate expression of cardinal authority. Sereth stepped inside, his vampire features arranged in a mask of deference. Your Eminence, I wanted to inform you that Subject Zero's afternoon conditioning session has been completed. If you'd like to conduct another inspection. Perfect. Actually, I believe regular observation will be necessary to properly evaluate the project's viability. I'll be conducting daily assessments for the remainder of our stay. Of course, Your Eminence. Shall I have the security escort prepared? That won't be necessary. I prefer to conduct my evaluations without external interference. Seretha's pale features flickered with uncertainty. Your Eminence, protocol requires. Protocol, I interrupted coldly, requires that you follow the directives of a cardinal without question. Are you suggesting that my authority is insufficient to ensure my own safety? No. No, of course not, Your Eminence. He swallowed nervously. The subject can be unpredictable when not properly supervised. Unpredictable. As if any 8-year-old wouldn't be traumatized by the treatment this child had endured. I believe I can handle one small girl, Deputy Commander. Have the containment chamber prepared for my arrival in 1 hour. After Sereth left, Reika fixed me with a questioning look. What are you planning? Information gathering, I replied honestly. We need to understand exactly what we're dealing with before we can formulate any kind of rescue plan. And that means talking to her directly. An hour later, I stood outside the containment chamber again, but this time the circumstances felt entirely different. Without the clinical demonstration and Seretha's nervous explanations, the space felt more like what it actually was, a prison cell disguised as a bedroom. The little girl, Subject Zero, sat in the same cross-legged position as before, but now she was working on what appeared to be a jigsaw puzzle. The pieces were scattered across a small table and she was methodically fitting them together with the kind of focused concentration that reminded me painfully of how children should be spending their time. She looked up when I entered and I saw wariness flash across her features before she quickly schooled her expression into neutral compliance. She's learned to hide her emotions. At 8 years old. Hello, I said gently, making no sudden movements as I approached. May I sit down? Her dark eyes studied me carefully. You're the cardinal from yesterday. The one who watched me break the training dummy. I am. My name is Matthias. I settled into a chair across from her small table, noting how she tensed slightly at my proximity. What are you working on? A puzzle, she said simply, her voice carrying the careful modulation of someone who had learned that wrong answers carried consequences. It's supposed to help with pattern recognition and strategic thinking. Even her recreational activities are designed around making her a better weapon. What's the picture? For the first time, a hint of genuine emotion crept into her expression. A garden. With flowers and trees and butterflies. She picked up a piece that showed part of a bright yellow bloom. I've never seen a real garden. The simple statement hit me harder than any of the clinical reports had. This child had been created in a laboratory, raised in sterile chambers, and trained to be a living weapon. She had never experienced the most basic joys of childhood: sunlight on her face, grass beneath her feet, the simple pleasure of watching butterflies dance among flowers. Would you like to? I asked quietly. See a real garden, I mean. Her hand froze in the act of placing the puzzle piece. For a moment, her carefully maintained composure cracked, revealing the desperate longing of a child who had never been allowed to dream of anything beyond these walls. I'm not supposed to want things, she whispered so quietly I almost didn't hear her. Wanting things makes the tests harder. The tests? I'd seen references to psychological evaluations in the files, but hearing her speak about them in that defeated tone made my chest tight with fury. They weren't just torturing her body, they were systematically breaking her spirit. Everyone wants things, I said carefully. It's part of being human. I'm not human, she replied with matter-of-fact certainty. I'm a weapon. Weapons don't want things. Who told her that? The clinical detachment in her voice when referring to herself as a weapon was perhaps the most disturbing thing I'd encountered yet. Someone had deliberately taught this child to dehumanize herself, to think of her own desires and emotions as flaws to be corrected. What if I told you that you're wrong? I asked. What if you're both? She looked at me with confusion. Both what? Both human and something more. Being powerful doesn't make you less human, it just means you have more choices about how to use that humanity. For several minutes we sat in silence while she continued working on her puzzle. I could see her processing my words, trying to reconcile them with everything she'd been taught about herself. Finally she spoke again. The doctor says I'll be ready for real missions soon. That I'll get to leave this room and prove my worth to the cult. She placed another piece, completing a section that showed a butterfly's wing. But I don't want to hurt people. The doctor. Probably Cardinal Akasha, though the child wouldn't know her real name. What do you want to do instead? I want to finish my puzzle, she said simply. And maybe see if the real butterflies are as pretty as the ones in the picture. I made a decision that would change everything. What if I told you that might be possible? Her hands stilled completely. You're lying. I never lie to children. Everyone lies to children. They say it's for our own good. Smart girl. She'd already learned one of the harsh truths about the adult world, even if she'd learned it in the worst possible way. You're right. Adults do lie to children sometimes. But I'm going to make you a promise right now, and I want you to remember it, okay? She nodded slowly. I promise that I will never lie to you, no matter how difficult the truth might be. And I promise that if there's any way at all, for you to see real butterflies and real gardens, I will find it. Tears began to form in her dark eyes, and for the first time since I'd met her, she looked like what she actually was, a frightened, lonely child who desperately wanted to believe that someone cared about her well-being. Why? She whispered. Why would you help me? Because everyone deserves to see butterflies, I said simply. Even weapons. Especially weapons. She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand and returned to her puzzle with renewed focus. But I noticed that she kept glancing at me as if trying to determine whether I could possibly be telling the truth. Step 1, I thought as I watched her work. Establish trust. Now I just had to figure out how to keep the promise I just made. Chapter 667, Heavenly Demon 4. Chapter 667, Heavenly Demon 4. The next morning brought disturbing revelations wrapped in bureaucratic language and clinical terminology. I'd requested access to the complete project files, exercising my cardinal authority to override standard security protocols. What I found in those classified documents made my blood run cold. Cordelia, I said quietly, sliding a particular file across our temporary office table. Look at section 7. She opened the folder and began reading, her face growing progressively paler as she absorbed the contents. Termination Protocol Theta, she read aloud. To be implemented in the event of project compromise, external security threats, or subject psychological deterioration. There it was. The confirmation of what I'd suspected from the moment I'd seen how tightly controlled this facility was. Subject 0 wasn't just a valuable asset, she was a potential liability that could be eliminated the moment she became inconvenient. Psychological deterioration, Reika repeated, her voice tight with controlled anger. They have execution authorization if she shows too much independent thinking. I leaned back in my chair, processing the implications. My initial instinct when Cardinal Akasha had been absent was to simply walk out with the child, using my authority to override any objections. But if I'd acted on that impulse, we would have triggered the termination protocol within hours. The moment security realized she was gone, they would have activated tracking systems, pursuit teams, and ultimately the failsafe that would kill her rather than allow her to fall into enemy hands. The neural implants, I said, pointing to another section of the file. They're not just for power regulation. They contain explosive compounds. They can kill her remotely, Reika breathed. Arthur, Matthias, this changes everything. We can't just extract her. The moment they realize she's missing. She dies instantly, I finished. Which means we need a different approach. Think. The termination protocol was designed to prevent exactly what we were trying to accomplish. But every system had weaknesses and every protocol had loopholes. I just had to find them. A soft chime from the facility's communication system interrupted my planning. Cardinal Matthias, came Saratha's voice through the speaker. We've received a priority transmission from Vatican Sanctum. Cardinal Akasha will be returning ahead of schedule. He'll arrive in 5 days rather than the originally planned 2 weeks. Shit. That compressed our timeline dramatically. Whatever we were going to do, we had less than a week to accomplish it. Acknowledged, I replied. Continue normal operations until her arrival. After the communication ended, Reika fixed me with a questioning look. What does this mean for our plans? It means we need to accelerate everything. I stood and began pacing, my mind racing through possibilities. But it also might present an opportunity. Akasha's early return suggests something has changed at the higher levels. Maybe enough chaos to provide cover for what we need to do. What exactly do we need to do? That was the question, wasn't it? Traditional extraction was impossible due to the termination protocol. Fighting our way out would trigger the same failsafe. And we couldn't simply destroy the facility. That would definitely result in the child's death. We need to disable the termination protocol first, I said slowly, the plan beginning to form. Then we need to find a way to remove the neural implants safely. Only then can we consider extraction. And how do we accomplish any of that? By making ourselves indispensable to the project. If they believe we're valuable enough, they'll share more information. Trust us with more access. I stopped pacing and looked directly at her. We need to convince them that we want to expand the program. Reika's eyes widened with understanding. You want to propose creating more children like her? More weapons, I corrected grimly. That's how they see her, so that's how we need to present our interest. Cardinal Matthias and Bishop Cordelia, impressed by the project's success and eager to establish similar programs in other regions. Of course, they know this is only possible because of the special material Cardinal Akasha got, but we can suggest creating weaker versions of her. It was a horrific plan. Playing into their ambitions, encouraging their monstrous research, all while secretly working to save the one victim we'd already found. But it was the only approach that might give us the access we needed. I hate this, Reika said quietly. So do I. But it's the only way. An hour later, I was back in Subject Zero's containment chamber, but this time I carried a small bag that I'd acquired from the facility's supply stores. The child looked up when I entered, and I was gratified to see that the wariness in her expression had lessened slightly. Hello again, I said, settling into the same chair as yesterday. I brought you something. Her dark eyes fixed on the bag with curiosity, but she made no move to reach for it. Still too well trained to show desire. It's not a test, I assured her. It's just a gift. I don't get gifts, she said matter-of-factly. I get rewards for good performance, but only if I earn them. Every word out of her mouth breaks my heart a little more. Well, this is different. This is just because I thought you might enjoy it. I opened the bag and withdrew a small stuffed animal, a butterfly with soft purple wings and a friendly embroidered face. It wasn't much, but it was the closest thing to an actual butterfly that the facility's limited supplies could provide. The child's reaction was immediate and heartbreaking. Her eyes went wide and her hand moved toward the toy before she caught herself and pulled back. I can't, she whispered. Personal possessions are discouraged. They create emotional attachments that compromise operational effectiveness. They won't even let her have a stuffed animal. What if it wasn't a personal possession? What if it was educational material? She tilted her head, confusion replacing fear. Educational how? Well, you're studying pattern recognition, right? And strategic thinking? I held up the butterfly, examining its embroidered details. This could help you understand wing patterns, color distributions, symmetrical design principles. For the first time since I'd met her, she almost smiled. That's not really what it's for, isn't it? How can you be sure unless you study it carefully? Slowly, hesitantly, she reached out and touched one of the soft wings. The moment her fingers made contact, her carefully maintained composure cracked completely. She pulled the butterfly against her chest and held it tight, tears streaming down her face. Thank you, she whispered. I'll be good. I promise I'll be really good. She thinks she has to earn kindness. The realization hit me like a physical blow. This child had been so systematically deprived of basic human affection that she interpreted any gesture of kindness as something she had to repay. You don't have to be good, I said gently. You don't have to earn this. It's yours because you exist, not because of anything you've done or might do. She looked at me with confusion as if I'd spoken in a foreign language. But if I'm not good, you'll take it away. No. I won't. Even if you're bad, which I don't think is possible, the butterfly is still yours. We sat in comfortable silence while she explored her new possession, her small fingers tracing the embroidered patterns with wonder. Finally, she spoke again. What's your real name? The question caught me completely off guard. What do you mean? Everyone here calls you Cardinal Matthias, but that's not your real name. I can tell. She hugged the butterfly closer. You don't feel like the other cardinals. You feel different. Perceptive child. What makes you say that? The way you look at me. Like I'm a person instead of a thing. She met my eyes directly. So what's your real name? I considered my options. Revealing my true identity would be dangerous, but continuing to lie to her felt wrong after the promise I'd made yesterday. Then I found a middle ground. Arthur, I said quietly. My real name is Arthur. Arthur, she repeated, testing the sound. I like that better than Matthias. What about you? Do you have a name besides Subject Zero? Her expression grew sad. They never gave me one. Numbers are more efficient than names. That's going to change. Would you like one? I'm not supposed to want things, she said automatically, but I could see the longing in her eyes. Everyone deserves a name, I said firmly. Even weapons. Especially weapons. She was quiet for a long moment, clutching her butterfly toy. Could I think about it? Of course. Take all the time you need. As I prepared to leave, she called out softly. Arthur? Yes. Will you come back tomorrow? I promise. Walking back to our quarters, I reflected on the morning's revelations. The termination protocol had confirmed that simple extraction was impossible, but my conversation with the child had revealed something equally important. She was starting to trust me. That trust would be essential for whatever came next. Chapter 668, Heavenly Demon 5. Chapter 668, Heavenly Demon 5. The third day brought a breakthrough that would change everything. I'd arrived at Subject Zero's containment chamber earlier than usual, carrying another small gift, a children's book about gardens that I'd convinced Sareth was educational material for pattern recognition studies. The excuse was wearing thin, but my cardinal authority still carried enough weight to override questions. The child was sitting by her small window, the purple butterfly toy clutched in her hands as she stared out at the facility's courtyard. It wasn't much of a view, concrete walls and guard towers, but she seemed fascinated by the small patch of sky visible above the barriers. Good morning, I said, settling into my usual chair. Arthur, she said, turning to face me with something that might have been a smile. You came back. I promised I would. I held up the book. I brought you something new today. Her eyes lit up with genuine excitement, though she quickly tried to hide it. The conditioning ran deep, but I was starting to see cracks in the facade they'd built around her natural personality. What is it? She asked, moving closer but still maintaining careful distance. A story about the most beautiful garden in the world. With pictures. I opened the book to reveal colorful illustrations of flowers, trees, and yes, butterflies. I thought you might like to see what the real ones look like. She stared at the pages with wonder, her small fingers hovering just above the illustrations as if afraid touching them might make them disappear. They're so bright, she whispered. And there are so many different kinds. Each type has its own name, I explained, pointing to different flowers in the pictures. Roses, daisies, sunflowers, lilacs, and each butterfly species has a name too. Names, she repeated thoughtfully. Like Arthur instead of Cardinal Matthias. There's my opening. Speaking of names, have you given any more thought to what you might like to be called? She was quiet for a long moment, studying a page that showed a night garden illuminated by moonlight. The picture was particularly beautiful, silver flowers glowing in the darkness, with pale butterflies dancing among them like living starlight. Luna, she said finally, so quietly I almost didn't hear her. Luna. Like the moon in the picture. She looked so peaceful, watching over all the flowers. She looked up at me with those dark eyes that held far too much pain for her age. Do you think Luna is a good name? Well, isn't that interesting? Luna's amused voice echoed in my mind. Another Luna. Should I be flattered or concerned that you're developing a pattern? Perfect. I think Luna is a beautiful name. It suits you. Really? The hope in her voice was heartbreaking. Really? Luna it is then. For the first time since I'd met her, she gave me a genuine smile, not the careful, controlled expression she'd been trained to display, but the bright, unguarded joy of a child who had just received something precious. Thank you, Arthur. For giving me a name. For the butterfly. For, she struggled with the words. For making me feel like a person. That's exactly what you are. Luna, can I ask you something? She nodded eagerly. Do you remember anything from before this place? From when you were very small? Her expression grew thoughtful. Sometimes I have dreams. There's a woman with kind eyes who used to sing to me. But the doctor says those aren't real memories, just neural misfirings from the enhancement process. The doctor. Cardinal Akasha, almost certainly. What do you think? I think the doctor is wrong about a lot of things, Luna said with a maturity that should have been impossible at her age. She says I don't have feelings, but I do. She says I don't need things like names or toys, but I want them anyway. Smart girl. She was developing critical thinking despite their best efforts to suppress it. That would be both an asset and a danger as we moved forward. Luna, I need to ask you something important and I need you to think carefully before you answer. She straightened, giving me her full attention. If there was a way, and I'm not saying there is, but if there was, would you want to leave this place? To see real gardens and real butterflies? Her reaction was immediate and intense. She clutched the butterfly toy to her chest and stared at me with wide eyes. Is that possible? I don't know yet. But I'm trying to find out. The implants, she said quietly, her hand moving unconsciously to touch the back of her neck where I knew the neural interfaces were located. They told me the implants would hurt anyone who tried to take me away. That they would hurt me too. She knows about the termination protocol. Did they tell you anything else about the implants? The doctor said they keep me safe. That without them, my power would grow too fast and burn me up from the inside. She looked down at her hands. But sometimes when I'm sleeping, I can feel them. Like little spiders in my head. Neural implants with explosive components, disguised as medical necessity. It was cleverly designed. The child would resist removal because she'd been convinced it would kill her anyway. Luna, what if I told you that might not be true? What if the implants weren't protecting you, but controlling you? You mean the doctor lied to me? I think the doctor has told you a lot of things that aren't true. She was quiet for several minutes, processing this information. When she spoke again, her voice was small but determined. If you found a way to take me away from here, would you? Even if it was dangerous? There it is. The question I'd been hoping she would ask, the confirmation that she wanted to be saved despite everything they'd done to break her spirit. Yes, I said without hesitation. I would do everything in my power to get you somewhere safe. Look at you getting all paternal, Luna commented with obvious amusement. Next thing you know, you'll be teaching her how to ride a bike and giving boys the talk. Not helping, Luna. Why? She asked, echoing the same question from our first real conversation. I'm just a weapon. Why would you risk yourself for a weapon? Because you're not just a weapon, Luna. You're a little girl who likes butterflies and garden stories and purple stuffed animals. You're someone who deserves to choose her own name and make her own decisions about what she wants to do with her life. Tears began forming in her eyes again. But what if they're right? What if I am dangerous? What if trying to save me hurts people? The fear they've instilled in her runs deep. Luna, do you want to hurt people? No. Never. Then you won't. Having power doesn't make you dangerous. Using that power to harm innocent people makes you dangerous. And I don't think that's who you are. She wiped her eyes and looked at me with a determination that was startling in someone so young. If you can find a way, I want to leave. I want to see real butterflies. I want to choose what I do with my power instead of having it chosen for me. That's my girl. Then we'll find a way. I promise. Another promise to another, Luna, the Chelan observed with fond exasperation. You really do have a type, don't you? We spent the rest of the morning reading the garden book together, with Luna asking countless questions about each flower and butterfly. Her curiosity was insatiable. She wanted to know how flowers grew, what butterflies ate, whether different colors meant different things. This is who she really is, I realized as I watched her excitement over learning new things. Not the weapon they've tried to create, but a bright, curious child who's been starved of normal experiences. As I prepared to leave for the day, Luna called out to me one more time. Arthur? When you were my age, did you have a real name that people called you? Not a made-up one. Yes, I did. And you got to choose what you wanted to do when you grew up? That's a more complicated question than she realizes. More or less, yes. I want that too, she said firmly. I want to choose. Chapter 669, Heavenly Demon 6. Chapter 669, Heavenly Demon 6. The morning of my visit to Luna brought an unexpected request from Deputy Commander Sereth. Cardinal Matthias, he said, intercepting me in the hallway before I could reach Luna's chamber. Dr. Vance has requested a consultation regarding the subject's recent behavioral modifications. He's particularly interested in your assessment methodology. Perfect. I've been waiting for this opportunity. Of course. I'd be happy to share my observations with Dr. Vance. My clinical mind was already analyzing the request. They were concerned about Luna's emotional development but hadn't yet classified it as problematic enough to trigger immediate intervention. This gave me a window to establish myself as an expert consultant rather than a potential threat, a position that would grant me access to systems and information I desperately needed. Excellent. Dr. Vance will join you for today's evaluation session. 20 minutes later, I entered Luna's chamber accompanied by a thin, nervous man in a lab coat who radiated the particular brand of arrogance that came from someone who had never been told his research was monstrous. Dr. Vance, I said, extending my hand in greeting. I've reviewed your work on cognitive enhancement integration. Impressive methodology. Cardinal Matthias, he replied, his pale eyes lighting up with pleasure. I must say, your approach to subject evaluation has yielded fascinating results. We've never seen such rapid emotional development in any previous iteration. Luna looked up from her usual spot by the window, and I could see confusion flicker across her features when she noticed the additional person. Her hand instinctively moved to clutch her butterfly toy, a gesture that made my chest tighten with protective instinct. Good morning, Luna, I said, settling into my chair with deliberate casualness. I brought someone to meet you today. This is Dr. Vance. He's been helping take care of you since you were very small. Hello, Luna said politely, but I could see the wariness in her posture. She'd learned to associate new adult. Remarkable, Dr. Vance murmured, making notes on his tablet. The subject's social recognition patterns show significant advancement. Previous iterations required extensive conditioning to achieve basic conversational response. Subject. Iterations. The clinical language when referring to her made my jaw clench, but I forced my expression to remain neutral. I've been working on pattern recognition exercises, I explained, opening the bag I'd brought. Simple cognitive stimulation to evaluate her learning capacity. What I withdrew wasn't another book or toy, it was a tablet loaded with basic educational software. But hidden beneath the surface programs was something far more sophisticated. A custom-built interface that would allow me to passively scan any network it connected to. This is interesting, Luna, I said, powering on the device. Would you like to try some puzzles? Her eyes lit up with genuine excitement. Real puzzles? On a computer. The subject has shown remarkable aptitude for pattern recognition. Dr. Vance noted approvingly. Cardinal, your assessment protocols are yielding exceptional data. If only you knew what I was really assessing. As Luna began working through the tablet's puzzles, simple matching games and basic logic problems, I watched Dr. Vance's reactions carefully. The man was completely absorbed in Luna's performance, noting every response time and decision pattern. He had no idea that the tablet was simultaneously mapping the facility's wireless networks, identifying security protocols, and cataloging the digital signatures of every connected device in the building, including the neural implant monitoring system. Fascinating. Dr. Vance breathed as Luna solved a particularly complex puzzle in record time. The cognitive enhancement protocols have exceeded all projections. With proper conditioning, this iteration could achieve operational readiness months ahead of schedule. Operational readiness. Another euphemism for turning her into a weapon. Matthias, Luna said suddenly, looking up from the tablet. This puzzle is broken. I noticed she dropped the formal cardinal title. A small sign that she was growing more comfortable with me. Good for building trust, though I'd need to remind her to maintain proper address when others were present. Dr. Vance made a note on his tablet. The subject's informal address patterns suggest developing social recognition abilities. Useful development, I thought clinically. A more trusting subject would be easier to extract when the time came. Remarkable. We've never achieved spontaneous imprinting in previous iterations. This could represent a significant breakthrough in control methodologies. Luna was looking at the tablet with focus, clearly engaged with the problem-solving aspect of the puzzles. I leaned forward to examine the puzzle she'd indicated was broken, noting how she instinctively leaned slightly toward me, a sign of growing trust. She's starting to see me as safe, I observed. That'll be important for cooperation during extraction. This puzzle is actually functioning correctly, I explained gently, but I can see why you think it's broken. The solution requires thinking about the problem differently than the others you've solved. For the next hour, I guided Luna through increasingly complex cognitive exercises while simultaneously mapping the facility's digital infrastructure. The tablet's hidden programs were working flawlessly, creating a comprehensive picture of their security systems, communication networks, and, most importantly, the implant control systems. Bingo! The neural implants operated on a secure wireless frequency, communicating with a central monitoring station that tracked everything from Luna's vital signs to her emotional state. More interestingly, the system was designed with remote override capabilities for emergency situations, like a termination protocol. Cardinal, Dr. Vance said as the session concluded. I must say, your evaluation methodology has provided invaluable insights. Would you be interested in consulting on the next phase of development? Perfect. I'd be honored to contribute to such groundbreaking research. As we prepared to leave, Luna called out softly. Matthias? Will you come back tomorrow? Of course, I assured her, noting how she seemed to relax at the confirmation. Building this level of trust was essential for the mission's success. Outside the chamber, Dr. Vance continued his enthusiastic commentary. The subject's social development is remarkable. We've never achieved this level of interpersonal engagement in previous iterations. I nodded along with his analysis while my mind raced with the implications of what I'd discovered. The neural implants weren't just monitoring devices, they were comprehensive control systems capable of remote manipulation. But they were also the key to Luna's survival, and any disruption had to be carefully planned. I need more time to analyze this, I realized. And I need to be very, very careful about how I proceed. Dr. Vance, I said as we reached his office, I'd like to review the complete technical specifications for the enhancement protocols, to better understand how cognitive development might affect future performance parameters. Certainly, I'll have the files transferred to your secure terminal immediately. Hook, line, and sinker. By positioning myself as a collaborator rather than a threat, I gained access to everything I needed to plan Luna's extraction. I didn't want to admit the warmth wrapping around my heart. Chapter 670. Heavenly Demon, 7. Chapter 670. Heavenly Demon, 7. The seventh day of my visits to Luna brought an unexpected request from the child herself. Arthur, she said as I settled into my usual chair. What are those colorful sticks the researchers use to mark their papers? I followed her gaze to where Dr. Vance had left his tablet on the monitoring station, complete with a set of digital styluses in various colors. Those are pens for writing and drawing, I explained. They make different colored marks. Her dark eyes lit up with curiosity, an expression I was beginning to recognize and treasure. Drawing? Like the pictures in the books you bring me? Of course. Luna had been surrounded by clinical white walls and sterile equipment her entire life. The concept of creating art, of making something beautiful just for the joy of it, was completely foreign to her. Would you like to try drawing? I asked, already planning my next supply acquisition. Could I? The hope in her voice was heartbreaking. I promise I wouldn't break anything or make a mess. The fact that she has to promise not to make a mess when asking to draw. Luna, making art sometimes involves making a little mess. That's part of the fun. She looked at me with confusion, as if the concept of fun requiring explanation. Which, given her upbringing, it probably did. I'll bring you some proper drawing supplies tomorrow, I promised. Colored pencils, paper, maybe some markers. Would you like that? The smile that spread across her face was radiant. Really? Just for me? Just for you. The next morning, I arrived with a small bag containing art supplies I'd convinced the facility's procurement office were cognitive development materials. Colored pencils, sketch pads, erasers, and even a few basic how-to-draw books aimed at children. Luna's reaction when I opened the bag was pure joy. She reached out tentatively to touch the colored pencils, as if afraid they might disappear. They're so pretty, she whispered. All different colors. Pick one, I encouraged. Any color you like. She selected a bright yellow pencil, holding it carefully like it was made of glass. What should I draw? Anything you want. There are no rules when it comes to art. No rules. I could see the concept struggling to take hold in her mind. Luna had lived her entire life surrounded by rules, protocols, and expectations. The idea that she could create something without guidelines was revolutionary. She started with simple lines, marveling at how the yellow pencil left marks on the white paper. Then she added more colors. Blue for what might have been sky, green for grass, red for what looked like flowers. Tell me about your picture, I said, settling back to watch her work. It's the garden from the book, she explained, adding more flowers with careful concentration. But I made the butterflies bigger so you can see them better. She's drawing from memory. The garden book I'd shown her days ago had clearly made a deep impression. But more than that, she was adapting it, making creative choices about what to emphasize. Who's this? I asked, pointing to two stick figures she'd added near the flowers. Luna blushed slightly. That's you, she said, indicating the taller figure. And that's me. We're looking at the butterflies together. The simple drawing hit me harder than it should have. Two stick figures in a garden. One tall, one small. Representing a bond that shouldn't exist but was growing stronger every day. It's beautiful, I said honestly. You're very talented. Really? She looked up at me with such earnest hope that my chest tightened. Do you think I could draw more pictures? Maybe one for you to keep. She wants to give me a gift. This child who had never owned anything of her own wanted to create something to give away. I would treasure any picture you made for me, I assured her. For the next hour, Luna drew with the focused intensity of someone discovering a new world. Simple shapes became flowers, houses, animals she'd only seen in books. Her technique was crude, but her imagination was vivid and pure. Arthur, she said as she worked on another drawing. When people live in houses like this one, she pointed to a crooked rectangle with a triangle roof. Do they draw pictures too? Many of them do. Children especially love to draw and color. Children like me? Children exactly like you. Yes, Luna. Children exactly like you. She was quiet for a moment, adding windows to her house. Do their grown-ups keep their pictures? Like you said you'd keep mine. The best grown-ups do. They put them on refrigerators or in frames, or keep them in special boxes to look at when they want to remember. Luna's pencil stilled. Remember what? How much they love the child who made the picture. She looked up at me with those two knowing eyes. Do you love me, Arthur? The question was so direct, so vulnerable, that it took my breath away. Here was a child who had never experienced love asking if she might be worthy of it. Yes, I said simply. I do love you, Luna. Tears formed in her eyes, but she was smiling. I love you too. Is that okay? Is it okay for an engineered weapon to love the man planning to steal her away? It's more than okay. It's wonderful. She returned to her drawing with renewed enthusiasm, and I found myself studying her small hands as she worked. Hands that had been designed to wield terrible power, now carefully guiding colored pencils across paper to create simple beauty. As our session ended, Luna carefully tore out her first drawing, the garden with two stick figures, and handed it to me. For you to remember, she said shyly. I took the picture, noting how she'd written Luna, in careful letters at the bottom, along with a heart drawn in red pencil. I'll keep this forever, I promised, and meant it. Tomorrow can we draw animals? She asked hopefully. I want to learn how to draw cats. Do you think cats would like me? I think cats would adore you. And yes, we can definitely draw animals tomorrow. Walking back to our quarters, I looked down at the drawing in my hands. Two stick figures in a garden, labeled with a child's careful handwriting and decorated with a red heart. Chapter 671. Heavenly Demon, 8. Chapter 671. Heavenly Demon, 8. I watched Master walk away from Luna's containment chamber, noting the careful way he carried the drawing she'd given him. Even from behind, I could see the change in his posture, the protective set of his shoulders, the gentleness in his movements that hadn't been there a week ago. He's falling in love with her, I realized, and the thought made my chest warm in ways I wasn't prepared for. Bishop Cordelia, Dr. Vance approached with his ever-present tablet. I was hoping to discuss the subject's recent behavioral modifications with you. Your psychological evaluation reports have been interesting. If only you knew how carefully crafted those reports were. Of course, doctor. What specific aspects would you like to discuss? The emotional development patterns. We've never seen such rapid socialization in any previous iteration. Your assessment methodology appears to be yielding exceptional results. I maintained my professional expression while internally cringing at his clinical language. Previous iteration. As if Luna's predecessors weren't children who died in agony. The subject responds well to structured interaction, I said carefully. Consistent positive reinforcement appears to accelerate cognitive and emotional development. Consistent positive reinforcement. Such cold words for what was actually love, kindness, and basic human decency. Fascinating. And the attachment behaviors toward Cardinal Matthias. Natural development given the frequency and quality of their interactions, I replied. The subject has formed a positive association with Cardinal Matthias due to his patient evaluation approach. Would you recommend expanding this approach? Perhaps having you conduct similar attachment building sessions? Yes, my heart said immediately. Yes, let me spend time with her too. Let me be part of whatever family master is building. That could provide valuable comparative data, I said aloud. I'd be willing to conduct supplementary behavioral assessments. Dr. Vance nodded approvingly. Excellent. I'll have your sessions scheduled immediately. The subject seems to benefit from humanized interaction protocols. Humanized interaction protocols. He meant treating Luna like a person instead of a weapon, though he'd never phrased it that way. An hour later, I found myself standing outside Luna's chamber for my first solo visit. Through the observation window, I could see her sitting at her small table, carefully working on another drawing with the colored pencils Master Arthur had brought her. I activated the door controls and stepped inside. Hello, Luna. She looked up from her artwork, and I saw recognition flash in her dark eyes. You're Bishop Cordelia. You're always with Arthur when he visits. Arthur. Not Cardinal Matthias. She felt safe enough to use his real name even with me present. That's right. I was hoping to spend some time with you today, if that's all right. Luna tilted her head, studying me with the direct gaze of a child unused to deception. Are you going to ask me questions like the doctors do? About how I feel and what I think? The doctors. More people who saw her as a subject to be analyzed rather than a child to be cared for. No questions like that, I assured her, moving to sit in the chair Master Arthur usually occupied. I was actually hoping you might show me your drawings. Her face lit up immediately. Really? You want to see them? Very much. For the next few minutes, Luna showed me her artwork with the enthusiasm of any child sharing something they'd created. Stick figure gardens, wobbly animals, houses that defied architectural physics but radiated warmth and imagination. This one is my favorite, she said, pointing to a drawing of what appeared to be 3 stick figures standing together. It's Arthur and me and you. My breath caught. Me? You're always taking care of Arthur, and Arthur takes care of me, so that makes us… She paused, searching for the right word. Like a family, right? Like a family. The casual way she said it, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, made my heart skip a beat. Do you know what families are like, Luna? I asked gently. Not really, she admitted. But Arthur tells me stories sometimes. About people who live together and take care of each other and love each other even when they make mistakes. Master has been telling her about families. Of course he has. He's been preparing her for the life she deserves to have. That's exactly right, I said. Families are people who choose to love each other. Choose. Luna's eyes widened. You mean it's not something that just happens? People decide to be family? Sometimes. The very best families are the ones where people choose each other. Luna looked down at her drawing, then back up at me. Do you think Arthur chose me? Like family? Oh, sweetheart. The hope in her voice was almost too much to bear. I think Arthur cares about you very much, I said carefully. And yes, I think he's chosen you as someone special to him. What about you? The question was so quiet I almost missed it. Do you care about me too? The words hit me like a physical blow. This little girl, this brave, artistic, loving child, was asking if I cared about her. And the answer that rose in my throat surprised me with its intensity. Yes, I whispered. Yes, Luna. I care about you very much. The smile that spread across her face was like sunrise after a long night. Really? So we're all We all care about each other? You and Arthur and me. Master and my daughter. The thought appeared in my mind unbidden, and I felt heat rise in my cheeks. What am I thinking? Our daughter? When had I started thinking of Luna that way? The idea of her calling me something like Mama Reka made my face burn with embarrassment at my own presumption. Luna, I said, trying to regain my composure. What do you know about mothers? Mothers. She looked confused. Arthur mentioned them sometimes. They're like fathers, but different. Ladies who take care of children. She doesn't even know what a mother is. The casual cruelty of her upbringing hit me anew. That's right. Mothers are women who love and protect children. They teach them things, and comfort them when they're scared, and are proud of them when they accomplish something. Luna was quiet for a long moment, processing this information. Then she looked up at me with those two wise eyes. Do you think, could someone like you be a mother to someone like me? The question made my heart stop entirely. The way she phrased it, so carefully, so hopefully, as if she didn't dare ask directly but wanted to know if it was possible. The thought of Luna calling me Mama made my cheeks burn. The image of her and Master as a real family, with me as his wife in raising her. What am I thinking? The rational part of my mind tried to reassert control. This is a mission. We're here to extract intelligence, not adopt children. But looking at Luna's hopeful face, at the drawing of 3 stick figures she'd labeled as family, rationality seemed less important than the overwhelming urge to protect this child. I think, I said carefully, that you deserve to have people who care about you like family does. People who want to protect you and help you grow. Luna nodded thoughtfully, then smiled. I think that would be nice. If only she knew how much I already want to protect her. The thought of Luna someday calling me something maternal, maybe Mama Cordelia, made my heart race and my cheeks burn with embarrassment at my own presumption. What would it be like? I wondered, watching Luna return to her drawing. To have Master and I raising her together? To be a real family? The fantasy was so appealing it was almost painful. Luna beamed and immediately returned to her drawing, adding details to the 3 stick figures with renewed enthusiasm. As she worked, she chattered about the people she was drawing, how Arthur was kind and brought her books, and how I was nice and answered her questions, and how maybe someday they could all be together somewhere with a garden. A house with a garden. She was imagining a future together. This child who'd never experienced anything beyond sterile walls and clinical procedures. I watched her work, noting the careful way she drew each figure, the hope evident in every line. In her mind, we were becoming something like a family. She was choosing us as much as we were choosing her. We have to save her, I thought fiercely. Not just extract her. Save her. Give her the family she deserves. Cordelia? Luna's voice broke through my thoughts. Yes, sweetheart. Do you think, when people leave places like this, do they really get to stay with the people who care about them? The question was asked with such innocent hope that it nearly broke my heart. She was asking if we would really save her, if we would really be her family, without quite daring to say the words directly. Yes, Luna, I said aloud. When people find their real family, they get to stay together. She smiled and returned to her drawing, humming softly to herself as she worked, and sitting there, watching Master Arthur's, this precious child create art with colored pencils. I realized that my mission priorities had fundamentally shifted. It was about saving this little girl who was already becoming so important to both Master and me. Chapter 672. Heavenly Demon, 9. Chapter 672. Heavenly Demon, 9. I stared at the magical ward analysis Luna had helped me piece together, hardly believing what we discovered. After days of her guiding my understanding of the magical construct, we'd finally found it. A critical flaw in the ward's construction that could be exploited. The anchor points aren't perfectly synchronized, Luna explained in my mind, her knowledge of ancient magical theory proving invaluable. There's a brief moment during the ward's renewal cycle where the binding weakens. If you can time a disruption correctly. How long do we have? I asked. Approximately 37 seconds when the ward cycles. More than enough time to get the little one past the boundary, assuming you can handle the magical requirements. The ward that had seemed impenetrable just days ago now had a clear vulnerability. But exploiting it would require precise magical timing and a level of power manipulation I wasn't entirely confident I possessed. Arthur. Luna's voice pulled me from my magical theorizing. You look different today. Are you okay? I looked up from my notes to find her watching me with those 2 perceptive dark eyes. She was sitting at her small table, but instead of drawing random pictures, she had what appeared to be architectural plans spread out in front of her. Plans? What are you working on there? Her face lit up with excitement. It's our house. The one we're going to live in when we leave here. She gestured eagerly for me to come look. I've been planning it for days. I moved to stand behind her chair, looking down at what was indeed a remarkably detailed floor plan drawn in colored pencil. The layout showed a modest two-story house with careful attention to practical details. Kitchen, living room, bedrooms, even a small garden space. She's been planning our future. The realization hit me harder than it should have. This is your room, Luna explained, pointing to a large bedroom on the second floor. And this is mine, right next to yours, so I won't be scared at night. And this, she indicated a slightly smaller room across the hall, is for Cordelia, because she's part of our family too. Our family. She'd not only been planning for me and herself, but had automatically included Reika in her domestic fantasy. Look at that, Luna the Qilin observed with obvious amusement. The little one's already planning your domestic life together. She's more organized than you are. And see this, Luna continued, her excitement building. The kitchen has a big window so we can see the garden while we cook. And there's a reading corner in the living room where you can read to me. And the garden has space for butterflies and flowers and maybe even a tree we could climb. I studied the drawing more carefully, noting details I'd missed initially. She'd included mundane necessities like bathrooms and closets, but also thoughtful touches like an art room, where she could draw, and a thinking spot that appeared to be a window seat with cushions. Luna, I said carefully, this is very detailed. Where did you learn about house layouts? From the books you brought me, she said proudly. Some of them had pictures of houses, and I studied them really carefully. I wanted to make sure our house would have everything we need to be happy. Everything we need to be happy. Such a simple goal from someone who'd never experienced happiness in any meaningful way. The original plan flashed through my mind: extract the heavenly demon clone, use her power for my own purposes, prevent the catastrophic future described in the saga. Luna had been meant to be a tool, a weapon I could wield against greater threats. And now look at you, Luna the Qilin commented with gentle amusement. Planning to build her a house with a butterfly garden. You've gone completely soft, Arthur. She's not a weapon anymore, I admitted to myself. She's just a little girl who wants a house with a garden and a family to love her. The transformation in my thinking was complete now, I realized. Somewhere over the past week, my mission objectives had fundamentally shifted. I was no longer planning to extract an asset. I was planning to save a little girl. The thought still felt surreal. I was 19 years old, barely an adult myself, yet here I was developing paternal instincts for a child who called me by my first name and drew pictures of our future home. Age is just a number when it comes to caring about someone, Luna the Qilin observed. You're more mature than most adults, Arthur. And that little girl needs someone who will put her first. Arthur. Luna's voice carried a note of uncertainty. Do you like the house? I can change things if you want different rooms or... It's perfect, I interrupted, my voice rougher than intended. Absolutely perfect. The relief on her face was palpable. Really? You think we'll be happy there? We, never just her. This child who'd been raised in isolation was incapable of imagining happiness that didn't include the people she'd come to love. I think we'll be very happy, I assured her. For the next hour, Luna walked me through every detail of her planned house. Where we'd put furniture, how the garden would be laid out, what colors she wanted to paint the rooms. She'd thought through practical considerations like proximity to schools and shops, but also emotional ones like making sure the living room was arranged so the family could spend time together. She's nesting, I realized. This is a child preparing for the family life she's never had. When our session ended, I found myself holding Luna's house plans with the same careful reverence I'd shown her first drawing. This wasn't just artwork. It was a blueprint for the life she wanted to build with us. Walking back to our quarters, I reflected on how completely my priorities had changed. The analytical part of my mind could still recite the original mission parameters, but those felt distant and irrelevant now. What mattered was the drawing in my hands and the child who'd created it. I'm going to give her that house, I decided. Somehow, someway, she's going to get her garden and her reading corner and her family. I found Reika waiting in our quarters with her own collection of reports and data files. She looked up when I entered, and I saw something shift in her expression when she noticed the drawing in my hands. Another picture? She asked, though her tone suggested she already knew it was something more significant. House plans, I said, spreading Luna's drawing on our table. She's been designing the home she wants us to share. Reika leaned over to examine the layout, and I watched her face soften as she took in the details. When she reached the room labeled Cordelia's room, she inhaled sharply. She included me, Reika said quietly. She planned a room for me. She considers you part of the family, I confirmed. Has from the beginning, I think. We stood there in silence, both studying a child's vision of domestic happiness. Finally, Reika spoke again. Arthur, what are we doing? The question was loaded with implications. What are we doing falling in love with a child we came here to extract? What are we doing planning a future that has nothing to do with our original objectives? What are we doing pretending we could be parents when we're barely adults ourselves? I don't know, I admitted. I came here planning to use her power to extract her as an asset. But now she's drawing us house plans and calling us family. Reika finished. Are you having second thoughts? I asked, studying her expression carefully. Reika was quiet for a long moment, her fingers tracing the outline of the garden Luna had drawn. When she finally spoke, her voice was firm. No. If anything, I'm more committed than ever. She looked up at me, and I saw determination in her eyes. That little girl deserves the life she's planning. She deserves parents who will love her, not use her. Parents. There it was, the word neither of us had quite been willing to say out loud. We're 19 and 21, I pointed out. We're children ourselves in many ways, and I have 4 other girlfriends. So, Reika's expression grew thoughtful. Age doesn't determine whether you can love a child, Arthur. And Luna needs love more than she needs anything else. I'm sure the 4 of them will also understand. She was right, of course. Luna's needs were emotional, not practical. She needed stability, affection, and the security of knowing she was wanted for who she was rather than what she could do. The ward has a vulnerability, I said abruptly, shifting focus back to practical matters before I got too lost in domestic fantasies. Luna helped me understand the magical construct's weakness. Reika's demeanor immediately sharpened. What kind of vulnerability? There's a brief moment during the ward's renewal cycle where the binding weakens. Luna, I gestured vaguely at my head, indicating my Chilean companion, says it's a common flaw in wards of this complexity. 37 seconds where the magical barrier becomes permeable. Tell her about the power requirements, Luna reminded me. The downside is that exploiting it requires precise magical timing and significant power. I'll need to channel a disruption spell at exactly the right moment. And the neural implants? Those are actually easier. I can hack the control system remotely and initiate a safe shutdown sequence. The implants will power down gradually rather than shutting off all at once. I spread out my own technical diagrams alongside Luna's house plans. The contrast was stark, cold engineering schematics next to a child's loving vision of home. When? Reika asked simply. Soon. Cardinal Akasha returns in 3 days, maybe less. If we're going to do this, it has to be before then. Reika nodded, studying both sets of plans. Then we'd better make sure everything goes perfectly. Luna's counting on us. Luna's counting on us. The weight of that responsibility settled on my shoulders, but it didn't feel crushing. If anything, it felt purposeful. For the first time since arriving at this facility, I had a goal that mattered more than strategic objectives or mission parameters. Chapter 673, Heavenly Demon, 10. Chapter 673, Heavenly Demon, 10. I pressed my face against the small window in my room, watching the guards change shifts like Arthur taught me to notice. The patterns are always the same: 3 minutes when no one is watching this corridor. 3 whole minutes when I can pretend I'm not Subject 0, when I can just be Luna. Tomorrow, I whispered to my butterfly toy, clutching it tight against my chest. Tomorrow Arthur and Cordelia are going to take me away from here. The thought makes my stomach feel funny. Not bad funny, but excited funny. Like when Arthur first brought me colored pencils, or when he told me I could choose my own name. But bigger. So much bigger it's almost scary. I've been practicing what I want to say to Arthur when we escape. Important words that I've been too nervous to use, even though I think about them all the time. Words that make me feel warm and safe just thinking them. Daddy. I whisper it to my butterfly, testing how it sounds. Daddy Arthur. It feels right, like puzzle pieces clicking together. Not scary right like when the doctors say I'm performing well, but happy right like when Arthur reads me stories. But what if he doesn't want me to call him that? What if I'm wrong about what we are? I shake my head, remembering what Arthur always tells me. You can ask me anything, Luna. I'll always tell you the truth. The truth. Arthur has never lied to me, not once. When I ask hard questions, he thinks carefully and gives me real answers. When other adults ask me things, they want specific responses. When Arthur asks me things, he actually wants to know what I think. That's what daddies do, I realize. They want to know what their children think because they care about them. I pull out the drawing I've been working on in secret, the one I want to give Arthur tomorrow. It's not like my other pictures. This one is special because it shows the truth about what I hope we are. In the drawing, there are 3 stick figures holding hands. The tall one is labeled Daddy Arthur in my best handwriting. The medium one says Mama Cordelia. And the small one in the middle, with pigtails and a big smile, says Luna, not Subject 0, not the weapon. Just Luna standing between 2 people who chose to love her. Is that what families do? I wonder, studying my drawing. They choose each other? Arthur always talks about choices. How I get to choose what I draw, what stories I want to hear, what name I want to use. But the most important choice, whether I get to be their daughter, that's not just up to me. They have to choose me too. But they did choose me, I remind myself. Arthur said he loves me. Cordelia said she cares about me. They're risking everything to take me away from here. The sound of footsteps in the hallway makes me quickly hide my drawing under my pillow. It's too early for Arthur's visit, but I've learned to be careful. The doctors don't like when I have unauthorized emotional attachments. Stupid doctors. I think using a word Arthur told me was for expressing frustration privately. They don't understand anything about families or love or being happy. The footsteps passed by without stopping, and I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. Soon those footsteps won't matter anymore. Soon I'll be walking down different hallways, in a real house with Arthur and Cordelia. I close my eyes and picture the house I drew for Arthur, our house. I imagine waking up in my own room, with real windows that show a real garden. I imagine Arthur making breakfast in the kitchen while Cordelia helps me get dressed. I imagine all of us sitting together at a table, eating food that isn't measured and calculated but just tastes good. Will Arthur still read me stories when we live in our house? I wonder. Will Cordelia still help me with my drawings? The thought makes me a little worried. Right now, Arthur and Cordelia visit me because it's their job. But when we leave here, when I'm not a subject anymore, will they still want to spend time with me? Don't be silly, I tell myself. That's not how love works. Arthur explained it to me. Arthur said love isn't something you earn by being good enough or useful enough. Love is something people give because they want to, because caring about someone makes them happy. He said the best kind of love is when people choose each other not because they have to, but because they can't imagine being apart. That's how I feel about Arthur and Cordelia, I realize. I can't imagine being apart from them. The idea of being separated from them makes my chest hurt in a way that has nothing to do with my enhancements or the implants. It's a different kind of hurt, the kind that comes from caring about someone so much that losing them would break something inside you. Is that what it means to love someone like family? I wonder. When the thought of losing them hurts more than anything else, I think about the stories Arthur has told me about normal families. Parents who worry when their children are late coming home. Children who miss their parents when they're at school. People who celebrate birthdays and holidays together because being together makes ordinary days special. I want that. I admit to my butterfly toy. I want to worry about Arthur and Cordelia when they're gone. I want them to worry about me. I want us to celebrate things together just because we're family. The door to my room opens, and my heart jumps until I see Arthur's familiar face. He's early today, and there's something different about his expression. More serious, but also more hopeful. "Good morning, Luna," he says, settling into his usual chair. "How are you feeling today?" Like I'm going to explode from excitement and nervousness. I think, but what I say is, "I'm good. Are you? Is everything okay?" Arthur smiles, but it's his careful smile, the one he uses when he wants to tell me something important but doesn't want to scare me. "Luna, I need to talk to you about something very important. Can you come sit with me?" My stomach does the funny flip-flop thing again as I walk over to Arthur's chair. He pats his knee, and I climb up to sit on his lap like I sometimes do when I'm scared or sad. His arms come around me automatically, holding me safe and secure. This is what having a daddy feels like, I think with sudden certainty. Being held like you're precious and protected and loved. "Luna," Arthur says quietly, "tomorrow night we're going to leave this place. All three of us, you, me, and Cordelia. We're going to go somewhere safe where no one can hurt you or make you do things you don't want to do." Even though I knew this was coming, hearing it out loud makes everything feel real in a way that's both wonderful and terrifying. "Really?" I whisper. "We're really going to leave?" "Really," Arthur confirms. "But it might be scary sometimes. There might be moments when you're frightened or confused. I need you to trust me and Cordelia completely. Can you do that?" I nod without hesitation. "I trust you more than anyone in the whole world." Arthur's arms tighten around me, and I can feel something change in the way he's holding me, like he's memorizing how it feels to have me close, or like he's making a promise with his whole body. "Luna," he says, and his voice sounds different, softer and stronger at the same time. "I want you to know that no matter what happens, no matter where we go or what challenges we face, you will always be my family. Do you understand? Family." The word makes my heart feel so full I think it might burst. "Arthur," I say, looking up at his face. His blue eyes are shiny, like he might cry, but he's smiling too. "Can I ask you something?" "Anything." I take a deep breath, gathering all my courage. This is the most important question I've ever asked, and I need to be brave enough to hear the answer. "When we leave here, when we go to our new house, could I swallow hard, my voice getting smaller. "Could I call you Daddy?" Arthur goes very still. For a moment, I worry I've said something wrong, that I've asked for too much. But then I see his expression. And it's not upset or uncomfortable. It's something else entirely. Something that makes me feel warm all the way down to my toes. Luna, he says, and his voice is thick with emotion. I would be honored if you called me Daddy. More honored than you could ever know. Relief and happiness crash over me like a wave. I throw my arms around Arthur's neck, burying my face against his shoulder. I love you, Daddy, I whisper, using the word out loud for the first time. I love you so much. I feel Arthur's body shake slightly, and when he speaks, his voice is rough around the edges. I love you too, sweetheart. My brave, wonderful daughter. Daughter. He called me his daughter. Not subject, not asset, not weapon. Daughter. We sit like that for a long time, holding each other and letting the reality of what we are sink in. I have a daddy now. Arthur has a daughter. Tomorrow we're going to start our real family, in a real house with real happiness. Tomorrow, I think, clutching my butterfly toy between us. Tomorrow I get to be Luna, and Arthur gets to be Daddy, and we never have to pretend to be anything else ever again. Chapter 674. Heavenly Demon, 11. Chapter 674. Heavenly Demon, 11. The word hit me like a physical blow, and for a moment I couldn't breathe. Luna, my daughter, had just called me Daddy for the first time, and the sound of it completely unmade every emotional barrier I'd spent years building. Daddy. She actually said it, Luna observed in my mind, her voice warm with approval. Look at you, Arthur. You're a father now. I don't know what I'm doing, I replied, still holding Luna against my chest as she whispered how much she loved me. I'm 19 years old. I have no idea how to be anyone's father. Love her, protect her, put her needs before your own. That's all any parent needs to know. Looking down at Luna's small face, seeing the absolute trust and adoration in her dark eyes, I felt something fundamental shift inside me. This wasn't just mission evolution anymore. This was complete identity transformation. I wasn't Arthur the strategist or Arthur the operative. I was Arthur the father, and that role took precedence over everything else. Daddy. Luna's voice was small and uncertain. Are you okay? You got really quiet. I blinked, realizing I'd been staring at her for long moments without speaking. I'm perfect, sweetheart. Just happy. So incredibly happy. Her smile could have powered the entire facility. Me too. I've been wanting to call you Daddy for days. But I was scared you might not want me to. Not want her to? The idea was absurd. I'd been dreaming about hearing that word from her lips since the moment I realized I loved her. Luna, I said seriously, there is nothing in this world I want more than to be your daddy. Nothing. For the next hour, we talked through the escape plan in terms an 8-year-old could understand. I explained that tomorrow evening, during the shift change, we would leave together. That there might be alarms or scary noises, but she should stay close to me and Cordelia and trust that we would keep her safe. Will I get to bring my butterfly? She asked, clutching the purple toy protectively. Of course. And your drawings, and anything else that's important to you. Luna nodded seriously, then climbed down from my lap to retrieve something from under her pillow. When she returned, she was holding a folded piece of paper. I made this for you, she said shyly. For when we leave. I wanted you to have it. I unfolded the paper to reveal another of Luna's drawings. But this one was different from all the others. 3 stick figures held hands under a rainbow, with careful labels in Luna's best handwriting. Daddy Arthur, Mama Cordelia, and Luna. The drawing wasn't just artwork. It was a declaration. A statement of who we were and who we wanted to be. This is beautiful, I managed, my voice thick with emotion. The most beautiful picture I've ever seen. Do you really think Cordelia wants to be like a mama to me? Luna asked, unconsciously echoing the question that had been nagging at me. Reika loves that child as much as you do, Luna assured me mentally. I've seen how she looks at her. Like she'd fight the world to keep her safe. I know she does, I told Luna honestly. Cordelia loves you very much. We both do. After I left Luna's chamber, I found Reika waiting in our quarters with expressions of barely contained anxiety and determination. The final preparations were complete. I'd successfully compromised every system in the facility, the magical disruption spell was ready, and our extraction route was planned down to the minute. How is she? Reika asked immediately. She called me Daddy, I said, and watched Reika's face transform. She did. Reika's hand flew to her mouth, eyes instantly shining with tears. Oh, Arthur. How do you feel? Terrified, elated, completely out of my depth. Like my heart might explode from happiness. Like a father, I said simply. For a moment, we just looked at each other, both processing the magnitude of what was happening. Tomorrow night, we would no longer be Arthur and Reika on a mission. We would be parents, taking our daughter home to join our family. Our family. The thought encompassed more than just the 3 of us. Rose, Cecilia, Serafina, and Rachel would all be part of Luna's life too. She'd have not just parents, but a whole extended family of people who loved Arthur and would love her by extension. She drew us a family picture, I added, showing Reka Luna's latest artwork. She labeled you, Mama Cordelia. Reka took the drawing with shaking hands, studying the 3 stick figures with wonder. She wants me to be her mama? More than anything. Though we'll need to figure out how to explain to her about the others, I said gently. About our family situation. Reka's expression grew thoughtful. She's going to have so many people who love her. Rachel will spoil her rotten, and Cecilia will probably want to teach her strategy games. Rose will sing her lullabies, and Serafina, she smiled. Serafina will teach her how to be strong. The idea of Luna being surrounded by so much love, so many maternal figures who would protect and nurture her, made my chest warm with contentment. I watched Reka trace the crayon lines with her finger, her expression cycling through joy, fear, and fierce protectiveness. Arthur, what if we mess this up? What if we're not good enough parents for her? The same doubt I've been having. Then we'll learn, I said firmly. We'll make mistakes and apologize for them and do better next time. That's what real parents do. You're both overthinking this, Luna interjected in my mind. That little girl doesn't need perfect parents. She needs people who love her unconditionally. You've already proven you can do that. Reka set the drawing down carefully, treating it like the precious artifact it was. When she calls me Mama for the first time, I'm gonna cry. Fair warning. I nearly cried when she called me Daddy, I admitted. Actually, I think I did cry a little. We spent the rest of the day going over contingency plans and backup protocols, but my mind kept drifting to Luna's drawing. 3 stick figures under a rainbow holding hands and smiling. Such a simple image, but it represented everything I'd never known I wanted. Chapter 675. Heavenly Demon, 12. Chapter 675. Heavenly Demon, 12. The facility's night cycle brought the usual reduction in security personnel, but tonight felt different. There was tension in the air, a sense of anticipation that made my nerves hum with readiness. The magical ward cycle will begin in 37 minutes. Luna informed me as I made my final preparations. Are you ready for this? As ready as I'll ever be. Reka and I had spent hours going over every detail of the extraction. She would handle the physical security elements while I focused on the magical components. Luna would stay close to me throughout the process, following the instructions we practiced during our evaluation sessions. Guards are in position, Reka whispered through our communication link. Shift change in 15 minutes. I closed my eyes, centering myself for what was to come. Everything depended on precise timing and flawless execution. One mistake, one moment of hesitation, and Luna would die. You can do this, Luna assured me. I'll guide you through the magical disruption. At exactly 2,247 hours, I activated the first phase of my infiltration protocol. Security cameras throughout the facility began displaying looped footage from the previous night, creating blind spots in their surveillance network. Emergency lockdown protocols engaged on selected doors, trapping most of the security force in distant sections of the building. Phase 1 complete, I reported to Reka. Moving to Luna's chamber. The corridors were eerily quiet as I made my way through the facility. My cardinal credentials granted me access to restricted areas, and the few guards I encountered simply nodded respectfully as I passed. They had no idea they were watching their facility's destruction in real time. Luna was waiting for me when I entered her chamber, fully dressed and clutching her butterfly toy. Her small backpack contained her drawings, the books I'd given her, and the few personal items she'd accumulated during our time together. Is it time, Daddy? She asked, her voice steady despite the magnitude of what we were attempting. It's time, sweetheart. Are you ready? She nodded solemnly. I trust you. Those 3 words carry more weight than any oath or promise. I thought as I knelt to her level. This child is trusting me with her life, her future, her happiness. Remember what we practiced, I said gently. Stay close to me, do exactly what I tell you, and everything will be fine. Phase 2 initiated. Reka's voice crackled through my earpiece. Neural implant control systems are compromised. You're clear for magical disruption. I placed my hand on Luna's shoulder, feeling the subtle vibration of the neural implants beneath her skin. With careful precision, I began the shutdown sequence, gradually reducing their power output to minimize the risk of neural damage. This might feel strange for a moment, I warned Luna as the implants powered down. Like falling asleep and waking up at the same time. Luna's eyes widened as the constant background hum of the implants faded to nothing. For the first time in her life, her mind was completely her own. I can't feel them anymore, she whispered in amazement. The buzzing in my head is gone. The implants are fully disabled, I confirmed, checking her vital signs. Her enhanced physiology was adapting well to the sudden freedom from artificial control. How do you feel? Different. Like I'm really me for the first time. Luna looked up at me with wonder. Is this what normal feels like? Normal. Such a simple concept that this child had never experienced. It's what free feels like, I corrected gently. Come on, sweetheart. Let's go find Cordelia. We moved through the corridors with careful precision. Luna's small hand clasped tightly in mine. The facility's compromised security systems worked in our favor. Locked doors opened at my approach, cameras showed empty hallways, and the few automated systems that might have detected Luna's unusual energy signature were offline. The magical ward cycle is beginning, Luna announced as we approached the facility's outer perimeter. 30 seconds until the window opens. Reika was waiting for us at the designated rendezvous point, her expression tense but determined. When she saw Luna, her face transformed with relief and joy. Hello, sweetheart, Reika whispered, dropping to Luna's level. Are you ready for our adventure? Mama Cordelia. Luna threw herself into Reika's arms without hesitation, and I watched my partner's composure completely crumble. Tears streamed down her face as she held our daughter close. Called it? I thought with amusement, remembering Reika's prediction about crying the first time Luna called her mama. Magical window opening in 10 seconds. I announced, focusing on the ward structure. Guide me through this, Luna. Feel for the anchor points. There. Do you sense the resonance lag? I did. The complex magical construct that had imprisoned Luna for 8 years suddenly revealed its weakness. A brief moment of vulnerability in its endless cycle. Now, Luna commanded. I channeled my power into a precisely timed disruption spell, targeting the lag in the ward's renewal sequence. For 37 precious seconds, the barrier that would have killed Luna simply wasn't there. Move, I commanded, and we sprinted through the gap as reality itself bent around us. The cool night air hit Luna's face for the first time in her life, and she gasped in wonder. Daddy, are those stars? They are, sweetheart, I confirmed, not slowing our pace. You can look at them all you want once we're safe. Behind us, alarms began blaring as the facility systems registered the security breach. Emergency lights flooded the compound, and I could hear shouts as guards mobilized to respond to the crisis. Too late, I thought with satisfaction. By the time they figure out what happened, we'll be long gone. Reika led us to the extraction vehicle she'd prepared. A nondescript transport loaded with supplies and equipped with magical shielding to mask our signatures. Luna climbed into the back seat, still clutching her butterfly toy, her eyes wide with excitement and fear. Are we really free? She asked as I started the engine. We're really free, Reika confirmed, reaching back to squeeze Luna's hand. We're going home, sweetheart. For the first hour of our escape, everything went perfectly. The facility's response was sluggish and disorganized. Our route was clear of pursuit, and Luna gradually relaxed as the reality of her freedom sank in. This is actually working, I marveled as we put kilometers between ourselves and the facility. We're actually going to pull this off. Daddy? Luna said sleepily from the back seat. Will you tell me about our house again? The one with the garden. Of course, sweetheart. We're going to have a big garden with lots of flowers and butterflies that you can watch from your bedroom window. And there will be other people there who love you and want to meet you. Multiple contacts approaching from the southeast. Reika interrupted, checking her scanner. Fast movers, magical signatures. Pursuit team. My hands tightened on the steering wheel as I pushed our transport to its maximum speed. How did they track us so quickly? Daddy. Luna's voice was small and frightened. Are the bad people coming? Don't worry, sweetheart. We're not going back there. I promise. For the next 20 minutes, we played a deadly game of cat and mouse through the countryside. Our pursuers were fast and well-equipped, but Reika's preparations and my knowledge of the terrain kept us ahead of them. We're going to make it, I thought as our destination came into view. Another few minutes and we'll be clear. That's when the world exploded into brilliant white light. The transport's emergency systems screamed warnings as massive magical energies erupted around us. Not from our pursuers, this was something else. Something that had been hidden in the facility's deepest systems. Emergency teleportation protocol activated. An artificial voice announced from nowhere and everywhere. Asset retrieval in progress. What the hell? My question was cut off as reality twisted around us. The steering wheel vanished from my hands. The road disappeared beneath us, and the stars overhead began to spin like a child's toy. Daddy! Luna screamed, reaching for me as the teleportation magic seized control of our bodies. I fought against the magical forces, trying to maintain contact with my daughter, but it was like trying to hold onto water. The spell was too powerful, too precisely crafted to be resisted. Fail-safe system, I realized with dawning horror. They built a contingency into the facility itself. If the asset was ever compromised, teleport it directly to cult territory. The last thing I saw before the world dissolved completely was Luna's terrified face. Her small hands stretching toward mine as forces beyond our control dragged us into the unknown. Eastern continent. Luna's voice echoed in my mind as consciousness faded. They're taking you to the heart of Red Chalice territory. Then everything went dark, and our perfect escape became our worst nightmare. Chapter 676. Escape 1. Chapter 676. Escape 1. I regained consciousness on cold stone, my head pounding from the forced teleportation. The magical displacement had dumped us in what appeared to be ancient ruins. Crumbling walls and broken pillars that spoke of a civilization long dead. The acrid smell of sulfur and decay hung in the air, telling me exactly where we were. Eastern continent, I confirmed grimly, helping Luna to her feet. Red Chalice territory. Daddy. Luna's voice was small and frightened. The teleportation had disoriented her badly, and she clung to my arm with shaking hands. Where are we? Somewhere we're not supposed to be, I replied, scanning our surroundings for immediate threats. But we're together, and that's what matters. Reika groaned as she pushed herself upright, blood trickling from a cut on her forehead. Teleportation failsafe, she spat. They built it into the facility's core systems as insurance. Of course they did. The Red Chalice cult hadn't survived this long by leaving things to chance. If their most valuable asset was compromised, they'd want it transported somewhere they could reclaim it quickly. Multiple contacts approaching, Reika warned, checking her weapons. Fast movers with supernatural signatures. I could sense them too, vampiric presences moving through the ruins with predatory grace. At least 6, maybe more, closing in on our position with coordinated precision. Luna, I said firmly, kneeling to her level. I need you to stay close to me and do exactly what I say. Can you do that? She nodded solemnly, clutching her butterfly toy. I trust you, Daddy. That trust is going to get us all killed if I can't keep her safe, I thought grimly. The first vampire emerged from behind a broken column, a bishop rank with pale skin and predatory eyes that glowed crimson in the dim light. He moved with fluid grace, confident in his superiority over mere mortals. Subject 0, he said, his voice carrying the arrogance of someone used to being obeyed. You will come with us now. Resistance will only prolong your suffering. Subject 0. Even here, even now, they still saw Luna as nothing more than a weapon to be reclaimed. Her name is Luna, I said coldly, stepping protectively in front of my daughter. And she's not going anywhere with you. The vampire laughed, revealing fangs that gleamed like ivory daggers. Foolish mortal. You have no idea what you're dealing with. No, I thought as power began to build in my hands. You have no idea what you're dealing with. I struck without warning, channeling gravitational force into a lance of pure destruction. The vampire's confident expression vanished as the attack punched through his chest, liquefying his heart and spine in a spray of crimson. Impossible, another vampire hissed as his companion crumpled to dust. How did a mere human? Reika's blade took his head before he could finish the question. She moved like liquid death, her enhanced reflexes and training making her a nightmare opponent even for supernatural predators. 2 down. At least 4 more to go. Protect Luna, I called to Reika as more vampires emerged from concealment. I'll handle the heavy hitters. What followed was brutal and efficient. These vampires were powerful bishop and elder rank with centuries of experience and supernatural abilities that could level buildings. But they'd made 2 critical mistakes. First, they'd underestimated us. They expected frightened fugitives, not seasoned combatants with specialized training and equipment. Second, they'd threatened my daughter. The fury of a protective parent is something these monsters have never experienced, I realized as I tore through their ranks with calculated savagery. They don't understand what they're facing. An elder rank vampire materialized behind me, moving faster than thought. Before I could move to counter him. Don't hurt my daddy. Power exploded outward from Luna's position, not the controlled demonstrations we'd seen in the facility, but raw, primal force born from terror and love. The vampire elder screamed as deep dark energy tore through his essence, unmaking him at the molecular level. She's protecting me, I realized with a mixture of pride and terror. My 8-year-old daughter just killed an elder vampire to keep me safe. The remaining attackers hesitated, finally understanding that they were facing something beyond their experience. A child who could unmake elder rank vampires was not the helpless asset they'd expected to recover. I used their moment of uncertainty to devastating effect. Gravity manipulation tore 2 more vampires apart while Reika's poisoned blades found the heart of another. In less than 5 minutes, the entire pursuit team was dead. Are you hurt? I asked Luna immediately, checking her for injuries. I'm okay, Daddy, she said, though her voice shook with residual adrenaline. I couldn't let them hurt you. My brave girl. I pulled her into a fierce hug, marveling at her courage even as I worried about what using that much power had cost her. We need to move, Reika warned, scanning for additional threats. This was just the first wave. They'll send more when this team doesn't report in. I nodded, lifting Luna into my arms. She was exhausted from the power expenditure and the trauma of combat, her small body trembling with fatigue. Where can we go? Luna asked weakly. If this is their territory. Good question. We were deep in Red Chalice lands, surrounded by enemies and cut off from any friendly support. Our extraction point was thousands of kilometers away, and every moment we remained here increased the chance of recapture. Find shelter first, Luna the Chelan advised. Somewhere defensible where you can rest and plan your next move. Reika consulted her tactical map, marking safe zones and potential hiding spots. There's an abandoned house about 10 kilometers northeast. Abandoned by who? I asked suspiciously. Punk family. They evacuated when the Red Chalice took this region during the war. Reika's expression was grim. The building should still be structurally sound. It's our best option, I decided. Let's move. The journey to the house was tense and exhausting. Luna dozed fitfully in my arms, her small body warm against my chest as we navigated through hostile territory. Every shadow could hide enemies, every sound might herald another attack. She trusts me to keep her safe, I thought as Luna murmured something in her sleep. Even after everything that's happened, she still believes I can protect her. The house appeared through the morning mist like something from a gothic nightmare. Tall spires twisted toward storm clouds while gargoyles perched on buttresses watched our approach with stone eyes. The building was intact but clearly abandoned, windows dark, gates hanging open, and an aura of melancholy that spoke of dreams destroyed. I carried Luna through the massive doors into a sanctuary that had once housed hundreds of members of the Punk family. Daddy? Luna stirred in my arms, looking around with curiosity rather than fear. Is this where we're going to live now? Just for tonight, sweetheart, I assured her. While we figure out how to get home. Home. The word carried new meaning now that Luna was part of our family. Home wasn't just where I lived, it was where my daughter would be safe and loved. Reika found a small chamber off the main sanctuary that had probably served as living quarters for the leadership. The room contained basic furniture including beds, and more importantly, it had only one entrance that we could easily defend. Get some rest, Reika said as I set Luna down on one of the beds. I'll take first watch. But Luna shook her head, gripping my hand tightly. Don't leave me alone, Daddy. Please. The fear in her voice was unmistakable. After everything she'd been through, the teleportation, the vampire attack, finding herself in hostile territory, she needed the security of knowing I was close. I'm not going anywhere, I promised, settling beside her on the narrow bed. Try to get some sleep. We'll figure everything out tomorrow. As Luna curled up against my side, her breathing gradually evening out into the rhythm of sleep, I reflected on how completely my life had changed. Just weeks ago, I'd been focused on strategic objectives and long-term planning. Now my entire world had narrowed to protecting one small girl who called me daddy. Is this what being a father really means? I wondered as Luna mumbled something unintelligible in her sleep. Having someone who depends on you so completely that their safety becomes more important than your own life? Yes, Luna the Chelan replied simply. That's exactly what it means. And you're already better at it than you think. Outside the walls, I could sense movement, more Red Chalice forces gathering, preparing for a more coordinated assault. But for now in this moment, Luna was safe and warm beside me. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new dangers, and probably a fight for our lives. But tonight, my daughter was sleeping peacefully in her father's arms, and that was enough. Chapter 677, Escape 2. Chapter 677, Escape 2. I wake up slowly, like floating up from the bottom of a warm pool. For a moment, I forget where I am, and panic tries to grab me with cold fingers. Then I feel the steady rise and fall of breathing beneath my cheek, smell the familiar scent that means safety and love, and remember. Daddy. The word makes me smile even before I open my eyes. I'm with Daddy, so everything is okay. I'm curled up against Arthur's side, my head on his chest where I can hear his heartbeat. His arm is wrapped around me, holding me close even in sleep, like he's protecting me from bad dreams. This is the first time I've ever slept next to another person, and it's the most wonderful feeling in the world. Is this what having a real family feels like? I wonder, snuggling closer to Daddy's warmth. Always having someone who wants to keep you safe? Through the window, I can see that it's still dark outside, but not the scary dark of the facility. This is natural darkness, with actual stars twinkling like the pictures in my books. Real stars that Daddy said I could look at whenever I wanted. We really escaped, I think with amazement. We're really free. The vampires who chased us were terrifying, all fangs and red eyes and threatening voices. But Daddy and Mama Cordelia fought them off like the heroes in the stories Daddy reads to me. And when that scary one tried to hurt Daddy, something inside me just exploded. I remember the feeling of power rushing through me, different from the controlled demonstrations in the lab. This wasn't the doctors making me use my abilities for their tests. This was me choosing to protect someone I love, and the power felt warm instead of cold, right instead of wrong. I saved Daddy, I realized with pride. When he was in danger, I was strong enough to help him. Daddy shifts in his sleep and his arm tightens around me protectively. Even unconscious, he's making sure I'm safe. The gesture makes my chest feel full of bubbles, like happiness is fizzing through my blood. This is what I always wanted, I think, remembering all the nights I spent alone in my cold room at the facility. Someone to hold me when I'm scared. Someone who loves me just because I'm me. Before Daddy came to visit me, I didn't even know what love felt like. The doctors talked about emotional responses and attachment behaviors, but they used such cold words for something that feels like sunshine inside your heart. Daddy never uses cold words when he talks about feelings, I remember. He says love is when caring about someone makes you happy. He says family is when people choose each other. And we did choose each other, didn't we? Daddy chose to save me even though it was dangerous. I chose to call him Daddy even though I was scared he might say no. Mama Cordelia chose to help us even though she could have stayed safe. We're a real family now, I think happily. Not because someone made us be together, but because we want to be together. I think about my old room at the facility with its white walls and medical equipment and the constant humming of the implants in my head. That humming is gone now. Daddy made it stop, gave me my own mind back. I'll never have to go back to that place, never have to be subject 0 again. I wonder if the other subjects dreamed about having families too, I think sadly. The ones who didn't make it. Daddy told me there were others before me, children who didn't survive the enhancements. Sometimes I have dreams about them, shadowy figures who look sad and lost. I wonder if they would have wanted daddies and mamas too, if they would have drawn pictures of houses with gardens. I'm the lucky one, I realize. I'm the one who got to live, who got to find a family. Maybe that means I have to be extra good to make up for the ones who didn't get the chance. Luna? Daddy's voice is soft and sleepy. Are you awake, sweetheart? Yes, Daddy, I whisper back, not wanting to wake Mama Cordelia who's sleeping in the chair by the door. Did I wake you up? I'm sorry. Don't apologize, he says gently, his hand stroking my hair. You didn't do anything wrong. How are you feeling? How am I feeling? It's a question the doctors use to ask, but when Daddy asks it, he really wants to know. He's not looking for specific answers or testing my responses. He just cares about how I feel. Safe, I say after thinking about it. And happy. And a little scared about what happens next, but mostly happy because I'm with you and Mama Cordelia. Daddy's arms squeeze me a little tighter. I'm happy I'm with you too, sweetheart. Happier than I ever thought possible. Daddy? I ask quietly. When we get to our real house, the one I drew plans for, will you still want to sleep close to me sometimes? When I have bad dreams or get scared? Of course, he says immediately. Whenever you need me for as long as you want. That's what daddies are for. That's what daddies are for. The words make me feel warm all over. I have a daddy who will chase away bad dreams and hold me when I'm scared and read me stories about gardens and butterflies. Will you tell me about the other people in our family? I ask. The ones you said love you? Will they love me too? Daddy is quiet for a moment and I wonder if I asked something wrong. But then he starts talking in his soft bedtime voice, the one that makes me feel sleepy and safe. There's Rachel, who's very smart and kind. She'll probably want to teach you about magic and show you how to make pretty things with light. And Cecilia, who's strong and brave, she'll make sure no one ever hurts you. Serafina has the most beautiful singing voice and she'll sing you lullabies when you can't sleep. So many people who might love me, I think with wonder. A whole family waiting to meet me. Will they really want me? I ask because I have to know. Even though I'm not normal? Even though I have strange powers and I was made in a lab? Luna, Daddy says seriously, they're going to love you because you're mine. Because you're part of our family now. And once they get to know you, your kindness, your curiosity, your beautiful heart, they'll love you for who you are, just like I do. Tears prick my eyes, but they're happy tears. I love you so much, Daddy. More than butterflies, more than gardens, more than anything in the whole world. I love you too, my brave, wonderful daughter. More than you could ever imagine. We lie quietly together, listening to each other breathe and feeling safe in our little sanctuary. Through the window, the stars are starting to fade as morning approaches, but I don't want this moment to end. This is the most perfect moment of my whole life, I think drowsily. Right here, right now, being loved by my daddy. Daddy? I murmur as sleep starts to pull me back down. Promise me we'll always be together? No matter what happens? I promise, sweetheart, Daddy whispers, pressing a kiss to the top of my head. Always and forever. You're stuck with me now. Always and forever, I repeat in my mind as I drift back to sleep. Daddy and Luna, forever and always. I dream about our house with the garden where butterflies dance in the sunlight and Daddy reads me stories while Mama Cordelia helps me draw pictures. In my dream, there are other people there too, the family Daddy told me about, all of them smiling and welcoming me home. Home, I think in my dream. I finally know what home means. It's not a place, it's people who love you. And as I sleep safe in my daddy's arms, surrounded by love I never thought I could have, I know that no matter what happens next, I've already had the most important thing in the world. I've had a family who chose me. Chapter 678, Escape 3. Chapter 678, Escape 3. I woke to the sound of Reika's sharp intake of breath and the unmistakable sensation of overwhelming magical presence pressing against our sanctuary. The monastery's weakened wards were straining against forces far beyond what they were designed to contain. Company, Luna announced grimly in my mind. Cardinal approaching. This one's dangerous, Arthur, high immortal rank. And he's brought back up. Luna stirred against my side, her peaceful sleep shattered by the oppressive aura that filled the air. Her dark eyes opened wide with instinctive fear as she sensed the malevolent power closing in. Daddy, she whispered. Something's wrong. Stay close to me, I murmured, carefully extracting myself from the bed while keeping Luna within arm's reach. Reika, what are we looking at? Cardinal Akasha himself, Reika replied tightly, her weapons already in hand. Plus a full retinue, at least 24 vampires of various ranks. He's not taking any chances. Cardinal Akasha, the monster who had overseen Luna's creation and suffering, now come personally to reclaim his lost asset. The magical pressure radiating from him was immense, high immortal rank power that made the destroyed pursuit teams seem like children. The temperature in the room dropped noticeably as that vast presence pressed against us. Ancient stone cracked under the strain, and stained glass windows began to sing with harmonic resonance. Subject 0, a voice called from outside, magically amplified to penetrate walls and wards alike. The words carried authority accumulated over centuries and absolute confidence in their speaker's superiority. I know you can hear me. Come out now, and I will grant you the mercy of a quick death. Luna flinched at the clinical designation, instinctively moving closer to me for protection. The casual mention of her death, not recapture, not reconditioning, but execution, confirmed what I'd suspected. They'd written her off as irretrievably compromised. You're not Subject 0, I told her firmly, my hands already beginning to glow with power. You're Luna. You're my daughter. And no one is going to hurt you. Can you handle him? Luna asked in my mind, concern evident in her mental voice. I don't know, I admitted honestly. High immortal rank is serious business. But I'll die before I let him touch her. The wards are failing, Reika reported as hairline fractures spread across the walls. Maybe 2 minutes before complete collapse. I could feel it too, the ancient protections crumbling under assault from power that belonged to a different age entirely. When those wards fell, we'd be facing Cardinal Akasha and his entire force with nowhere to run. Luna looked between us with 2 knowing eyes, reading the tension we were trying to hide. Are we going to die? She asked quietly. The simple, direct question from my 8-year-old daughter cut deeper than any blade. She wasn't panicking, she was just asking for truth, trusting me to give her an honest answer even in our darkest moment. I don't know, I said honestly. But I promise you this, I will fight with everything I have to keep you safe. And if something happens to me, I need you to remember who you really are. Luna nodded solemnly, giving me her complete attention. You are Luna Nightingale, my daughter, my brave and wonderful girl who likes butterflies and draws pictures and deserves to be loved. You are not a weapon or a tool or anything they tried to make you believe. I knelt to her level, taking her small hands in mine. Whatever happens here, that truth never changes. I'll remember, Daddy, she promised. I love you. I love you too, sweetheart. More than all the stars in the sky. The monastery's outer wards collapsed with a sound like reality tearing. Immediately, the building filled with vampiric presence so intense it felt like drowning in malevolence. Footsteps echoed in the sanctuary, measured, unhurried, confident. Arthur Nightingale, a cultured voice called out, and my blood chilled at the casual use of my true name. Or should I say, Cardinal Matthias? Your deception was adequate for fooling subordinates. He knows who I am, I realized. He's known all along. The vampiric contract with our dear Pope was quite illuminating, Akasha continued conversationally. Alisara shared many interesting details about her obsession with you during her recent visits. Alisara. The knowledge that she was connected to this made my hands clench with fury. But we're not here to discuss your romantic complications, Akasha said dismissively. We're here to correct a critical error. Subject 0 has exceeded acceptable parameters and must be eliminated. Her name is Luna, I called back. And you're not laying a finger on my daughter. Daughter? Akasha's laugh was like grinding stone. How delightfully sentimental. I suppose that's what happens when amateurs attempt espionage work. The door exploded inward, disintegrating under magical force that left the frame twisted and smoking. Cardinal Akasha stepped through the wreckage, and I got my first clear look at the monster who had tortured Luna for 8 years. He appeared to be middle-aged, with sharp features and silver hair that spoke of centuries rather than decades. But it was his eyes that marked him as truly inhuman, ancient, calculating, and completely devoid of mercy or warmth. Subject 0, he said, focusing on Luna with clinical interest. You've grown. A pity that growth was entirely in useless directions. Luna pressed against my side, trembling with terror. But when she spoke, her voice held surprising strength. My name is Luna Nightingale, she said firmly. And this is my daddy. Akasha's expression didn't change. Nightingale? Adopting your captor's name already? How efficiently you've transferred your loyalty programming. He's trying to undermine her confidence, I realized. Make her doubt our relationship before he kills her. It doesn't matter what you say, Luna replied with startling conviction. Daddy loves me and I love him. We're family. For the first time, something flickered in Akasha's ancient eyes, perhaps annoyance at her defiance. Family. How quaint. Tell me, child, do you know what your father originally planned to do with you? No, I thought desperately, but Akasha continued. He came here to steal you, yes, but not to save you. He intended to use your power for his own purposes, to turn you into his personal weapon against other threats. Luna's hand found mine, squeezing tightly. I know, she said simply. But people can change their minds. Daddy chose to love me instead. My brave girl, I thought with fierce pride. Even facing death, she defends our bond. Akasha's patience finally ran out. Enough sentiment. You've served your purpose as an object lesson in the dangers of emotional attachment. Now you die. He raised his hand and I felt immense power gathering, mid-immortal rank force focused with surgical precision. Not just enough to kill Luna, but to unmake her completely, ensuring nothing remained. No, I thought with absolute clarity. Not my daughter. Never my daughter. I threw myself between them, knowing I might not be fast enough, might not be strong enough. And I took out a scroll from my spatial ring. Mortis Lucida. Chapter 679, Akashic Records 1. Chapter 679, Akashic Records 1. Mortis Lucida. The world shattered like glass around me. One moment I was facing Cardinal Akasha, my daughter's life hanging in the balance, my heart burning with desperate fury. The next, reality simply ceased. Not darkness, not light, but something beyond the concept of either. I felt myself dissolving, my consciousness expanding beyond the confines of flesh and bone into something vast and incomprehensible. Mortis lucida, I realized with crystalline clarity. Enlightenment through death of the self. The sensation was indescribable, like being torn apart and rebuilt simultaneously, every atom of my being unraveled and rewoven into patterns that mortal minds weren't meant to perceive. I was dying and being reborn in the same instant, my limited human perspective burning away to reveal truths that existed beyond the veil of ordinary reality. And then suddenly I was standing. The library stretched before me in directions that shouldn't exist, its impossibility making my newly expanded consciousness real. Shelves rose into infinity above and plunged into infinite depths below, their surfaces lined with books, scrolls, tablets, and forms of recorded knowledge that had no names in any mortal language. The architecture defied every law of physics I'd ever known, staircases that led sideways into spaces that folded back on themselves, reading alcoves that existed in 17 dimensions simultaneously, corridors that stretched through time as well as space. No, I corrected myself as understanding flooded through me. The word library doesn't do justice to this place. This was the Akashic Records, the cosmic repository of all knowledge, all experience, all truth that had ever existed or ever would exist. Every thought ever conceived, every discovery ever made, every secret ever hidden, all of it was here, catalogued in forms that transcended mortal comprehension. The scale was overwhelming. I could sense the presence of infinite information pressing against my consciousness from every direction. Books containing the complete histories of civilizations that had risen and fallen before Earth's sun had even ignited. Scrolls documenting magical theories that could reshape the fundamental forces of reality. Tablets inscribed with the true names of entities whose very existence was classified beyond mortal security clearance. And somehow, impossibly, I could understand it all. The enlightenment of Mortis Lucida had expanded my perception beyond human limitations, allowing me to comprehend concepts that would have driven my mortal mind to madness. I was no longer bound by the constraints of linear thinking or three-dimensional space. I existed simultaneously across multiple layers of reality, my consciousness operating on frequencies that touched the very foundation of existence itself. "Welcome," a voice said, and I turned to see her approaching. If the library was beyond description, then she was beyond imagination. Her beauty wasn't merely physical, it was conceptual, existing on levels that bypassed the eyes entirely and struck directly at the soul. Golden hair that seemed woven from captured starlight cascaded over shoulders that carried the weight of infinite responsibility. Her skin held the luminescence of newborn galaxies, while her features possessed a perfection that spoke of divine artistry rather than natural evolution. But it was her eyes that truly marked her as something beyond mortal comprehension. Silver depths that contained the reflection of every possible future, every branching timeline, every choice that had ever been or could ever be made. Looking into those eyes was like staring into the heart of eternity itself. God Akasha, I realized, and the knowledge hit me like a physical blow. The librarian of the Akashic Records. The keeper of all knowledge in existence. Her presence was overwhelming in ways that had nothing to do with physical intimidation. She radiated power that made Cardinal Akasha seem like a flickering candle before the fury of a star. This was a being who existed on the same level as the fundamental forces of reality, gravity, entropy, causality. She wasn't just powerful, she was power itself, given form and consciousness. And yet, somehow, she felt approachable. Curious. As if the infinite weight of cosmic responsibility hadn't crushed the essential spark of personality that made her unique among the divine. "Arthur Nightingale," she said, and hearing my name spoken in that voice sent shivers through dimensions I hadn't known existed. "What is it that you think you need?" The question hung in the air between us, heavy with implications I was only beginning to understand. This wasn't a casual inquiry, it was an examination, a test of my worthiness to stand in this place and make demands of forces beyond mortal comprehension. I considered lying, offering some noble justification for my presence here. I could have asked for power to save Luna, wisdom to defeat my enemies, knowledge to protect those I loved. All of those would have been true in their way. But as I stood in the presence of absolute truth, surrounded by the sum total of all knowledge that had ever existed, dishonesty felt not just wrong but impossible. "I need a way to break out," I said honestly, the words emerging from depths of frustration I'd been carrying for longer than I cared to admit. "I'm tired of being a pawn in other people's games." Akasha's silver eyes widened slightly, the first crack in her divine composure. "Elaborate." The floodgates opened and suppressed resentment poured out. The original Arthur Nightingale, whose memories and experiences shaped my early development. Isolde, who orchestrated my reincarnation for purposes I'm only beginning to understand. Alisara, who's been manipulating events from the shadows. And who knows who else? My voice rose with building intensity. I'm tired of discovering that every choice I've made was predicted, that every victory was allowed, that every relationship has been influenced by forces beyond my knowledge. I want to be free of their manipulations. I want to make decisions that are genuinely mine, not the inevitable result of someone else's planning. I looked directly into those impossible silver eyes. I want to break through the scripts and schemes and 10-dimensional chess games. I want to be Arthur Nightingale by choice, not by design. Silence stretched between us, broken only by the subtle whisper of infinite knowledge organizing itself in the vast spaces around us. Akasha studied me with an intensity that felt like being examined by the concept of analysis itself. Then, slowly, her lips curved into a smile that contained galaxies. Then she began, but the word cut off abruptly. Something was materializing in the space between us, coalescing from the raw stuff of possibility into concrete reality. A book appearing from nothingness with the solid weight of absolute truth. It was utterly ordinary at first glance, a simple tome with a gray cover unmarked by title or symbol. The kind of plain, unremarkable volume you might find in any mortal library. Its thickness suggested substantial content, but nothing about its appearance hinted at extraordinary significance. Except for the way Akasha was staring at it. The god of knowledge, the being who had catalogued every secret in existence, she was looking at this simple gray book with an expression of pure, unadulterated shock. Her silver eyes had changed, I realized with growing amazement. The steady metallic gleam was gone, replaced by an iridescent cascade of colors that shifted and swirled like oil on water. Every hue in existence seemed to dance through those divine pupils as if she were seeing something that challenged her fundamental understanding of reality. Impossible, she whispered, one hand rising to cover her mouth in a gesture that seemed almost childlike in its wonder. In all the eons I've maintained these records, in all the infinite knowledge I've catalogued, I've never seen anything like this. I reached out tentatively, my fingers hovering just above the gray cover. What is it? I don't know, Akasha admitted, and the words carried the weight of a cosmic revelation. And I know everything. The moment my fingertips made contact with the book's surface, the universe exploded into my consciousness. Knowledge flooded through me in torrents that defied description. Not information, not data, not even wisdom in any sense I'd previously understood, this was pure comprehension that bypassed rational thought entirely. The information carved itself into my expanded consciousness with surgical precision, creating new neural pathways that operated on principles beyond mortal neurology. And through it all, I could sense Akasha watching me with barely contained excitement. You received something that transcends even my authority, she whispered, moving closer with steps that made the infinite library tremble. Something that exists outside the scope of the Akashic records themselves. She was close enough now that I could feel the warmth radiating from her divine form, could see the countless colors still swirling through her transformed eyes. When she reached out to touch my forehead with her own, the contact sent electricity through dimensions I was still discovering. I need to give you something, she said, her voice carrying undertones of wonder and gratitude. A gift, because you've shown me something I never thought possible, knowledge that I don't possess. Our eyes met, and I found myself falling into those iridescent depths. The colors were hypnotic, beautiful beyond description, each hue carrying its own fragment of cosmic understanding. I felt like I was being drawn into the heart of mystery itself. And then, without warning, she kissed me. The contact was electric, divine, transformative. Power flowed between us, not raw magical energy, but something far more subtle and profound. Understanding. Perspective. A gift of clarity that would help me navigate the impossible knowledge I just received. When she pulled back, her breath was warm against my ear as she whispered, "This will help you process what you've learned. The knowledge you've gained is beyond mortal comprehension, but my gift will allow you to access it without losing yourself." The library around us began to dissolve, reality reasserting itself as my enlightened consciousness prepared to return to the mortal realm. Books faded into mist, shelves crumbled into starlight, and the infinite architecture of knowledge collapsed back into the realm of possibility. "Now it's time for you to go," Akasha said, raising her hand in farewell. The colors in her eyes were beginning to settle back to their original silver, but traces of the impossible rainbow still lingered. "You have work to do, Arthur Nightingale. Real work for the first time in your existence." As the last traces of the Akashic records faded around me, I saw her bow deeply, a gesture of respect from a god to a mortal that should have been impossible. "Until we meet again," she said, her voice already growing distant, HEWHOBREKSFATE. The final words were something my mind couldn't quite process, a title or designation that existed in languages that predated human consciousness. But I felt their weight, their significance, their promise of things to come. Chapter 680, Akashic Records 2. Chapter 680, Akashic Records 2. Arthur returned back to Earth. In an instant, his mana rank increased as he broke through. High Ascendant rank. But there was something else. Something more. "What is this?" Luna whispered in his mind, awe and terror warring in her mental voice. "Arthur, what did you learn?" Arthur smiled, feeling a peace he'd never experienced before settle over his shoulders as Cardinal Akasha's attack hung frozen in the air. "I get it now, Luna," he murmured, his voice carrying harmonics that made reality itself pause to listen. "I understand it all. Everything." The original Arthur Nightingale's consciousness stirred in the depths of his mind, sensing the dramatic shift in power dynamics. "This isn't how the scenario was supposed to unfold," the artificial personality muttered with growing concern. "Your plan failed," Arthur replied into the mental space they shared, his voice carrying the weight of absolute certainty. "You wanted to use Luna to inflict pain on me, to forge me into a weapon through suffering. You thought losing her would break me, remake me into something harder, colder. Something more like you." The silence that followed was deafening. "But you miscalculated," Arthur continued, savoring the moment. "You gave me access to power you never imagined. Power that exists beyond your understanding, beyond your schemes, beyond your ability to control or predict. In the physical world, Arthur raised his hands with deliberate calm. In his right palm, light gathered, not simple radiance, but the fundamental force of creation itself. In his left, darkness coalesced, not mere shadow, but the primal essence of entropy and dissolution. Cardinal Akasha's expression shifted from predatory confidence to confusion, then to the first stirrings of genuine concern as he witnessed what Arthur was preparing to do. He's not just wielding opposing elements, he realized with growing horror. He's planning to merge them. But that's suicide. Pure light and deep dark are irreconcilable forces. The moment they touch, they'll annihilate each other and take him with them. Behind Akasha, his retinue of vampires and cultists pressed forward, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust as they prepared to overwhelm Arthur's position through sheer numbers. Arthur clapped his hands together. The collision that should have resulted in mutual annihilation instead birthed something entirely new. Something that had never existed before in any reality, any timeline, any possibility. Gray. Not the absence of color, but the presence of something beyond color. Not a mixture of light and darkness, but their transcendence into a state that existed outside the normal spectrum of existence. Cardinal Akasha's hand shot up instinctively, fingers tracing desperate runes as he activated what Arthur recognized as an ancient-grade artifact, a treasure capable of piercing through any illusion, analyzing any form of energy, comprehending any type of magic. The artifact's analytical matrix touched the gray and immediately shattered. Arthur watched with clinical interest as Akasha stumbled backward, blood trickling from his eyes as his own detection spell rebounded catastrophically. The Cardinal's mind was trying to process something that existed outside the boundaries of processable information, and the cognitive dissonance was literally tearing apart his neural pathways. This isn't mana, Akasha thought desperately, his consciousness struggling to categorize what he was witnessing. This isn't miasma. This isn't energy at all. What in the name of every god and devil is this? It's gray, Arthur said aloud, his voice carrying across dimensions as the power settled around him like a second skin. The force that exists in the spaces between all other forces. The power that doesn't break laws because it exists outside the concept of laws entirely. The gray wasn't hot or cold, bright or dark, heavy or light. It simply was, in a way that made all other forms of existence seem like pale imitations of true reality. Daddy? Luna whispered from behind him, her small voice filled with wonder rather than fear. You feel different. Stronger. I'm still me, sweetheart, Arthur replied gently, though his eyes never left the assembled threats. I'm just finally strong enough to protect you properly. Cardinal Akasha snarled and gestured sharply to his forces. Kill them all. The girl, the woman, the man, leave nothing alive. The vampires surged forward as one, their forms blurring with supernatural speed. Bishops channeled blood magic while vampires attacked with claws that could rend steel. The first wave of attackers, 3 bishops whose combined might could level city blocks, reached the gray surrounding Arthur and simply ceased. Not killed, not destroyed, they stopped existing, their forms unraveling from reality as if they had never been born. The space they had occupied didn't even remember they had been there. Impossible, Akasha breathed, his voice cracking with strain. Those were ascendant-rank combatants. They cannot simply you. How weak, Arthur interrupted, genuinely disappointed. A group of cultists tried to flank around toward Luna and Reika, thinking they could force Arthur to choose between offense and defense. Arthur turned his gray eyes toward them. Where azure had once resided, now existed something that wasn't quite color, wasn't quite light, wasn't quite anything that had words to describe it. The cultists looked into those eyes and simply weren't anymore. They vanished mid-stride, their existence edited from the timeline so cleanly that their weapons clattered to the ground as if dropped by ghosts. More vampires arrived through the breached walls, vampire elders who had served the Red Chalice for centuries, their bodies enhanced beyond mortal limitations. They channeled blood magic accumulated over lifetimes of slaughter, spells that could reshape continents and curses that could twist the laws of nature itself. All of it met the gray and was quietly, efficiently unmade. Arthur walked through the chaos like a force of nature, each step leaving empty space where enemies had been moments before. Not corpses, not destruction, just clean, peaceful nothingness where threats to his family had once existed. The gray responded to his protective instincts before he could even form conscious thoughts, flowing outward to encompass Luna and Reika in a barrier that existed outside the concept of barriers. Any attack that approached this protection didn't bounce off or get absorbed, it simply edited itself out of reality rather than risk existing in the same space as something so fundamentally beyond normal physics. Within minutes, the house fell silent except for the sound of settling debris and Cardinal Akasha's ragged breathing. Arthur stood alone among empty spaces where dozens of enemies had been, the gray settling around him like a benediction. Behind him, Luna stirred with wonder while Reika stared in amazement at the impossible display of power. Cardinal Akasha was the only enemy left, his face twisted with panic as he stared at the empty spaces where his forces had been. You thought you could hurt my daughter? Arthur asked, his voice carrying infinite patience and absolute finality. The moment their eyes met, Arthur saw Akasha's sanity begin to fracture. The Cardinal was looking through him now, seeing not just his physical form but the mathematical structures that defined his existence, the conceptual frameworks that gave him meaning, the abstract relationships that connected him to the rest of reality. And beyond all of that, he was glimpsing the gray itself, the force that existed in the spaces between thoughts, in the pauses between heartbeats, in the eternal moment between cause and effect. Run, every survival instinct in Akasha's body screamed simultaneously. Run. Without another word, Cardinal Akasha tore open a blood-rift portal, hurling himself through dimensional space with the desperation of a man fleeing the end of the world itself. The portal sealed behind him, leaving only the lingering scent of copper and terror. Arthur looked back at Luna, who was staring at him with wide, dark eyes filled with wonder rather than fear. "Daddy," she said softly, "you saved us." "Always, sweetheart," Arthur replied, kneeling down to gather her into his arms. "I will always save you." "She's safe," he realized with profound relief. For the first time since we've known each other, she's actually safe. But Cardinal Akasha was still out there, still a threat to his family. And now that Arthur understood the true scope of his capabilities, he couldn't simply let him escape to potentially harm Luna again in the future. "Reika," he said quietly, "watch Luna for just a moment." Space folded around Arthur like origami in the hands of a patient artist. Not a portal, not teleportation, not any conventional method of transportation. He simply existed elsewhere, in the place where Cardinal Akasha thought he'd found safety. The red chalice outpost materialized around him, dark stone corridors, blood-red banners, and the acrid smell of supernatural corruption. Dozens of cultists filled the hallways, their conversations cutting off abruptly as they sensed something unprecedented entering their sanctum. Cardinal Akasha stood in the center of the main chamber, his face twisted with panic as he barked orders at subordinates who couldn't comprehend the magnitude of what they were facing. "Reinforce the wards," he commanded desperately. "Activate every defense. Contact the other cardinals. Send word to A. You thought you could run?" Arthur asked, his voice cutting through the desperate planning like a blade through silk. Every ward in the facility, every protective enchantment, every barrier that had been painstakingly constructed over decades of careful preparation, all of it simply stepped aside, recognizing something that operated on principles so far beyond their understanding that resistance was meaningless. Cardinal Akasha turned to face him, and Arthur watched the last vestiges of the Cardinal's sanity crumble as he truly comprehended what Arthur had become. "Please," Akasha whispered, his voice breaking. "I was following orders. The asset needed to be." "Her name," Arthur said with infinite patience, "is Luna Nightingale. She is my daughter. And you thought you could hurt her." Arthur raised his hand, not bothering with incantations or magical gestures. The gray flowed outward from his palm like liquid starlight, touching everything in the chamber with gentle, inexorable force. The cultists, the walls, the stones soaked in centuries of blood magic, the very air itself, all of it encountered the gray and quietly ceased to exist. Not destroyed in fire or shattered by force, but simply edited out of reality as if it had never been there to begin with. Cardinal Akasha had just enough time for one final realization before the gray reached him. This isn't power, he understood with crystal clarity. This isn't magic. This is something that exists beyond the concept of gods. Then he was gone, along with everything else that had threatened Arthur's family. Arthur stood alone in an empty space where the outpost had been, feeling the gray settle around him like a comfortable cloak. In the distance, he could sense Luna's presence, safe, unharmed, waiting for him to return. The original Arthur's plan truly has failed, he thought with deep satisfaction. Luna is safe. I am free. And now, for the first time in either of my lives, I can choose my own path forward. He smiled and began the journey home to his family. Chapter 681, Akashic Records 3. I materialized back in the ruined house, space folding around me like a closing book as the gray deposited me exactly where I'd left my family. The stones bore scorch marks from Cardinal Akasha's assault, and debris littered the floor where walls had been torn apart by vampiric fury. But Luna and Reika were safe. My daughter sat huddled against Reika's side, her small form trembling as she clutched the purple butterfly toy I'd given her. When she saw me appear, her dark eyes lit up with relief so profound it made my chest tighten. "Daddy!" Luna scrambled to her feet and ran toward me, her arms outstretched. I knelt down to catch her, a smile spreading across my face as the last of my protective fury dissolved into pure paternal love. The gray power still hummed beneath my skin like liquid starlight, but seeing Luna safe and unharmed made everything else fade into insignificance. "I'm here, sweetheart," I murmured as she crashed into my arms. "Everything's going to be." The moment my hands touched her, the gray responded. I felt the power surge without my conscious direction, flowing from my being into Luna's small form like water finding its level. But instead of the gentle warmth I expected, the gray moved with purpose, reaching deep into Luna's cellular structure, her very essence, searching for something specific. "No," I whispered, trying to pull back, but the gray had already found its target. The artificial heavenly demon power woven into Luna's being and existence. For 8 years, that foreign essence had defined her existence, granting her impossible strength while simultaneously making her a prisoner of her own abilities. It was the source of her value to the Red Chalice cult, the reason she'd been created, the chain that bound her to a destiny of violence and suffering. The gray touched that demonic essence and began to unravel it. I watched in fascination and growing horror as wisps of dark energy started to seep from Luna's skin like smoke. The power that had made her capable of destroying mountains was being systematically erased, pulled apart at the fundamental level and scattered into nothingness. "Daddy?" Luna looked up at me with confusion, her voice smaller than usual. I feel different. Like something's leaving me. It's okay, I said quickly, though I wasn't sure if that was true. Just hold still, sweetheart. Let it happen. The process accelerated. Tendrils of midnight black energy poured from Luna's body in streams, each one carrying away another fragment of her artificial nature. Her enhanced strength, her supernatural resilience, her ability to manipulate deep dark and miasma, all of it flowing away like water through a sieve. Reika approached cautiously, her eyes wide with concern. Arthur, what's happening to her? The gray is, it's removing her enhancements, I explained, struggling to understand it myself. It's taking away everything they did to her. As the last of the demonic essence dissipated into empty air, Luna swayed on her feet. I caught her automatically and was shocked by how light she felt, not just physically, but spiritually. The oppressive weight of power that had always surrounded her was completely gone. Luna? How do you feel? She blinked slowly, looking around the ruined sanctuary as if seeing it for the first time. I feel normal, she said with wonder. Like the heavy feeling in my chest is gone. Like I can breathe properly. My heart soared. The gray had done the impossible, it had freed Luna from her artificial nature without harming her. She was no longer a weapon, no longer a tool to be used by others. She was just a little girl exactly as she should have been. But even as relief flooded through me, I felt something else beginning to slip away. The gray power that had made me temporarily omnipotent was starting to fade. It began as a subtle loosening, like trying to hold water in cupped hands. The vast cosmic awareness that had let me perceive the fundamental structure of reality started to narrow, becoming more focused, more limited. The ability to edit existence itself grew sluggish, requiring more effort to achieve smaller effects. No, I breathed, trying to grasp the retreating power. Not yet. But the gray continued to flow away from me like sand through my fingers. Each second brought diminishing returns. Where I had once been able to unmake entire armies with a thought, now I could barely maintain the basic enhancement to my perception. Arthur? Luna's mental voice sounded distant, strained. Something's wrong. I can feel you fading. I looked down at my hands and saw them beginning to tremble. The cosmic understanding that had seemed so natural moments before was becoming alien again, slipping back into the realm of incomprehensible theory rather than lived experience. Daddy? Luna's voice seemed to come from very far away, though she was still in my arms. Your eyes are changing back. I caught my reflection in a piece of broken glass and saw that she was right. The impossible gray that had replaced my natural azure was fading, bleeding away like watercolor in rain. Soon, only my original eye color remained. The world around me began to blur at the edges as exhaustion crashed over me in waves. Arthur? Reika's voice carried urgent concern as she watched me sway on my feet. Stay with us. But I was already falling into darkness, my consciousness scattering like leaves in an autumn wind. The last of the gray power slipped through my mental fingers despite my desperate attempts to hold onto it. I simply couldn't comprehend it yet. As my vision darkened, I caught a glimpse of familiar golden hair hovering at the edge of my perception. The world dissolved around me, replaced by an endless gray void that felt familiar yet alien. I found myself standing in a space between spaces, surrounded by the echoing remnants of cosmic understanding I could no longer fully grasp. It was then that I heard the voice. Not yet, a divine whisper drifted through the void like gentle starlight given sound. The voice was feminine, ancient beyond measure, carrying the weight of all knowledge that had ever existed. I spun around, searching for the source of the voice, but found only empty grayness stretching in all directions. Did you really think it would be so easy? The voice continued, and I recognized it now, God Akasha, keeper of the Akashic records, guardian of all knowledge and memory. That you could simply claim power beyond mortal comprehension and face no consequences? I need that power, I whispered, though my voice carried no sound in this strange space. To protect Luna. To keep her safe. The gray is not meant for mortal minds, Akasha's voice resonated with infinite patience. It is the force that exists between existence and void, between knowledge and ignorance. You touched it briefly, yes, but extended contact would have unmade your very soul. I felt the last traces of gray power slip away completely, leaving me drained and vulnerable in the space between realities. Whatever temporary omnipotence I'd achieved was gone, replaced by crushing ordinary mortality. But you have learned, the goddess continued, her tone carrying notes of approval. You chose love over power when it mattered most. You saved your daughter by giving up what you thought you needed. She's free now, I said, remembering Luna's transformation. The artificial power is gone. Yes. And that act of selfless love has opened pathways that were previously closed to you. I could sense Akasha's presence moving closer, though I still couldn't see her. You are not ready for the gray, child. But when the time comes when you have grown into who you need to be, the path will be open. The void began to collapse around me, pulling me back toward consciousness and the physical world. But even as I fell back toward wakefulness, Akasha's final words followed me like a promise. Sleep now. Recover your strength. Your daughter needs her father, not a god drunk on cosmic power. But remember, love opened this door once. It can open it again. My eyes snapped open in the monastery's ruined sanctuary, gasping as full consciousness returned. Luna was still in my arms, looking perfectly normal, no supernatural aura, no enhanced abilities, just a little girl with dark hair and worried eyes. I succeeded. Chapter 682, Gray 1. Queen Isolde Creighton sat in perfect stillness at her marble tea table, the delicate porcelain cup balanced between fingers that had signed death warrants and peace treaties with equal composure. Her sapphire eyes reflected the afternoon light as she took measured sips of her tea, each movement calculated with the precision of someone who had learned that every gesture carried weight. The grace and poise of absolute authority emanated from her being like an invisible crown, marking her as one who had never known defeat. Until today. Her eyes began to change. The natural sapphire blue dissolved as brilliant geometric patterns emerged across her irises, interlocking circles, spiraling fractals, mathematical equations that described the fundamental structure of reality itself. The transformation was beautiful and terrible, marking the activation of a gift that existed beyond mortal comprehension. Akasha's eyes. A direct connection to the Akashic records themselves, the cosmic library that contained all knowledge, all possibilities, all futures that had ever been or could ever be. The familiar sensation of omniscience began to flow through her consciousness, past, present, and future unfolding like pages in an endless book. She turned her attention toward a specific thread of fate, following the intricate pattern she had spent decades weaving. Arthur Nightingale, the reincarnated soul. Her eyes should have shown her his current status, his emotional state, his next probable actions across 1,000 possible timelines. Instead, she saw nothing. Where Arthur Nightingale should have been, there existed only an incomprehensible void, not darkness, but the complete absence of information itself. Her gift, which had never failed her in decades of use, simply stopped working. The teacup slipped from her nerveless fingers. Clang. Porcelain shattered against marble in a sound that seemed impossibly loud in the perfect silence of her chambers. Tea spread across the floor like spilled blood, but Isolde gave it no attention. Her entire focus was consumed by the impossible sight before her, or rather, the impossible lack of sight. She rose from her chair with mechanical precision, her movements losing their characteristic fluid grace as panic began to claw at the edges of her composure. The geometric patterns in her eyes swirled faster, becoming more complex as she poured additional mana into her gift. She had to see. She had to know. The strain hit her immediately. Her enhanced perception, designed to process infinite information, recoiled from whatever force was protecting Arthur from observation. It was like trying to stare directly into the sun, not just painful but fundamentally wrong, as if her consciousness was attempting to comprehend something that existed outside the concept of comprehension itself. Drip. Blood began to trickle from her nose as her brain struggled to process the impossible. Still, she pushed harder, desperation overriding caution as she forced more power through the connection. The geometric patterns in her eyes blazed with increasing intensity, becoming so complex they seemed to move into dimensions that shouldn't exist. For the second time in her life, Isolde's gift was failing her. She couldn't see Arthur Nightingale? Just as she prepared to increase the intensity even further, consequences be damned, a voice of infinite gentleness reached through the screaming pain in her skull. Relax, child. The words carried the weight of stars and the warmth of a mother's embrace, flowing through the connection between the Akashic records and Isolde's consciousness. Immediately, the crushing pressure eased, though the void where Arthur should be remained stubbornly impenetrable. Akasha, Isolde whispered, her arms trembling as she wrapped them around herself. The composed queen was gone, replaced by a frightened woman whose entire worldview was crumbling. What is it? Why isn't it working? Why is the plan deviating from the pattern? In the space between thoughts, in the realm where all knowledge resided, Goddess Akasha manifested her attention like a warm presence settling over Isolde's consciousness. The ancient being who served as librarian of all existence regarded her chosen instrument with something approaching maternal affection. Child, Akasha asked with infinite patience, why do you assume this is a tragedy? Isolde's eyes widened in disbelief. Tragedy? How could it not be? We planned everything so carefully, orchestrated every variable. And now it's all being ruined. Arthur was supposed to follow the pattern, supposed to grow strong enough to face what's coming. That, Akasha said, and Isolde could hear the smile in the goddess's voice, is precisely why this is wonderful news. The response was so unexpected that Isolde's legs gave out, sending her stumbling back into her chair. In the Akashic records, she sensed Akasha's form shifting as the goddess's attention focused fully on their conversation. Akasha's consciousness expanded, her perception encompassing not just the immediate moment but the vast tapestry of existence itself. Her awareness touched the edges of something magnificent and terrible, a power that existed beyond even her cosmic understanding. He is the second being to surpass it, Akasha whispered, her voice carrying overtones of awe that sent shivers down Isolde's spine. Isolde felt her breath catch. Second since. She couldn't finish the sentence, but both beings knew who had been the first. You have suffered so much, my dear child, Akasha continued, her presence settling around Isolde like a comforting embrace. Despite being a grown woman with a daughter in her 20s, in Akasha's presence Isolde felt like the excited young girl who had first accessed the records after unlocking her gift. Every sacrifice you've made, every manipulation you've orchestrated, every moment of pain you've endured while guiding events from the shadows, it will all be worth it. Worth it. Isolde's voice cracked with decades of suppressed emotion. We failed so many times. At this rate, by the time the real threat arrives, she stopped speaking as she witnessed something impossible. In the space between thoughts, in the realm where all knowledge resided, Akasha was smiling. Not the sad, knowing expression Isolde had grown accustomed to over the years, but genuine joy. For the first time in millennia, the goddess of knowledge looked hopeful. This universe is vast beyond all comprehension, Akasha said, her words carrying the weight of eons. Even I, born to be its eternal librarian, must acknowledge that what I know represents merely a drop in an infinite ocean of possibility. The Akashic records contain all knowledge that exists within the boundaries of reality itself. She paused, and Isolde felt the magnitude of what was coming. But Arthur Nightingale has touched something that exists beyond those boundaries. For only the second time in all of existence, I have encountered a being that the records themselves cannot catalogue or predict. A soul that has transcended the very concept of fate. Isolde stared out her window at the city she ruled, her mind reeling from the implications. If Arthur truly existed outside the reach of prophecy and prediction, then everything she had planned, everything she had sacrificed to achieve. The plan is not ruined, child, Akasha said gently, reading her thoughts. The plan has evolved beyond our ability to control it. And that, my dear Isolde, is exactly what we needed. For the first time in years, Queen Isolde Creighton allowed herself to hope. Perhaps they finally had a chance. Chapter 683, Grey 2. How utterly infuriating, I thought as I gazed down at the unconscious face resting in my lap. Arthur Nightingale, the man who had vanished for over a week on some mysterious guild mission, completely unreachable despite my increasingly frantic attempts to contact him. And when he finally reappeared, it was with Reika in tow and an 8-year-old girl named Luna who had immediately proclaimed herself his daughter with the kind of absolute certainty that only children possessed. I briefly wondered if they had somehow managed to produce a child during their week-long absence, but even Arthur wasn't capable of such biological impossibilities. An 8-year-old girl required considerably more time to develop after all. Regardless, my questions would have to remain unanswered since Arthur was currently unconscious. Again, can this man win a single fight without collapsing afterward? I wondered with exasperation, my fingers unconsciously tracing the sharp line of his jaw. The familiar gesture had become almost automatic whenever I found him in this state, which was disturbingly often. As my fingertips accidentally brushed against his lips, my breath hitched slightly. Heat flooded my cheeks as I realized what I was doing, and I quickly pulled my hand back as if burned. What the hell is wrong with me? I chastised myself silently. I am the crown princess of the Slaymark Empire. I command armies and shape the fate of nations. I am not some lovesick schoolgirl who gets flustered by touching her boyfriend's face. But even as I told myself that, I couldn't forget the crushing despair that had nearly destroyed me when I thought Arthur had betrayed us by joining the Red Chalice cult. The memory of that moment still made my chest tighten with phantom pain, the absolute certainty that my world was ending, that the most important person in my life had become my enemy. I had been ready to end it all rather than face a future where Arthur and I stood on opposite sides of a battlefield. I'm pathetically weak when it comes to him, I admitted reluctantly. The failed raid, the loss of face before the Imperial Court, the strategic implications of our botched mission, none of that had mattered in the face of potentially losing Arthur. My pride, my reputation, my duty as crown princess, all of it had paled beside the terror of imagining a world without him in it. And now here he was, sleeping peacefully in my lap with that annoyingly perfect face that drew admirers like flowers drew bees. Arthur wasn't conventionally the most handsome man in the Empire. There were nobles with more classical features, court dandies who spent fortunes on enhancement surgery, but there was something about him that made people stop and stare. Something that made far too many women flutter their eyelashes and find excuses to speak with him. Too many flies buzzing around what's mine, I thought with a surge of possessive irritation. The Imperial physicians had examined Arthur thoroughly after we brought him to the palace. Their diagnosis was reassuringly mundane, magical exhaustion leading to temporary unconsciousness. His brain had simply overloaded from whatever technique he'd used during the battle, and now he was recovering through natural sleep. They assured me he could wake at any moment. Which was exactly why I had stationed myself here with his head in my lap, claiming this position like a territorial cat. Mine and only mine. I let my perception extend slightly, analyzing the mana patterns flowing through Arthur's sleeping form. The readings made my eyes widen in surprise. He was definitely high ascendant rank now, a significant jump from the mid-ascendant strength he possessed before the mission. What exactly happened? I wondered. The reports from my strike team were fragmented at best, something about impossible magical phenomena, reality warping effects, and enemies that simply ceased to exist. None of it made sense, but the evidence was undeniable. Arthur had faced down forces that should have been far beyond his capabilities and emerged victorious, even if unconscious. He was growing stronger at an alarming rate. Stronger, smarter, more capable with each passing month. And despite my possessive nature, I couldn't help but feel a fierce pride in his accomplishments. My brilliant, powerful, infuriating man. A soft whimper from across the room drew my attention to where Luna was curled up in a chair, still sleeping after her earlier emotional breakdown. The poor child had cried herself into exhaustion when she thought Arthur might not wake up, clinging to his hand and calling him daddy with desperate intensity. I wasn't heartless enough to be jealous of an 8-year-old girl's attachment to her father figure. The bond between them was clearly genuine, and seeing Arthur's protective instincts toward the child had only made me love him more. But I was absolutely heartless enough to neglect informing Rose, Rachel, and Seraphina about Arthur's current condition. Let them wonder where he was for a while longer. This was my time with him and I wasn't sharing. Arthur's breathing began to change subtly, becoming less deep and regular. His eyelashes fluttered against his cheeks as consciousness started to return, and I felt my heart rate accelerate in anticipation. Finally, I thought with relief. Time to get some answers about what the hell happened out there. Arthur's azure eyes opened slowly, blinking in confusion as they focused on my face. For a moment, he looked completely disoriented, as if he couldn't quite remember where he was or how he'd gotten there. Cecilia? He said softly, his voice rough from sleep. How long was I? 3 days, I replied, trying to keep my tone casual despite the relief flooding through me. The doctor said you suffered magical exhaustion, but your vitals have been stable. Arthur started to sit up, but I placed a firm hand on his chest, keeping him in place. Don't even think about moving yet. You collapsed after using some kind of technique that apparently broke several laws of magic. You're staying right where you are until I'm satisfied you're not going to pass out again. A small smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Worried about me? Obviously not, I lied with automatic reflexes. I just don't want to deal with the paperwork if you die on Imperial property. Do you have any idea how much bureaucratic nonsense is involved when someone of your status expires in the palace? Arthur's smile widened, clearly seeing through my deflection. Of course. Purely practical concerns. Exactly, I said firmly, though my fingers were already checking his pulse and temperature with obvious worry. Now explain to me what happened in that monastery. My strike team's reports sound like fantasy novels. Arthur's expression grew serious as memory returned. Luna, he said suddenly, looking around the room until he spotted the sleeping child. Is she? She's fine, I assured him quickly. Changed somehow, the physicians say she has no traces of supernatural enhancement left in her system, but perfectly healthy. She's been sleeping in that chair for the past 6 hours, refusing to leave your side. Relief flooded Arthur's features. The gray worked then. It removed the artificial power without harming her. The gray? I prompted, my curiosity sharpening. Arthur, what exactly did you do out there? He was quiet for a moment, his azure eyes distant as he processed recent events. Something I probably shouldn't have been able to survive, he said finally. I used a technique that gave me temporary access to forces beyond normal reality. It was overwhelming. And now? Now I'm back to being merely human, Arthur said with a rueful laugh. Well, mostly human. High ascendant rank human, apparently. Speaking of which, Arthur said, fixing me with a questioning look, how much trouble am I in for disappearing without authorization? I imagine the Imperial Court isn't pleased about the failed raid. I waved dismissively. Nothing that can't be managed. I told them you were conducting deep cover intelligence gathering that required complete communication blackout. Technically true, since you did infiltrate their organization. And the fact that we came back with a mysterious child? Rescued asset from cult experimentation, I replied smoothly. Also technically true. The court loves stories about heroic rescue missions. Arthur's expression softened as he looked at me. You covered for me. I covered for us, I corrected, feeling heat rise in my cheeks again. We're partners, Arthur. When you succeed, I succeed. When you're in danger. I trailed off, not wanting to admit how terrified I'd been during his absence. When I'm in danger? Arthur prompted gently. When you're in danger, I worry, I said reluctantly. A little. Barely noticeable amounts of concern. Arthur reached up to cup my face with his hand, his thumb brushing across my cheek in a gesture that made my heart skip. I missed you too, Cecilia. I didn't say I missed you, I protested weakly even as I leaned into his touch. I said I was worried about the paperwork. Of course, Arthur agreed solemnly. The paperwork must be truly terrifying. Before I could formulate a properly scathing response, a small voice interrupted from across the room. Daddy? You're awake. Luna had stirred from her nap and was now staring at us with wide, hopeful eyes. The moment she confirmed Arthur was conscious, she scrambled out of her chair and ran over to us. Daddy, I was so scared, she said, throwing her arms around Arthur's neck in an enthusiastic hug. You wouldn't wake up and Cecilia said you were just sleeping, but you looked so pale and I'm okay, sweetheart, Arthur assured her, returning the hug with obvious affection. Just tired from using too much magic. But I'm fine now. Luna pulled back to study his face carefully. Promise? I promise. As I watched the interaction between Arthur and his adopted daughter, I felt a complex mix of emotions. Affection for both of them, protective instincts toward Luna, and a growing certainty that our little family was about to face challenges that would test all of our bonds. But for now, Arthur was safe, Luna was free, and we were together. It would have to be enough. Chapter 684, Crimson Desire 1, R18. After settling Luna, my newly adopted daughter, into her room in the Imperial Palace, I was ready to dive back into work. But Cecilia had other plans. She'd handled all the paperwork to formalize my guardianship of Luna, a process we both wanted, though the matter of Luna's mother was a tangle we'd unravel later. For now, Cecilia's focus was elsewhere on me. Finally, Cecilia murmured as Luna drifted off to sleep. Her golden hair shimmered in the soft palace light and her crimson eyes glinted with intent. She slipped her arm around mine, her silk nightgown brushing against my skin as she guided me toward her bedroom. The air between us crackled with unspoken desire, her restraint earlier in front of Luna now giving way to something bolder. I didn't expect the crown princess to be so forward, I teased, my fingers grazing the curve of her waist, giving a playful pinch. Cecilia's cheeks flushed a faint pink, but she didn't falter. Instead, she grabbed my collar, her grip firm, and pulled me into a kiss that was all heat and hunger. Her lips were soft but demanding, and I met her with equal fervor, my hands finding her waist as our kiss deepened. Offense is the best defense, I thought, smirking against her lips as she pressed herself closer, her fingers tangling in my black hair. You've got 5 of us now, she whispered, her breath warm against my ear. Think you can keep up, Arthur? Her voice was a challenge, teasing but laced with genuine curiosity. I grinned, my blue eyes locking with hers. You think I haven't missed you, Cecilia? I've been craving this. It was true. Since leaving Mythos Academy, my time with the girls had dwindled. Serafina was buried in her intense training, Cecilia was swamped with state affairs as Crown Princess, Rose was expanding Vockert's influence, and Rachel was consumed with her saintess duties in the north. Phone calls and video chats were a poor substitute for this fire, this connection. This being passion, came a familiar voice in my mind. Luna, my Chilan spirit, not my daughter, chimed in with her usual mischief. Disconnect, I ordered, trying to focus on Cecilia's lips trailing along my jaw. Humans never care when bunnies snuggle, Luna quipped, her tone almost pouty. Disconnect, Luna, I repeated, and the Chilan's presence faded from my consciousness. She wasn't wrong, her snuggling comments always hit a nerve, but this moment was for Cecilia and me. Cecilia's hands slid under my shirt, her touch igniting a shiver down my spine. You're distracted, she murmured, her lips brushing my neck, leaving a trail of warmth. Am I not enough to hold your attention? Oh, you've got it, I said, my voice low. I tilted her chin up, capturing her mouth again, deeper this time, tasting the faint sweetness of wine on her tongue. My hands roamed, tracing the lines of her nightgown, the silk slipping under my fingers as I pulled her closer. Her breath hitched, and she arched into me, her golden hair spilling over her shoulders like a cascade of light. The room seemed to fade, the opulent decor of the imperial palace blurring into the background. It was just us, her crimson eyes burning into mine, my hands memorizing every curve. She tugged at my shirt, pulling it over my head, and I reciprocated, easing the straps of her nightgown off her shoulders. The fabric pooled at her feet, and for a moment I just stared, struck by her beauty, her confidence, the way she stood there, unapologetic and radiant. You're staring, she teased, stepping closer, her fingers brushing my chest. Can you blame me? I said, my voice rough. I pulled her against me, our bodies pressed together, and kissed her again, slower this time, savoring the way she melted into me. Her hands explored, nails grazing my back, and I felt the heat between us build, a slow burn threatening to consume us both. Arthur's lips are relentless, a storm of heat and hunger that I meet with equal ferocity. My crimson eyes lock with his blue ones, a silent challenge sparking between us as our kisses deepen, tongues battling for control. I'm the crown princess used to commanding every room I enter, but with Arthur, it's different, he doesn't yield easily, and neither do I. My fingers dig into his black hair, pulling just enough to make him growl against my mouth, the sound sending a thrill down my spine. I press myself closer, my body molding to his, feeling the hard planes of his chest through the thin silk of my nightgown. My hands roam, nails scraping lightly down his back, claiming him as mine. He retaliates, his grip on my waist tightening, pulling me flush against him until there's no space left. Trying to take charge, princess? He murmurs, his voice low and teasing, lips brushing my ear. The nickname stokes my fire, and I nip his lower lip hard enough to make him hiss. Trying? I whisper back, my voice dripping with defiance. I am in charge. I push him back a step, guiding him toward the bed, my hands splayed on his chest. But Arthur's not one to be led so easily. He catches my wrists, spinning us until my back hits the velvet-draped wall, his body pinning mine. The sudden shift makes my breath catch, a flicker of excitement flaring in my chest. I love this, pushing him, testing him, knowing he'll push back harder. His mouth finds my neck, kissing and grazing with just enough teeth to make me shiver. I tilt my head, giving him access, but my hands are already working, tugging at his belt, fingers brushing the growing hardness beneath his pants. He groans, the sound raw, and I smirk, feeling a surge of triumph. Got you, I murmur, but my victory is short-lived. Arthur's hand slides down, tracing the edge of my panties, and I feel him press himself against me, the friction of his arousal through the fabric making my knees weaken. Gods, Cecilia, he breathes, his voice rough as he grinds against me, deliberate and slow. A moan escapes my lips before I can stop it, soft and needy, and I feel my control slipping. I try to regain it, hooking a leg around his waist to pull him closer, my nails digging into his shoulders. But every roll of his hips unravels me further, the heat pooling low in my belly, my panties dampening under his touch. I'm losing, and I love it, love the way he makes me surrender even as I fight to keep the upper hand. Still in charge. He teases, his lips hovering over mine, his hardness pressing insistently against me. I try to retort, but another moan betrays me as he moves just right, the pleasure stealing my words. My golden hair clings to my flushed skin, and I arch into him, craving more, my body betraying my need. I'm the crown princess, but here, with Arthur, I'm just Cecilia, his, and he knows it. Chapter 685, Crimson Desire 2 R18. Chapter 685, Crimson Desire 2 R18. Arthur's teasing voice cuts through the haze of desire, his blue eyes glinting with mischief as he pulls back just enough to leave me wanting. Will Her Highness do the honor? He says, his tone low and taunting, a smirk playing on his lips. My crimson eyes narrow, but the heat pooling in my core betrays me. I'm still fighting for control even as my body sings for him, craving the surrender he's coaxing out of me. I don't answer with words. Instead, I sink to my knees, my golden hair spilling over my shoulders as I look up at him, holding his gaze. My fingers work his belt loose, the leather sliding free with a soft clink, and I tug his pants down, revealing the hard length of him. My breath catches God's, he's big, and the sight sends a fresh wave of heat through me. I rap on her, he says, his tone low and taunting, a smirk playing on his lips. My crimson eyes narrow, but the heat pooling in my core betrays me. I'm still fighting for control even as my body sings for him, craving the surrender he's coaxing out of me. I don't answer with words. Instead, I sink to my knees, my golden hair spilling over my shoulders as I look up at him, holding his gaze. My fingers work his belt loose, the leather sliding free with a soft clink, and I tug his pants down, revealing the hard length of him. My breath catches God's, he's big, and the sight sends a fresh wave of heat through me. I wrap my hand around his cock, feeling its weight, its warmth, and I lean in, my lips brushing the tip in a slow, deliberate kiss. A low groan rumbles from his chest, and I smile against him, relishing the power I still hold. My tongue traces him, slow and sensual, savoring the way he twitches under my touch. I take him deeper, my lips sliding over his length, my movements deliberate, focused entirely on his pleasure. Arthur's hand finds my hair, his fingers threading through my golden strands, and he guides me, bobbing my head with a gentle but firm rhythm. The control shifts again, and I let it, moaning softly around him, the vibration drawing another groan from him. "Fuck, Cecilia," he mutters, his voice rough, his grip tightening. I glance up, meeting his eyes, and the raw desire there nearly undoes me. But before I lose myself completely, he pulls me back, his hand cupping my cheek. "Not yet," he says, his voice strained but playful. "Get up here." He pulls me to my feet, and I'm barely upright before he's kissing me again, fierce and hungry, guiding me toward the bed. "On top," he says, his tone a command wrapped in a challenge. I don't hesitate, pushing him down onto the velvet sheets and straddling his hips, my nightgown hiked up around my thighs. The silk of my panties brushes against his bare skin, and I roll my hips, grinding against him, the friction sending sparks of pleasure through me. I'm wet already, embarrassingly so, and each slow hump makes me ache for more. Arthur's hands grip my hips, guiding my movements, his cock hard against my panties, teasing my entrance through the thin fabric. "You're soaked," he murmurs, his voice thick with approval, and I flush, my control slipping further. He reaches between us, his fingers brushing my clit before tugging my panties aside, his cock sliding against my slick folds. The sensation is electric, and I moan, my head tipping back as I rock against him, chasing the pleasure. "Hold on," he says, his voice steady despite the tension in his body. He reaches for the bedside table, pulling out a condom. I watch, my breath uneven, as he tears the packet open and rolls it on, his movements quick but deliberate. Then his hands are back on me, guiding me over him, the tip of his cock nudging my entrance. I bite my lip, anticipation curling tight in my belly, knowing he's about to claim me in a way only he can. My breath hitches as I lower myself onto Arthur, his cock stretching me in a way that's both overwhelming and exquisite. His hands grip my hips, steadying me, but I'm the one setting the pace, determined to reclaim some control. My crimson eyes lock with his blue ones, a silent challenge as I roll my hips, slow and deliberate, savoring the way he fills me. The pleasure is sharp, building with every movement, and I bite my lip to stifle a moan, my golden hair swaying with each rise and fall. "Gods, Cecilia," Arthur groans, his voice rough, his fingers digging into my skin. I smirk, leaning forward to kiss him, my lips hungry and possessive. My pace quickens, the rhythm growing urgent as I chase the heat coiling in my core. My breasts bounce with each thrust, the silk nightgown long discarded, and Arthur's eyes darken, drinking in the sight of me. I feel powerful, radiant, riding him with a confidence that makes his breath catch. But Arthur's not one to let me dominate for long. His hands slide up my thighs, guiding my movements, and he thrusts up to meet me, hitting a spot that makes me gasp. My control falters, my moans spilling freely now, and I grip his shoulders, nails digging into his skin as the pleasure crests. "Arthur," I whimper, my voice breaking as I shatter, my orgasm crashing over me like a wave. My body trembles, clenching around him, and he follows moments later, his groan muffled against my neck as he comes, his grip tightening. I collapse onto his chest, panting, my skin flushed and slick with sweat. His arms wrap around me, warm and strong, and for a moment we just lie there, our breath sinking. But Arthur's not done. He kisses my temple, his lips curving into a mischievous smile. "Ready for more, princess?" he teases, already reaching for another condom from the bedside table. I raise an eyebrow, my competitive streak flaring despite the languid heat in my limbs. "You're on," I murmur, my voice husky. He rolls on the new condom, his movement swift, and before I can catch my breath, he flips me onto my back, his body hovering over mine. The shift is sudden, possessive, and I arch into him as he enters me again, the sensation just as intense as before. He thrusts deep, each movement deliberate, his blue eyes burning with intent as he watches my reactions. We move together, a fierce rhythm that leaves no room for thought, only feeling. My legs wrap around his waist, pulling him closer, my moans mingling with his grunts. The bed creaks under us, the opulent room fading as I lose myself in him. But Arthur's relentless, changing positions with a strength that makes my head spin. He pulls me to the edge of the bed, my legs over his shoulders, and thrusts harder, the angle making me cry out, my hands fisting the sheets. Next, he turns me onto my side, one leg lifted, his cock sliding in at a new angle that has me gasping. His hand roams my body, teasing my clit, and I'm unraveling again, my second orgasm building faster than I can handle. Arthur, my words dissolve into a moan as I come, my body shaking, and he slows, letting me ride it out before pulling me onto all fours. The new position is raw, primal, and I love it. His hands grip my hips and he thrusts into me, each movement sending jolts of pleasure through me. My golden hair clings to my back, damp with sweat, and I push back against him, matching his pace. But my stamina's waning, my body trembling with exhaustion and overstimulation. Arthur senses it, his thrust slowing, and he leans over me, his lips brushing my ear. Who can't keep up? He whispers, his voice smug but warm, and I laugh breathlessly, too spent to retort. One final thrust, and he comes again, his groan low and satisfied. I collapse onto the bed, utterly exhausted, my body humming with aftershocks. Arthur disposes of the condom and lies beside me, pulling me into his arms. My head rests on his chest, his heartbeat steady under my cheek, and I feel safe, cherished, despite the playful rivalry. We should clean up, I murmur, but my limbs feel like lead. Arthur chuckles, kissing my forehead before scooping me up, carrying me to the ensuite bathroom. The warm water of the shower cascades over us, soothing my aching muscles as we wash each other, our touches gentle now, intimate in a different way. His fingers trace my skin, rinsing away the sweat, and I shampoo his black hair, smiling at the way he leans into my touch. Clean and dry, we slip back into bed, the silk sheets cool against our skin. Arthur pulls me close, my back to his chest, his arm draped over my waist. My golden hair fans out on the pillow and his breath warms my neck as we cuddle, the earlier fire giving way to a quiet warmth. I miss this, I whisper, my voice soft, and he tightens his hold, murmuring, me too. Sleep claims us quickly, our bodies entwined, the imperial palace silent around us.